Chapters 1 and 2 of The Mystery of Orcival. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. Recorded by Celine Major. 1. On Thursday, the 9th of July, 1860 Jean Berthaud and his son, well known at Orcival as living by poaching and marauding, rose at 3 o'clock in the morning, just at daybreak, to go fishing. Taking their tackle, they descended the charming pathway shaded by acacias, which you see from the station at Ivry, and which leads from the burgh of Orcival to the Seine. They made their way to their boat, moored as usual some 50 yards above the wire bridge, across a field adjoining Valfeuillu, the imposing estate of the Count de Tremorel. Having reached the river bank, they laid down their tackle, and Jean jumped into the boat to bail out the water in the bottom. While he was skilfully using the scoop, he perceived that one of the oar pins of the old craft, worn by the oar, was on the point of breaking. "Philippe," cried he to his son, who was occupied in unravelling a net, "bring me a bit of wood to make a new oar pin." "All right," answered Philippe. There was no tree in the field. The young man bent his steps toward the park of Valfeuillu, a few rods distant, and, neglectful of Article 391 of the Penal Code, jumped across the wide ditch which surrounds Monsieur de Tremorel's domain. He thought he would cut off a branch of one of the old willows, which at this place touched the water with their drooping branches. He had scarcely drawn his knife from his pocket while looking about him with the poacher's unquiet glance, when he uttered a low cry. "Father! Here, father!" "What's the matter?" responded the old marauder, without pausing from his work. "Father, come here!" continued Philippe. "In heaven's name, come here, quick!" Jean knew by the tone of his son's voice that something unusual had happened. He threw down his scoop, and, anxiety quickening him, in 3 leaps was in the park. He also stood still, horror-struck, before the spectacle which had terrified Philippe. On the bank of the river, among the stumps and flags, was stretched a woman's body. Her long, dishevelled locks lay among the water shrubs. Her dress, of grey silk, was soiled with mire and blood. All the upper part of the body lay in shallow water, and her face had sunk in the mud. "A murder!" muttered Philippe, whose voice trembled. "That's certain," responded Jean, in an indifferent tone. "But who can this woman be? Really, one would say the countess." "We'll see," said the young man. He stepped toward the body. His father caught him by the arm. "What would you do, fool?" said he. "You ought never to touch the body of a murdered person without legal authority." "You think so?" "Certainly. There are penalties for it." "Then come along, and let's inform the mayor." "Why? As if people hereabouts were not against us enough already. Who knows that they would not accuse us?" "But, father—" "If we go and inform Monsieur Courtois, he will ask us how and why we came to be in Monsieur de Tremorel's park to find this out. What is it to you that the countess has been killed? They'll find her body without you. Come, let's go away." But Philippe did not budge. Hanging his head, his chin resting upon his palm, he reflected. "We must make this known," said he, firmly. "We are not savages. We will tell Monsieur Courtois that in passing along by the park in our boat we perceived the body." Old Jean resisted at first, then, seeing that his son would, if need be, go without him, yielded. They recrossed the ditch, and, leaving their fishing tackle in the field, directed their steps hastily toward the mayor's house. Orcival, situated a mile or more from Corbeil, on the right bank of the Seine, is one of the most charming villages in the environs of Paris, despite the infernal etymology of its name. The gay and thoughtless Parisian who on Sunday wanders about the fields, more destructive than the rook, has not yet discovered this smiling country. The distressing odor of the frying from coffee gardens does not there stifle the perfume of the honeysuckles. The refrains of bargemen, the brazen voices of boat horns have never awakened echoes there. Lazily situated on the gentle slopes of a bank washed by the Seine, the houses of Orcival are white, and there are delicious shades, and a bell tower, which is the pride of the place. On all sides vast pleasure domains, kept up at great cost, surround it. From the upper part, the weathercocks of 20 châteaux may be seen. On the right is the forest of Montprévoir, and the pretty country house of the Countess de la Brèche. Opposite, on the other side of the river, is Mousseau and Petit Bourg, the ancient domain of Aguado, now the property of a famous coachmaker. On the left, those beautiful copses belong to the Count de Tremorel. That large park is des Tilleuls, and in the distance beyond is Corbeil. That vast building, whose roofs are higher than the oaks, is the d'Herblay mill. The mayor of Orcival occupies a handsome, pleasant mansion at the upper end of the village. Formerly a manufacturer of dry goods, M. Courtois entered business without a penny, and after 30 years of absorbing toil, he retired with 4 round millions of francs. Then he proposed to live tranquilly with his wife and children, passing the winter at Paris and the summer at his country house. But all of a sudden he was observed to be disturbed and agitated. Ambition stirred his heart. He took vigorous measures to be forced to accept the mayoralty of Orcival. And he accepted it, quite in self-defense, as he will himself tell you. This office was at once his happiness and his despair. Apparent despair, interior and real happiness. It quite befits him, with clouded brow, to rail at the cares of power. He appears yet better when, his waist encircled with the gold-laced scarf, he goes in triumph at the head of the municipal body. Everybody was sound asleep at the mayor's when the 2 Berthaults rapped the heavy knocker of the door. After a moment a servant, half asleep, appeared at one of the ground-floor windows. "What's the matter, you rascals?" asked he, growling. Jean did not think it best to revenge an insult which his reputation in the village too well justified. "We want to speak to Monsieur the Mayor," he answered. "There is terrible need of it. Go call him, Monsieur Baptiste. He won't blame you." "I'd like to see anybody blame me," snapped out Baptiste. It took 10 minutes of talking and explaining to persuade the servant. Finally, the Berthaults were admitted to a little man, fat and red, very much annoyed at being dragged from his bed so early. It was Monsieur Courtois. They had decided that Philippe should speak. "Monsieur Mayor," he said, "we have come to announce to you a great misfortune. A crime has been committed at Monsieur de Tremorel's." Monsieur Courtois was a friend of the Count's. He became whiter than his shirt at the sudden news. "My God!" stammered he, unable to control his emotion. "What do you say? A crime?" "Yes. We have just discovered a body, and, as sure as you are here, I believe it to be that of the countess." The worthy man raised his arms heavenward with a wandering air. "But where? When?" "Just now, at the foot of the park, as we were going to take up our nets." "It is horrible!" exclaimed the good Monsieur Courtois. "What a calamity! So worthy a lady! But it is not possible. You must be mistaken. I should have been informed." "We saw it distinctly, Monsieur Mayor." "Such a crime in my village! Well, you have done wisely to come here. I will dress at once, and will hasten off." "No, wait." He reflected a moment, then called, "Baptiste!" The valet was not far off. With ear and eye alternately pressed against the keyhole, he heard and looked with all his might. At the sound of his master's voice he had only to stretch out his hand and open the door. "Monsieur called me." "Run to the justice of the peace," said the mayor. "There is not a moment to lose. A crime has been committed, perhaps a murder. You must go quickly. And you," addressing the poachers, "await me here while I slip on my coat." The justice of the peace at Orcival, M. Planta, Papa Planta, as he was called, was formerly an attorney at Melun. At 50, M. Planta, whose career had been one of unbroken prosperity, lost in the same month his wife whom he adored, and his 2 sons, charming youths, one 18, the other 22 years old. These successive losses crushed a man whom 30 years of happiness left without defence against misfortune. For a long time his reason was despaired of. Even the sight of a client coming to trouble his grief, to recount stupid tales of self-interest, exasperated him. It was not surprising that he sold out his professional effects and goodwill at half price. He wished to establish himself at ease in his grief, with the certainty of not being disturbed in its indulgence. But the intensity of his mourning diminished, and the ills of idleness came. The justiceship of the peace of Orcival was vacant, and M. Plantat applied for and obtained it. Once installed in this office he suffered less from ennui. This man, who saw his life drawing to an end, undertook to interest himself in the 1,000 diverse cases which came before him. He applied to these all the forces of a superior intelligence, the resources of a mind admirably fitted to separate the false from the true among the lies he was forced to hear. He persisted besides in living alone, despite the urging of M. Courtois, pretending that society fatigued him, and that an unhappy man is a bore in company. Misfortune, which modifies characters for good or bad, had made him, apparently, a great egotist. He declared that he was only interested in the affairs of life as a critic tired of its active scenes. He loved to make a parade of his profound indifference for everything, swearing that a rain of fire descending upon Paris would not even make him turn his head. To move him seemed impossible. "What's that to me?" was his invariable exclamation. Such was the man who, a quarter of an hour after Baptiste's departure, entered the mayor's house. M. Plantat was tall, thin, and nervous. His physiognomy was not striking. His hair was short. His restless eyes seemed always to be seeking something, his very long nose was narrow and sharp. After his affliction, his mouth, formerly well shaped, became deformed. His lower lip had sunk, and gave him a deceptive look of simplicity. "They tell me," said he at the threshold, "that Madame de Tremorel has been murdered." "These men here at least pretend so," answered the mayor, who had just reappeared. M. Courtois was no longer the same man. He had had time to make his toilette a little. His face attempted to express a haughty coldness. He had been reproaching himself for having been wanting in dignity, in showing his grief before the Berthos. "Nothing ought to agitate a man in my position," said he to himself. And being terribly agitated, he forced himself to be calm, cold, and impassible. M. Plantat was so naturally. "This is a very sad event," said he, in a tone which he forced himself to make perfectly disinterested. "But, after all, how does it concern us? We must, however, hurry and ascertain whether it is true. I have sent for the brigadier, and he will join us." "Let us go," said M. Courtois. "I have my scarf in my pocket." They hastened off. Philippe and his father went first, the young man eager and impatient, the old one sombre and thoughtful. The mayor at each step made some exclamation. "I can't understand it," muttered he. "A murder in my commune! A commune where, in the memory of men, no crime has been committed." And he directed a suspicious glance toward the two Berthos. The road which led toward the château of M. de Tremorel was an unpleasant one, shut in by walls a dozen feet high. On one side is the park of the Marchioness de la Nascolle; on the other, the spacious garden of St. Jouan. The going and coming had taken time. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the mayor, the justice, and their guides stopped before the gate of M. de Tremorel. The mayor rang. The bell was very large. Only a small gravelled court of 5 or 6 yards separated the gate from the house; nevertheless, no one appeared. The mayor rang more vigorously, then with all his strength, but in vain. Before the gate of Madame de la Nascolle's château, nearly opposite, a groom was standing, occupied in cleaning and polishing a bridle bit. "It's of no use to ring, gentlemen," said this man. "There's nobody in the château." "How, nobody?" asked the mayor, surprised. "I mean," said the groom, "that there is no one there but the master and mistress. The servants all went away last evening by the 8:40 train to Paris, to the wedding of the old cook, Madame Denis. They ought to return this morning by the first train. I was invited myself, Great God!" interrupted Monsieur Courtois. "Then the count and countess remained alone last night?" "Entirely alone, Monsieur Mayor." "It is horrible!" Monsieur Plantat seemed to grow impatient during this dialogue. "Come," said he, "we cannot stay for ever at the gate. The gendarmes do not come. Let us send for the locksmith." Philippe was about to hasten off when at the end of the road singing and laughing were heard. 5 persons, 3 women and 2 men, soon appeared. "Ah, there are the people of the château!" cried the groom, whom this morning visit seemed to annoy. "They ought to have a key." The domestics, seeing the group about the gate, became silent and hastened their steps. One of them began to run ahead of the others. It was the count's valet de chambre. "These gentlemen perhaps wish to speak to Monsieur the Count?" asked he, having bowed to Monsieur Plantat. "We have rung 5 times, as hard as we could," said the mayor. "It is surprising," said the valet de chambre. "The count sleeps very lightly. Perhaps he has gone out." "Horror!" cried Philippe. "Both of them have been murdered." These words shocked the servants, whose gaiety announced a reasonable number of healths drunk to the happiness of the newly wedded pair. Monsieur Courtois seemed to be studying the attitude of old Berthaud. "A murder!" muttered the valet de chambre. "It was for money, then. It must have been known." "What?" asked the mayor. "Monsieur the Count received a very large sum yesterday morning." "Large, yes," added a chambermaid. "He had a large package of bank bills. Madame even said to Monsieur that she should not shut her eyes the whole night with this immense sum in the house." There was a silence. Each one looked at the others with a frightened air. Monsieur Courtois reflected. "At what hour did you leave the château last evening?" asked he of the servants. "At 8 o'clock. We had dinner early." "You went away altogether?" "Yes, sir." "You did not leave each other?" "Not a minute." "And you returned altogether?" The servants exchanged a significant look. "All?" responded a chambermaid. "That is to say, no. One left us on reaching the Lyons station at Paris. It was Gaspin." "Yes, sir. He went away, saying that he would rejoin us at Wepler's, in the Batignolles, where the wedding took place." The mayor nudged the justice with his elbow as if to attract his attention, and continued to question the chambermaid. "And this Gaspin, as you call him, did you see him again?" "No, sir. I asked several times during the evening, in vain, what had become of him. His absence seemed to me suspicious." Evidently the chambermaid tried to show superior perspicacity. A little more, and she would have talked of presentiments. "Has this Gaspin been long in the house?" "Since spring." "What were his duties?" "He was sent from Paris by the house of the skilful gardener to take care of the rare flowers in Madame's conservatory." "And did he know of this money?" The domestics again exchanged significant glances. "Yes," they answered in chorus. "We had talked a great deal about it among ourselves." The chambermaid added, "He even said to me, 'To think that Monsieur the Count has enough money in his cabinet to make all our fortunes.'" "What kind of a man is this?" This question absolutely extinguished the talkativeness of the servants. No one dared to speak, perceiving that the least word might serve as the basis of a terrible accusation. But the groom of the house opposite, who burned to mix himself up in the affair, had none of these scruples. "Gaspin," answered he, "is a good fellow. Lord, what jolly things he knows! He knows everything you can imagine. It appears he has been rich in times past, and if he wished But, damme, he loves to have his work all finished and go off on sprees. He's a crack billiard player, I can tell you." Papa Plantat, while listening in an apparently absent minded way to these depositions, or rather these scandals, carefully examined the wall and the gate. He now turned, and interrupting the groom, "Enough of this," said he, to the great scandal of M. Courtois. "Before pursuing this interrogatory, let us ascertain the crime, if crime there is, for it is not proved. Let whoever has the key open the gate." The valet de chambre had the key. He opened the gate, and all entered the little court. The gendarme had just arrived. The mayor told the brigadier to follow him, and placed 2 men at the gate, ordering them not to permit any one to enter or go out unless by his orders. Then the valet de chambre opened the door of the house. 2. If there had been no crime, at least something extraordinary had taken place at the château. The impassible justice might have been convinced of it as soon as he had stepped into the vestibule. The glass door leading to the garden was wide open, and 3 of the panes were shattered into 1,000 pieces. The carpeting of waxed canvas between the doors had been torn up, and on the white marble slabs large drops of blood were visible. At the foot of the staircase was a stain larger than the rest, and upon the lowest step a splash hideous to behold. Unfitted for such spectacles, or for the mission he had now to perform, Monsieur Courtois became faint. Luckily, he borrowed from the idea of his official importance an energy foreign to his character. The more difficult the preliminary examination of this affair seemed, the more determined he was to carry it on with dignity. "Conduct us to the place where you saw the body," said he to Berthelot. But Papa Plantin intervened. "It would be wiser, I think," he objected, "and more methodical, to begin by going through the house." "Perhaps, yes. True, that's my own view," said the mayor, grasping at the other's counsel, as a drowning man clings to a plank. And he made all retire excepting the brigadier and the valet de chambre, the latter remaining to serve as guide. "Gendarme!" cried he to the men guarding the gate, "see to it that no one goes out. Prevent anybody from entering the house, and, above all, let no one go into the garden." Then they ascended the staircase. Drops of blood were sprinkled all along the stairs. There was also blood on the baluster, and Monsieur Courtois perceived, with horror, that his hands were stained. When they had reached the first landing stage, the mayor said to the valet de chambre, "Tell me, my friend, did your master and mistress occupy the same chamber?" "Yes, sir." "And where is their chamber?" "There, sir." As he spoke, the valet de chambre staggered back terrified, and pointed to a door, the upper panel of which betrayed the imprint of a bloody hand. Drops of perspiration overspread the poor mayor's forehead. He, too, was terrified, and could hardly keep on his feet. Alas, authority brings with it terrible obligations. The brigadier, an old soldier of the Crimea, visibly moved, hesitated. Monsieur Plantin, alone, as tranquil as if he were in his garden, retained his coolness, and looked around upon the others. "We must decide," said he. He entered the room, the rest followed. There was nothing unusual in the apartment. It was a boudoir hung in blue satin, furnished with a couch and 4 armchairs, covered also with blue satin. One of the chairs was overturned. They passed on to the bedchamber. A frightful disorder appeared in this room. There was not an article of furniture, not an ornament, which did not betray that a terrible, enraged, and merciless struggle had taken place between the assassins and their victims. In the middle of the chamber a small table was overturned, and all about it were scattered lumps of sugar, vermilion cups, and pieces of porcelain. "Ah!" said the valet de chambre, "Monsieur and Madame were taking tea when the wretches came in." The mantel ornaments had been thrown upon the floor. The clock, in falling, had stopped at 20 minutes past 3. Near the clock were the lamps. The globes were in pieces, the oil had been spilled. The canopy of the bed had been torn down, and covered the bed. Some one must have clutched desperately at the draperies. All the furniture was overturned. The coverings of the chairs had been hacked by strokes of a knife, and in places the stuffing protruded. The secretary had been broken open. The writing slide, dislocated, hung by its hinges. The drawers were open and empty, and everywhere blood, blood upon the carpet, the furniture, the curtains, above all, upon the bed curtains. "Poor wretches!" stammered the mayor. "They were murdered here." Every one, for a moment, was appalled. But meanwhile the justice of the peace devoted himself to a minute scrutiny, taking notes upon his tablets, and looking into every corner. When he had finished, "Come," said he, "let us go into the other rooms." Everywhere there was the same disorder. A band of furious maniacs or criminals seized with a frenzy had certainly passed the night in the house. The Count's library, especially, had been turned topsy-turvy. The assassins had not taken the trouble to force the locks, they had gone to work with a hatchet. Surely they were confident of not being overheard, for they must have struck tremendous blows to make the massive oaken bureau fly in pieces. Neither parlor nor smoking room had been respected. Couches, chairs, canopies were cut and torn as if they had been lunged at with swords. 2 spare chambers for guests were all in confusion. They then ascended to the second story. There, in the first room which they penetrated, they found, beside a trunk which had been assaulted, but which was not opened, a hatchet for splitting wood which the valet de chambre recognized as belonging to the house. "Do you understand now?" said the mayor to Monsieur Planta. "The assassins were in force, that's clear. The murder accomplished, they scattered through the château, seeking everywhere the money they knew they would find here. One of them was engaged in breaking open this trunk when the others, below, found the money. They called him, he hastened down, and thinking all further search useless, he left the hatchet here." "I see it," said the brigadier, "just as if I had been here." The ground floor, which they next visited, had been respected. Only after the crime had been committed, and the money secured, the murderers had felt the necessity of refreshing themselves. They found the remains of their supper in the dining room. They had eaten up all the cold meats left in the cupboard. On the table, beside 8 empty bottles of wine and liqueurs, were arranged 5 glasses. "There were 5 of them," said the mayor. By force of will, Monsieur Courtois had recovered his self-possession. "Before going to view the bodies," said he, "I will send word to the Procureur of Corbeil. In an hour we will have a judge of instruction, who will finish our painful task." A gendarme was instructed to harness the Count's buggy, and to hasten to the Procureur. Then the mayor and the justice, followed by the brigadier, the valet de chambre, and the 2 Berthaults, took their way toward the river. The park of Val Feuillu was very wide from right to left. From the house to the Seine it was almost 200 steps. Before the house was a grassy lawn interspersed with flower beds. 2 paths led across the lawn to the river bank. But the murderers had not followed the paths. Making a short cut, they had gone straight across the lawn. Their traces were perfectly visible. The grass was trampled and stamped down as if a heavy load had been dragged over it. In the midst of the lawn they perceived something red. Monsieur Planta went and picked it up. It was a slipper, which the valet de chambre recognized as the Count's. Farther on they found a white silk handkerchief, which the valet declared he had often seen around the Count's neck. This handkerchief was stained with blood. At last they arrived at the river bank, under the willows from which Philippe had intended to cut off a branch. There they saw the body. The sand at this place was much indented by feet seeking a firm support. Everything indicated that here had been the supreme struggle. Monsieur Courtois understood all the importance of these traces. "Let no one advance," said he, and, followed by the justice of the peace, he approached the corpse. Although the face could not be distinguished, both recognized the Countess. Both had seen her in this gray robe adorned with blue trimmings. Now how came she there? The mayor thought that, having succeeded in escaping from the hands of the murderers, she had fled wildly. They had pursued her, had caught up with her there, and she had fallen to rise no more. This version explained the traces of the struggle. It must have been the Count's body that they had dragged across the lawn. Monsieur Courtois talked excitedly, trying to impose his ideas on the justice. But Monsieur Planta hardly listened. You might have thought him 100 leagues from Val Feuillu. He only responded by monosyllables. Yes, no, perhaps. And the worthy mayor gave himself great pains. He went and came, measured steps, minutely scrutinized the ground. There was not at this place more than a foot of water. A mud bank, upon which grew some clumps of flags and some water lilies, descended by a gentle decline from the bank to the middle of the river. The water was very clear, and there was no current. The slippery and slimy mire could be distinctly seen. M. Courtois had gone thus far in his investigations when he was struck by a sudden idea. "Berthaud," said he, "come here." The old poacher obeyed. "You say that you saw the body from your boat?" "Yes, Monsieur Mayor." "Where is your boat?" "There, hauled up to that field." "Well, lead us to it." It was clear to all that this order had a great effect upon the man. He trembled and turned pale under his rough skin, tanned as it was by sun and storm. He was even seen to cast a menacing look toward his son. "Let us go," said he at last. They were returning to the house when the valet proposed to pass over the ditch. "That will be the quickest way," said he. "I will go for a ladder which we will put across." He went off, and quickly reappeared with his improvised footbridge. But at the moment he was adjusting it, the mayor cried out to him, "Stop!" The imprints left by the Berthauds on both sides of the ditch had just caught his eye. "What is this?" said he. "Evidently some one has crossed here, and not long ago, for the traces of the steps are quite fresh." After an examination of some minutes, he ordered that the ladder should be placed farther off. When they had reached the boat, he said to Jean, "Is this the boat with which you went to take up your nets this morning?" "Yes." "Then," resumed M. Courtois, "what implements did you use? Your cast net is perfectly dry. This boat hook and these oars have not been wet for 24 hours." The distress of the father and son became more and more evident. "Do you persist in what you say, Berthaud?" said the mayor. "Certainly." "And you, Philippe?" "Monsieur," stammered the young man, "we have told the truth." "Really?" said M. Courtois, in an ironical tone. "Then you will explain to the proper authorities how it was that you could see anything from a boat which you had not entered. It will be proved to you, also, that the body is in a position where it is impossible to see it from the middle of the river. Then you will still have to tell what these footprints on the grass are, which go from your boat to the place where the ditch has been crossed several times, and by several persons." The two Berthauds hung their heads. "Brigadier," ordered the mayor, "arrest these two men in the name of the law, and prevent all communication between them." Philippe seemed to be ill. As for old Jean, he contented himself with shrugging his shoulders and saying to his son, "Well, you would have it so, wouldn't you?" While the brigadier led the two poachers away, and shut them up separately and under the guard of his men, the justice and the mayor returned to the park. "With all this," muttered M. Courtois, "no traces of the count." They proceeded to take up the body of the countess. The mayor sent for 2 planks, which, with 1,000 precautions, they placed on the ground, being able thus to move the countess without effacing the imprints necessary for the legal examination. Alas! it was indeed she who had been the beautiful, the charming Countess de Tremorel. Here were her smiling face, her lovely speaking eyes, her fine, sensitive mouth. There remained nothing of her former self. The face was unrecognizable, so soiled and wounded was it. Her clothes were in tatters. Surely a furious frenzy had moved the monsters who had slain the poor lady. She had received more than 20 knife wounds, and must have been struck with a stick, or rather with a hammer. She had been dragged by her feet and by her hair. In her left hand she grasped a strip of common cloth, torn doubtless from the clothes of one of the assassins. The mayor, in viewing the spectacle, felt his legs fail him, and supported himself on the arm of the impassible Planta. "Let us carry her to the house," said the justice, "and then we will search for the count." The valet and the brigadier, who had now returned, called on the domestics for assistance. The women rushed into the garden. There was then a terrible concert of cries, lamentations, and imprecations. The wretches! So noble a mistress! So good a lady! Monsieur and Madame de Tremorel, one could see, were adored by their people. The Countess had just been laid upon the billiard table on the ground floor, when the judge of instruction and a physician were announced. "At last!" sighed the worthy mayor, and in a lower tone he added, "The finest metals have their reverse." For the first time in his life, he seriously cursed his ambition, and regretted being the most important personage in Orcival. End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 3 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The judge of instruction of the tribunal at Corbeil was Monsieur Antoine Dominy, a remarkable man since called to higher functions. He was 40 years of age, of a prepossessing person, and endowed with a very expressive but too grave physiognomy. In him seemed typified the somewhat stiff solemnity of the magistracy. Penetrated with the dignity of his office, he sacrificed his life to it, rejecting the most simple distractions and the most innocent pleasures. He lived alone, seldom showing himself abroad, rarely received his friends, not wishing, as he said, that the weaknesses of the man should derogate from the sacred character of the judge. This latter reason had deterred him from marrying, though he felt the need of a domestic sphere. Always and everywhere he was the magistrate, that is, the representative, even to fanaticism, of what he thought the most august institution on the earth. Naturally gay, he would double lock himself in when he wished to laugh. He was witty, but if a bright sally escaped him, you may be sure he repented of it. Body and soul he gave to his vocation, and no one could bring more conscientiousness to the discharge of what he thought to be his duty. He was also inflexible. It was monstrous in his eyes to discuss an article of the code. The law spoke, it was enough. He shut his eyes, covered his ears, and obeyed. From the day when a legal investigation commenced he did not sleep, and he employed every means to discover the truth. Yet he was not regarded as a good judge of instruction. To contend by tricks with a prisoner was repugnant to him; to lay a snare for a rogue he thought debasing. In short, he was obstinate to foolishness, sometimes to absurdity, even to denying the existence of the sun at midday. The mayor and Papa Plantin hastened to meet M. Dominy. He bowed to them gravely, as if he had not known them, and presenting to them a man of some 60 years who accompanied him. "Messieurs," said he, "this is Doctor Gendron." Papa Plantin shook hands with the doctor. The mayor smiled graciously at him, for Doctor Gendron was well known in those parts. He was even celebrated, despite the nearness of Paris. Loving his art and exercising it with a passionate energy, he yet owed his renown less to his science than his manners. People said, "He is an original." They admired his affectation of independence, of scepticism and rudeness. He made his visits from 5 to 9 in the morning, all the worse for those for whom these hours were inconvenient. After 9 o'clock the doctor was not to be had. The doctor was working for himself. The doctor was in his laboratory. The doctor was inspecting his cellar. It was rumored that he sought for secrets of practical chemistry, to augment still more his 20,000 livres of income. And he did not deny it, for in truth he was engaged on poisons, and was perfecting an invention by which could be discovered traces of all the alkaloids which up to that time had escaped analysis. If his friends reproached him even jokingly on sending away sick people in the afternoon, he grew red with rage. "Parbleu!" he answered, "I find you superb. I am a doctor 4 hours in the day. I am paid by hardly a quarter of my patients. That's 3 hours I give daily to humanity, which I despise. Let each of you do as much, and we shall see." The mayor conducted the newcomers into the drawing room, where he installed himself to write down the results of his examination. "What a misfortune for my town, this crime!" said he to M. Dominy. "What shame! Orcival has lost its reputation." "I know nothing of the affair," returned the judge. "The gendarme who went for me knew little about it." Monsieur Courtois recounted at length what his investigation had discovered, not forgetting the minutest detail, dwelling especially on the excellent precautions which he had had the sagacity to take. He told how the conduct of the Berthaults had at first awakened his suspicions; how he had detected them at least in a point-blank lie; how finally he had determined to arrest them. He spoke standing, his head thrown back, with wordy emphasis. The pleasure of speaking partially rewarded him for his recent distress. "And now," he concluded, "I have just ordered the most exact search, so that doubtless we shall find the count's body. 5 men, detailed by me, and all the people of the house, are searching the park. If their efforts are not crowned with success, I have here some fishermen who will drag the river." M. Dominie held his tongue, only nodding his head from time to time as a sign of approbation. He was studying, weighing the details told him, building up in his mind a plan of proceeding. "You have acted wisely," said he at last. "The misfortune is a great one, but I agree with you that we are on the track of the criminals. These poachers, or the gardener who has disappeared, have something, perhaps, to do with this abominable crime." Already for some minutes M. Planton had rather awkwardly concealed some signs of impatience. "The misfortune is," said he, "that if Gaspin is guilty, he will not be such a fool as to show himself here." "Oh, we'll find him," returned M. Dominie. "Before leaving Corbeil, I sent a despatch to the Prefecture of Police at Paris to ask for a police agent, who will doubtless be here shortly." "While waiting," proposed the mayor, "perhaps you would like to see the scene of the crime?" M. Dominie made a motion as if to rise, then sat down again. "In fact, no," said he, "we will see nothing till the agent arrives. But I must have some information concerning the Count and Countess de Tremorel." The worthy mayor again triumphed. "Oh, I can give it to you," answered he quickly, "better than anybody. Ever since their advent here, I may say, I have been one of their best friends. Ah, sir, what charming people! Excellent, and affable, and devoted." And at the remembrance of all his friend's good qualities M. Courtois choked in his utterance. "The Count de Tremorel," he resumed, "was a man of 34 years, handsome, witty to the tips of his nails. He had sometimes, however, periods of melancholy, during which he did not wish to see anybody; but he was ordinarily so affable, so polite, so obliging. He knew so well how to be noble without haughtiness, that everybody here esteemed and loved him." "And the countess?" asked the judge of instruction. "An angel, monsieur, an angel on earth. Poor lady! You will soon see her remains, and surely you would not guess that she has been the queen of the country, by reason of her beauty." "Were they rich?" "Yes. They must have had, together, more than 100,000 francs income. Oh, yes, much more; for within 5 or 6 months the count, who had not the bucolic tastes of poor Sauvercy, sold some lands to buy consols." "Have they been married long?" M. Courtois scratched his head. It was his appeal to memory. "Faith," he answered, "it was in September of last year, just 6 months ago. I married them myself. Poor Sauvercy had been dead a year." The judge of instruction looked up from his notes with a surprised air. "Who is this Sauvercy?" he inquired, "of whom you speak?" Papa Plantin, who was furiously biting his nails in a corner, apparently a stranger to what was passing, rose abruptly. "Monsieur Sauvercy," said he, "was the first husband of Madame de Tremorel. My friend Courtois has omitted this fact." "Oh!" said the mayor, in a wounded tone. "It seems to me that under present circumstances " "Pardon me," interrupted the judge. "It is a detail such as may well become valuable, though apparently foreign to the case, and at the first view insignificant." "Humph!" grunted Papa Plantin. "Insignificant! Foreign to it!" His tone was so singular, his air so strange, that Monsieur Dominie was struck by it. "Do you share," he asked, "the opinion of the mayor regarding the Tremorels?" Planta shrugged his shoulders. "I haven't any opinions," he answered. "I live alone, see nobody, don't disturb myself about anything. But " "It seems to me," said Monsieur Courtois, "that nobody should be better acquainted with people who were my friends than I myself." "Then you are telling the story clumsily," said Monsieur Planta, dryly. The judge of instruction pressed him to explain himself. So Monsieur Planta, without more ado, to the great scandal of the mayor, who was thus put into the background, proceeded to dilate upon the main features of the count's and countess's biography. The Countess de Tremorel, née Bertha le Chahut, was the daughter of a poor village schoolmaster. At 18, her beauty was famous for 3 leagues around, but as she only had for dowry her great blue eyes and blonde ringlets, but few serious lovers presented themselves. Already Bertha, by advice of her family, had resigned herself to take a place as a governess, a sad position for so beautiful a maid, when the heir of one of the richest domains in the neighborhood happened to see her, and fell in love with her. Clément Sauvercy was just 30. He had no longer any family, and possessed nearly 100,000 livres income from lands absolutely free of encumbrance. Clearly, he had the best right in the world to choose a wife to his taste. He did not hesitate. He asked for Bertha's hand, won it, and a month later wedded her at midday, to the great scandal of the neighboring aristocracy, who went about saying, "What folly! What good is there in being rich, if it is not to double one's fortune by a good marriage?" Nearly a month before the marriage, Sauvercy set the laborers to work at Valfeuillu, and in no long time had spent, in repairs and furniture, a trifle of 30,000 crowns. The newly married pair chose this beautiful spot in which to spend their honeymoon. They were so well contented there, that they established themselves permanently at Valfeuillu, to the great satisfaction of the neighborhood. Bertha was one of those persons, it seemed, who are born especially to marry millionaires. Without awkwardness or embarrassment, she passed easily from the humble schoolroom where she had assisted her father, to the splendid drawing room of Valfeuillu. And when she did the honors of her château to all the neighboring aristocracy, it seemed as though she had never done anything else. She knew how to remain simple, approachable, modest, all the while that she took the tone of the highest society. She was beloved. "But it appears to me," interrupted the mayor, "that I said the same thing, and it was really not worth while." A gesture from Monsieur Dominie closed his mouth, and Monsieur Planta continued. Sauvercy was also liked, for he was one of those golden hearts which know not how to suspect evil. He was one of those men with a robust faith, with obstinate illusions whom doubts never disturb. He was one of those who thoroughly confide in the sincerity of their friends, in the love of their mistresses. This new domestic household ought to be happy. It was so. Bertha adored her husband, that frank man who, before speaking to her a word of love, offered her his hand. Sauvercy professed for his wife a worship which few thought foolish. They lived in great style at Valfeuillu. They received a great deal. When autumn came all the numerous spare chambers were filled. The turnouts were magnificent. Sauvercy had been married 2 years, when one evening he brought from Paris one of his old and intimate friends, a college comrade of whom he had often spoken, Count Hector de Tremorel. The Count intended to remain but a short time at Valfeuillu, but weeks passed, and then months, and still he remained. It was not surprising. Hector had passed a very stormy youth, full of debauchery, of clubs, of gambling, and of amours. He had thrown to the winds of his caprices an immense fortune. The relatively calm life of Valfeuillu was a relief. At first, people said to him, "You will soon have enough of the country." He smiled, but said nothing. It was then thought, and rightly perhaps, that having become poor, he cared little to display his ruin before those who had obscured his splendour. He absented himself rarely, and then only, to go to Corbeil, almost always on foot. There he frequented the Belle Image Hotel, the best in the town, and met, as if by chance, a young lady from Paris. They spent the afternoon together, and separated when the last train left. "Peste!" growled the mayor. "For a man who lives alone, who sees nobody, who would not for the world have anything to do with other people's business, it seems to me our dear Monsieur Plantat is pretty well informed." Evidently Monsieur Courtois was jealous. How was it that he, the first personage in the place, had been absolutely ignorant of these meetings? His ill humour was increasing when Dr. Gendron answered: "Bah! All Corbeil prated about that at the time." Monsieur Plantat made a movement with his lips as if to say, "I know other things besides." He went on, however, with his story. The visit of Count Hector made no change in the habits at the château. Monsieur and Madame Sauvrecy had a brother. That was all. Sauvrecy, at this time, made several journeys to Paris, where, as everybody knew, he was engaged in arranging his friend's affairs. This charming existence lasted a year. Happiness seemed to be fixed for ever beneath the delightful shades of Alfeuillu. But, alas! One evening, on returning from the hunt, Sauvrecy became so ill that he was forced to take to his bed. A doctor was called. Inflammation of the chest had set in. Sauvrecy was young, vigorous as an oak. His state did not at first cause anxiety. A fortnight afterward, in fact, he was up and about. But he was imprudent, and had a relapse. He again nearly recovered. A week afterward there was another relapse, and this time so serious that a fatal end of his illness was foreseen. During this long sickness, the love of Bertha and the affection of Tremorel for Sauvrecy were tenderly shown. Never was an invalid tended with such solicitude, surrounded with so many proofs of the purest devotion. His wife and his friend were always at his couch, night and day. He had hours of suffering, but never a second of weariness. He repeated to all who went to see him that he had come to bless his illness. He said to himself, "If I had not fallen ill, I should never have known how much I was beloved." "He said the same thing to me," interrupted the mayor, "more than 100 times. He also said so to Madame Courtois, to Laurence, my eldest daughter." "Naturally," continued M. Plantat. "But Sauvrecy's distemper was one against which the science of the most skilful physicians and the most constant care contend in vain. He said that he did not suffer much, but he faded perceptibly, and was no more than the shadow of his former self. At last, one night, toward 2 or 3 o'clock, he died in the arms of his wife and his friend. Up to the last moment he had preserved the full force of his faculties. Less than an hour before expiring, he wished every one to be awakened, and that all the servants of the castle should be summoned. When they were all gathered about the bedside, he took his wife's hand, placed it in that of the Count de Tremorel, and made them swear to marry each other when he was no more. Bertha and Hector began to protest, but he insisted in such a manner as to compel assent, praying and adjuring them, and declaring that their refusal would embitter his last moments. This idea of the marriage between his widow and his friend seems, besides, to have singularly possessed his thoughts toward the close of his life. In the preamble of his will, dictated the night before his death, to M. Bury, notary of Orcival, he says formally that their union is his dearest wish, certain as he is of their happiness, and knowing well that his memory will be piously kept. "Had Monsieur and Madame Sauvrecy no children?" asked the judge of instruction. "No," answered the mayor. M. Plantat continued: "The grief of the count and the young widow was intense. M. de Tremorel especially seemed absolutely desperate, and acted like a madman. The countess shut herself up, forbidding even those whom she loved best from entering her chamber, even Madame Courtois. When the Count and Madame Bertha reappeared, they were scarcely to be recognized, so much had both changed. Monsieur Hector seemed to have grown 20 years older. Would they keep the oath made at the deathbed of Sauvercy, of which every one was apprised? This was asked with all the more curiosity because their profound sorrow for a man who well merited it was admired. The judge of instruction stopped Monsieur Planta with a motion of his hand. "Do you know," asked he, "whether the rendezvous at the Hôtel Belle Image had ceased?" "I suppose so, sir. I think so." "I am almost sure of it," said Dr. Gendron. "I have often heard it said they know everything at Corbeil that there was a heated explanation between Monsieur de Tremorel and the pretty Parisian lady. After this quarrel they were no longer seen at the Belle Image." The old justice of the peace smiled. "Melun is not at the end of the world," said he, "and there are hotels at Melun. With a good horse one is soon at Fontainebleau, at Versailles, even at Paris. Madame de Tremorel might have been jealous. Her husband had some first-rate trotters in his stables." Did Monsieur Planta give an absolutely disinterested opinion, or did he make an insinuation? The judge of instruction looked at him attentively, to reassure himself, but his visage expressed nothing but a profound serenity. He told the story as he would any other, no matter what. "Please go on, monsieur," resumed Monsieur Dominy. "Alas!" said Monsieur Planta, "nothing here below is eternal, not even grief. I know it better than anybody. Soon, to the tears of the first days, to violent despair, there succeeded, in the Count and Madame Bertha, a reasonable sadness, then a soft melancholy. And in 1 year after Sauvercy's death, Monsieur de Tremorel espoused his widow." During this long narrative, the mayor had several times exhibited marks of impatience. At the end, being able to hold in no longer, he exclaimed: "There! Those are surely exact details, but I question whether they have advanced us a step in this grave matter which occupies us all, to find the murderers of the Count and Countess." Monsieur Planta, at these words, bent on the judge of instruction his clear and deep look, as if to search his conscience to the bottom. "These details were indispensable," returned Monsieur Dominy, "and they are very clear. Those rendezvous at the hotel struck me. One knows not to what extremities jealousy might lead a woman." He stopped abruptly, seeking, no doubt, some connection between the pretty Parisian and the murderers, then resumed: "Now that I know the Tremorels as if I had lived with them intimately, let us proceed to the actual facts." The brilliant eye of Monsieur Planta immediately grew dim. He opened his lips as if to speak, but kept his peace. The doctor alone, who had not ceased to study the old justice of the peace, remarked the sudden change of his features. "It only remains," said Monsieur Dominy, "to know how the new couple lived." Monsieur Courtois thought it due to his dignity to anticipate Monsieur Planta. "You ask how the new couple lived," said he hastily. "They lived in perfect concord. Nobody knows better about it than I, who was the most intimate with them. The memory of poor Sauvercy was a bond of happiness between them. If they liked me so well, it was because I often talked of him. Never a cloud, never a cross word. Hector, I called him so familiarly, this poor, dear count, gave his wife the tender attentions of a lover, those delicate cares which I fear most married people soon dispense with." "And the countess?" asked Monsieur Planta, in a tone too marked not to be ironical. "Bertha," replied the worthy mayor. "She permitted me to call her thus, paternally. I have cited her many and many a time as an example and model to Madame Courtois. She was worthy of Hector and of Sauvercy, the two most worthy men I have ever met." Then, perceiving that his enthusiasm somewhat surprised his hearers, he added more softly: "I have my reasons for expressing myself thus, and I do not hesitate to do so before men whose profession and character will justify my discretion. Sauveressy, when living, did me a great service, when I was forced to take the mayoralty. As for Hector, I knew well that he had departed, from the dissipations of his youth, and thought I discerned that he was not indifferent to my eldest daughter, Laurence, and I dreamed of a marriage all the more proper, as, if the Count Hector had a great name, I would give to my daughter a dowry large enough to gild any escutcheon. Only events modified my projects." The mayor would have gone on singing the praises of the Tremorels and his own family, if the judge of instruction had not interposed. "Here I am fixed," he commenced. "Now, it seems to me—" He was interrupted by a loud noise in the vestibule. It seemed like a struggle, and cries and shouts reached the drawing room. Everybody rose. "I know what it is," said the mayor, "only too well. They have just found the body of the Count de Tremorel." Chapter 4 and 5 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. The mayor was mistaken. The drawing-room door opened suddenly, and a man of slender form, who was struggling furiously, and with an energy which would not have been suspected, appeared, held on one side by a gendarme, and on the other by a domestic. The struggle had already lasted long, and his clothes were in great disorder. His new coat was torn, his cravat floated in strips, the button of his collar had been wrenched off, and his open shirt left his breast bare. In the vestibule and court were heard the frantic cries of the servants and the curious crowd, of whom there were more than 100, whom the news of the crime had collected about the gate, and who burned to hear and above all to see. This enraged crowd cried, "It is he! Death to the assassin! It is Gaspin! See him!" And the wretch, inspired by an immense fright, continued to struggle. "Help!" shouted he hoarsely. "Leave me alone! I am innocent!" He had posted himself against the drawing-room door, and they could not force him forward. "Push him!" ordered the mayor. "Push him!" It was easier to command than to execute. Terror lent to Gaspin enormous force. But it occurred to the doctor to open the second wing of the door. The support failed the wretch, and he fell, or rather rolled at the foot of the table at which the judge of instruction was seated. He was straightway on his feet again, and his eyes sought a chance to escape. Seeing none, for the windows and doors were crowded with the lookers on, he fell into a chair. The fellow appeared the image of terror, wrought up to paroxysm. On his livid face, black and blue, were visible the marks of the blows he had received in the struggle. His white lips trembled, and he moved his jaws as if he sought a little saliva for his burning tongue. His staring eyes were bloodshot, and expressed the wildest distress. His body was bent with convulsive spasms. So terrible was this spectacle that the mayor thought it might be an example of great moral force. He turned toward the crowd, and pointing to Gaspin, said in a tragic tone, "See what crime is!" The others exchanged surprised looks. "If he is guilty," muttered M. Planta, "why on earth has he returned?" It was with difficulty that the crowd was kept back. The brigadier was forced to call in the aid of his men. Then he returned and placed himself beside Gaspin, thinking it not prudent to leave him alone with unarmed men. But the man was little to be feared. The reaction came. His over-excited energy became exhausted, his strained muscles flaccid, and his prostration resembled the agony of brain fever. Meanwhile the brigadier recounted what had happened. "Some of the servants of the château and the neighboring houses were chatting near the gate about the crime and the disappearance of Gaspin last night, when all of a sudden some one perceived him at a distance, staggering and singing boisterously as if he were drunk." "Was he really drunk?" asked M. Dominy. "Very," returned the brigadier. "Then we owe it to the wine that we have caught him, and thus all will be explained." "On perceiving this wretch," pursued the gendarme, who seemed not to have the shadow of a doubt of Gaspin's guilt, "François, the Count's valet de chambre, and Baptiste, the mayor's servant, who were there, hastened to meet him and seized him. He was so tipsy that he thought they were fooling with him. When he saw my men he was undeceived. Just then one of the women cried out, 'Brigand, it was you who might have this night assassinated the count and the countess.' He immediately became paler than death, and remained motionless and dumb. Then he began to struggle so violently that he nearly escaped. Ah, he's strong, the rogue, although he does not look like it." "And he said nothing?" said Planta. "Not a word. His teeth were so tightly shut with rage that I am sure he couldn't say bread. But we've got him. I've searched him, and this is what I have found in his pockets: a handkerchief, a pruning knife, 2 small keys, a scrap of paper covered with figures, and an address of the establishment of Vulcan's Forge. But that's not all." The brigadier took a step, and eyed his auditors mysteriously. He was preparing his effect. "That's not all. While they were bringing him along in the courtyard, he tried to get rid of his wallet. Happily I had my eyes open, and saw the dodge. I picked up the wallet, which he had thrown among the flowers near the door. Here it is. In it are a 100-franc note, 3 napoleons, and 7 francs in change. Yesterday the rascal hadn't a sou." "How do you know that?" asked M. Dominy. "Dame! Monsieur Juge, he borrowed of the valet François, who told me of it, 25 francs, pretending that it was to pay his share of the wedding expenses." "Tell François to come here," said the judge of instruction. "Now, sir," he continued, when the valet presented himself, "do you know whether Gaspin had any money yesterday?" "He had so little, monsieur," answered François promptly, "that he asked me to lend him 25 francs during the day, saying that otherwise he could not go to the wedding, not having enough even to pay his railway fare. But he might have some savings, a 100-franc note, for instance, which he didn't like to change." François shook his head with an incredulous smile. "Gaspin isn't the man to have savings," said he. "Women and cards exhaust all his wages. No longer ago than last week, the keeper of the Café du Commerce came here, and made a row on account of what he owed him, and threatened to go to the count about it." Perceiving the effect of what he said, the valet, as if to correct himself, hastened to add, "I have no ill will toward Gaspin. Before to day I've always considered him a clever fellow, though he was too much of a practical joker. He was perhaps a little proud, considering his bringing up." "You may go," said the judge, cutting the disquisition of M. François short. The valet retired. During this colloquy Gaspin had little by little come to himself. The judge of instruction, Planta, and the mayor narrowly watched the play of his countenance, which he had not the coolness to compose, while the doctor held his pulse and counted its beating. "Remorse and fear of punishment," muttered the mayor. "Innocence and the impossibility of proving it," responded Planta in a low tone. M. Dominy heard both these exclamations, but did not appear to take notice of them. His opinion was not formed, and he did not wish that any one should be able to foretell by any word of his what it would be. "Are you better, my friend?" asked Dr. Gendron of Gaspin. The poor fellow made an affirmative sign. Then, having looked around with the anxious glance of a man who calculates a precipice over which he has fallen, he passed his hand across his eyes, and stammered, "Something to drink?" A glass of water was brought, and he drank it at a draught, with an expression of intense satisfaction. Then he got upon his feet. "Are you now in a fit state to answer me?" asked the judge. Gaspin staggered a little, then drew himself up. He continued erect before the judge, supporting himself against the table. The nervous trembling of his hands diminished, the blood returned to his cheeks, and as he listened, he arranged the disorder of his clothes. "You know the events of this night, don't you?" commenced the judge. "The Count and Countess de Tremorel have been murdered. You went away yesterday with all the servants of the château. You left them at the Lyons station about 9 o'clock. You have just returned, alone. Where have you passed the night?" Gaspin hung his head and remained silent. "That is not all," continued M. Dominy. "Yesterday you had no money, the fact is well known. One of your fellow servants has just proved it. To day 167 francs are found in your wallet. Where did you get this money?" The unhappy creature's lip moved as if he wished to answer. A sudden thought seemed to check him, for he did not speak. "More yet. What is this card of a hardware establishment that has been found in your pocket?" Gaspin made a sign of desperation, and stammered, "I am innocent." "I have not as yet accused you," said the judge of instruction, quickly. "You knew, perhaps, that the Count received a considerable sum yesterday." A bitter smile parted Gaspin's lips as he answered, "I know well enough that everything is against me." There was a profound silence. The doctor, the mayor, and Plantin, seized with a keen curiosity, dared not move. Perhaps nothing in the world is more thrilling than one of these merciless duels between justice and a man suspected of a crime. The questions may seem insignificant, the answers irrelevant. Both questions and answers envelop terrible hidden meanings. The smallest gesture, the most rapid movement of physiognomy may acquire deep significance, a fugitive light in the eye betray an advantage gained. An imperceptible change in the voice may be a confession. The coolness of M. Dominie was disheartening. "Let us see," said he, after a pause. "Where did you pass the night? How did you get this money? And what does this address mean?" "Eh?" cried Gaspin, with the rage of powerlessness. "I should tell you what you would not believe." The judge was about to ask another question, but Gaspin cut him short. "No, you wouldn't believe me," he repeated, his eyes glistening with anger. "Do men like you believe men like me? I have a past, you know, of antecedents, as you would say. The past! They throw that in my face, as if the future depended on the past. Well, yes, it's true. I'm a debauchee, a gambler, a drunkard, an idler, but what of it? It's true I have been before the police court, and condemned for night poaching. What does that prove? I have wasted my life, but whom have I wronged if not myself? My past! Have I not sufficiently expiated it?" Gaspin was self-possessed, and finding in himself sensations which awoke a sort of eloquence, he expressed himself with a savage energy well calculated to strike his hearers. "I have not always served others," he continued. "My father was in easy circumstances, almost rich. He had large gardens near Saumur, and he passed for one of the best gardeners of that region. I was educated, and when 16 years old began to study law. 4 years later they thought me a talented youth. Unhappily for me, my father died. He left me a landed property worth 100,000 francs. I sold it out for 60,000 and went to Paris. I was a fool then. I had the fever of pleasure seeking, a thirst for all sorts of pastimes, perfect health, plenty of money. I found Paris a narrow limit for my vices. It seemed to me that the objects of my desires were wanting. I thought my 60,000 francs would last for ever." Gaspin paused. 1,000 memories of those times rushed into his thoughts, and he muttered, "Those were good times." "My 60,000 francs," he resumed, "held out 8 years. Then I hadn't a sou, yet I longed to continue my way of living. You understand, don't you? About this time the police one night arrested me. I was detained 6 months. You will find the records of the affair at the Prefecture. Do you know what it will tell you? It will tell you that on leaving prison I fell into that shameful and abominable misery which exists in Paris. I will tell you that I have lived among the worst and lowest outcasts of Paris, and it is the truth." The worthy mayor was filled with consternation. "Good heaven!" thought he, "what an audacious and cynical rascal! And to think that one is liable at any time to admit such servants into his house!" The judge held his tongue. He knew that Gaspin was in such a state that, under the irresistible impulse of passion, he might betray his innermost thoughts. "But there is one thing," continued the suspected man, "that the record will not tell you, that, disgusted with this abject life, I was tempted to suicide. It will not tell you anything of my desperate attempts, my repentance, my relapses. At last I was able in part to reform. I got work, and after being in 4 situations, engaged myself here. I found myself well off. I always spent my month's wages in advance, it's true. But what would you have? And ask if anyone has ever had to complain of me. It is well known that among the most intelligent criminals, those who have had a certain degree of education and enjoyed some good fortune are the most redoubtable. According to this, Gaspin was decidedly dangerous. So thought those who heard him. Meanwhile, exhausted by his excitement, he paused and wiped his face, covered with perspiration. Monsieur Dominie had not lost sight of his plan of attack. "All that is very well," said he. "We will return to your confession at the proper time and place. But just now the question is, how you spent your night, and where you got this money." This persistency seemed to exasperate Gaspin. "Eh?" cried he. "How do you want me to answer? The truth? You wouldn't credit it. As well keep silent. It is a fatality." "I warn you, for your own sake," resumed the judge, "that if you persist in refusing to answer, the charges which weigh upon you are such that I will have you arrested as suspected of this murder." This menace seemed to have a remarkable effect on Gaspin. Great tears filled his eyes, up to that time dry and flashing, and silently rolled down his cheeks. His energy was exhausted. He fell on his knees, crying, "Mercy! I beg you, monsieur, not to arrest me. I swear I am innocent. I swear it." "Speak, then." "You wish it," said Gaspin, rising. Then he suddenly changed his tone. "No, I will not speak. I cannot. One man alone could save me. It is the count, and he is dead. I am innocent. Yet if the guilty are not found, I am lost. Everything is against me. I know it too well. Now do with me as you please. I will not say another word." Gaspin's determination, confirmed by his look, did not surprise the judge. "You will reflect," said he quietly. "Only, when you have reflected, I shall not have the same confidence in what you say as I should have now." "Possibly," and the judge spoke slowly and with emphasis, "you have only had an indirect part in this crime. If so " "Neither indirect nor direct," interrupted Gaspin, and he added violently, "What misery! To be innocent, and not able to defend myself!" "Since it is so," resumed M. Dominie, "you should not object to be placed before Madame de Tremorel's body." The accused did not seem affected by this menace. He was conducted into the hall whither they had fetched the countess. There he examined the body with a cold and calm eye. He said simply, "She is happier than I. She is dead. She suffers no longer. And I, who am not guilty, am accused of her death." M. Dominie made one more effort. "Come, Gaspin, if in any way you know of this crime, I conjure you, tell me. If you know the murderers, name them. Try to merit some indulgence for your frankness and repentance." Gaspin made a gesture as if resigned to persecution. "By all that is most sacred," he answered, "I am innocent. Yet I see clearly that if the murderer is not found, I am lost." Little by little M. Dominie's conviction was formed and confirmed. An inquest of this sort is not so difficult as may be imagined. The difficulty is to seize at the beginning, in the entangled skein, the main thread, which must lead to the truth through all the mazes, the ruses, silence, falsehoods of the guilty. M. Dominie was certain that he held this precious thread. Having one of the assassins, he knew well that he would secure the others. Our prisons, where good soup is eaten, and good beds are provided, have tongues, as well as the dungeons of the medieval ages. The judge ordered the brigadier to arrest Gaspin, and told him not to lose sight of him. He then sent for old Berthaud. This worthy personage was not one of the people who worry themselves. He had had so many affairs with the men of law that one inquisition the more disturbed him little. "This man has had a bad reputation in my commune," whispered the mayor to M. Dominie. Berthaud heard it, however, and smiled. Questioned by the judge of instruction, he recounted very clearly and exactly what had happened in the morning, his resistance, and his son's determination. He explained the reason for the falsehood they told; and here again the chapter of antecedents came up. "Look here, I'm better than my reputation after all," said he. "There are many folks who can't say as much. You see many things when you go about at night. Enough." He was urged to explain his illusions, but in vain. When he was asked where and how he had passed the night, he answered that having left the cabaret at 10 o'clock, he went to put down some traps in Mauprevoir Wood, and had gone home and to bed about 1 o'clock. "By the by," added he, "there ought to be some game in those traps by this time." "Can you bring a witness to prove that you went home at 1?" asked the mayor, who bethought him of the Count's clock, stopped at 20 minutes past 3. "Don't know, I'm sure," carelessly responded the poacher. "It's quite likely that my son didn't wake up when I went to bed." He added, seeing the judge reflect, "I suspect that you are going to imprison me until the murderers are discovered. If it was winter I wouldn't complain much. A fellow is well off in prison then, for it's warm there. But just at the time for hunting, it's provoking. It will be a good lesson for that Philippe. It'll teach him what it costs to render a service to gentlefolks." "Enough!" interrupted M. Dominie sternly. "Do you know Gaspin?" This name suddenly subdued the careless insolence of the marauder. His little gray eyes experienced a singular restlessness. "Certainly," he answered, in an embarrassed tone. "We have often made a party at cards, you understand, while sipping our Gloria (coffee and brandy). The man's inquietude struck the four who heard him. Plantin especially betrayed profound surprise. The old vagabond was too shrewd not to perceive the effect which he produced. "Faith, so much the worse," cried he. "I'll tell you everything. Every man for himself, isn't it? If Gaspin has done the deed, it will not blacken him any more, nor make him any the worse off. I know him simply because he used to sell me the grapes and strawberries from the Count's conservatories. I suppose he stole them, we divided the money, and I left." Plantin could not refrain from an exclamation of satisfaction, as if to say, "Good luck! I knew it well enough." When he said he would be sent to prison, Berthaud was not wrong. The judge ordered his arrest. It was now Philippe's turn. The poor fellow was in a pitiable state. He was crying bitterly. "To accuse me of such a crime, me!" he kept repeating. On being questioned, he told the pure and simple truth, excusing himself, however, for having dared to penetrate into the park. When he was asked at what hour his father reached home, he said he knew nothing about it. He had gone to bed about 9, and had not awoke until morning. He knew Gaspin, from having seen him at his father's several times. He knew that the old man had some transactions with the gardener, but he was ignorant as to what they were. He had never spoken 4 times to Gaspin. The judge ordered Philippe to be set at liberty, not that he was wholly convinced of his innocence, but because if the crime had been committed by several persons, it was well to have one of them free. He could be watched, and he would betray the whereabouts of the rest. Meanwhile the Count's body was nowhere to be found. The park had been rigidly searched, but in vain. The mayor suggested that he had been thrown into the river, which was also M. Dominie's opinion, and some fishermen were sent to drag the Seine, commencing their search a little above the place where the Countess was found. It was then nearly 3 o'clock. M. Plantin remarked that probably no one had eaten anything during the day. Would it not be wise to take something, he suggested, if the investigations were to be pursued till night? This appeal to the trivial necessities of our frail humanity highly displeased the worthy mayor; but the rest readily assented to the suggestion, and M. Courtois, though not in the least hungry, followed the general example. Around the table, which was yet wet with the wine spilt by the assassins, the judge, M. Plantin, the mayor, and the doctor sat down and partook of an improvised collation. 5. The staircase had been put under guard, but the vestibule had remained free. People were heard coming and going, tramping and coughing. then rising above this continuous noise, the oaths of the gendarmes trying to keep back the crowd. From time to time a scared face passed by the dining room door, which was ajar. These were curious folks who, more daring than the rest, wished to see the men of justice eating, and tried to hear a word or two to report them, and so become important in the eyes of others. But the men of justice, as they said at Orcival, took care to say nothing of moment while the doors were open, and while a servant was passing to and fro. Greatly moved by this frightful crime, disturbed by the mystery which surrounded it, they hid their impressions. Each, on his part, studied the probability of his suspicions, and kept his opinion to himself. M. Dominie, as he ate, put his notes in order, numbering the leaves, making certain peculiarly significant answers of the suspected persons with a cross. He was perhaps the least tormented of the 4 companions at this funereal repast. The crime did not seem to him one of those which keep judges of instruction sleepless through the night. He saw clearly the motive of it, and he had Berthaud and Gaspin, 2 of the assassins, or at least accomplices, secure. M. Planta and Dr. Gendron, seated next each other, were talking of the illness which carried off Sauvrecy. M. Courtois listened to the hubbub without. The news of the double murder was soon noised about the neighborhood, and the crowd increased every minute. It filled the court and became bolder and bolder. The gendarmes were overwhelmed. Then or never was the time for the mayor to show his authority. "I am going to make these people listen to reason," said he, "and make them retire." And at once, wiping his mouth, he threw his tumbled napkin on the table and went out. It was time. The brigadier's injunctions were no longer heeded. Some curious people, more eager than the rest, had flanked the position and were forcing an entrance through the gate leading to the garden. The mayor's presence did not perhaps intimidate the crowd much, but it redoubled the energy of the gendarmes. The vestibule was cleared amid murmurings against the arm of the law. What a chance for a speech! M. Courtois was not wanting to the occasion. He believed that his eloquence, endowed with the virtues of a cold shower bath, would calm this unwonted effervescence of his constituency. He stepped forward upon the steps, his left hand resting in the opening of his vest, gesturing with his right in the proud and impassible attitude which the sculptor lends to great orators. It was thus that he posed before his council when, finding unexpected opposition, he undertook to impose his will upon them, and recall the recalcitrant members to their duty. His speech in fragments penetrated to the dining room. According as he turned to the right or to the left, his voice was clear and distinct, or was lost in space. He said: "Fellow citizens, an atrocious crime, unheard of before in our commune, has shocked our peaceable and honest neighborhood. I understand and excuse your feverish emotion, your natural indignation. As well as you, my friends, more than you, I cherished and esteemed the noble Count de Tremorel and his virtuous wife. We mourn them together." "I assure you," said Dr. Gendron to M. Planta, "that the symptoms you describe are not uncommon after pleurisy. From the acute state, the inflammation passes to the chronic state, and becomes complicated with pneumonia." "But nothing," pursued the mayor, "can justify a curiosity which, by its importunate attempts to be satisfied, embarrasses the investigation, and is, at all events, a punishable interference with the cause of justice. Why this unwonted gathering? Why these rumors and noises? These premature conjectures?" "There were several consultations," said M. Planta, "which did not have favorable results. Sauvrecy suffered altogether strange and unaccountable tortures. He complained of troubles so unwonted, so absurd, if you'll excuse the word, that he discouraged all the conjectures of the most experienced physicians." "Was it not R of Paris who attended him?" "Exactly. He came daily, and often remained overnight. Many times I have seen him ascending the principal street of the village, with troubled countenance, as he went to give his prescription to the apothecary." "Be wise enough," cried M. Courtois, "to moderate your just anger. Be calm. Be dignified." "Surely," continued Dr. Gendron, "your apothecary is an intelligent man. But you have at Orcival a fellow who quite outdoes him, a fellow who knows how to make money, one Robelot." "Robelot, the bone setter?" "That's the man. I suspect him of giving consultations and prescribing sub rosa. He is very clever. In fact, I educated him. 5 or 6 years ago he was my laboratory boy, and even now I employ him when I have a delicate operation on hand." The doctor stopped, struck by the alteration in the impassible Planta's features. "What is the matter, my friend?" he asked. "Are you ill?" The judge left his notes to look at him. "Why," said he, "Monsieur Planta is very pale." But Monsieur Planta speedily resumed his habitual expression. "'Tis nothing," he answered, "really nothing. With my abominable stomach, as soon as I change my hour of eating." Having reached his peroration, M. Courtois raised his voice. "Return," said he, "to your peaceable homes, your quiet avocations. Rest assured the law protects you. Already justice has begun its work. 2 of the criminals are in its power, and we are on the track of their accomplices." "Of all the servants of the château," remarked M. Planta, "there remains not one who knew Sauvercy. The domestics have one by one been replaced." "No doubt," answered the doctor, "the sight of the old servants would be disagreeable to M. de Tremorel." He was interrupted by the mayor, who re entered, his eyes glowing, his face animated, wiping his forehead. "I have let the people know," said he, "the indecency of their curiosity. They have all gone away. They were anxious to get at Philippe Berthaud, the brigadier says. Public opinion has a sharp scent." Hearing the door open, he turned and found himself face to face with a man whose features were scarcely visible, so profoundly did he bow, his hat pressed against his breast. "What do you wish?" sternly asked M. Courtois. "By what right have you come in here? Who are you?" The man drew himself up. "I am M. Lecoq," he replied, with a gracious smile. "M. Lecoq of the detective force, sent by the Prefect of Police, in reply to a telegram, for this affair." This declaration clearly surprised all present, even the judge of instruction. In France each profession has its special externals, as it were, insignia, which betray it at first view. Each profession has its conventional type, and when public opinion has adopted a type, it does not admit it possible that the type should be departed from. What is a doctor? A grave man, all in black, with a white cravat. A gentleman with a capacious stomach adorned with heavy gold seals can only be a banker. Everybody knows that the artist is a merry liver, with a peaked hat, a velvet vest, and enormous ruffles. By virtue of this rule, the detective of the Prefecture ought to have an eye full of mystery, something suspicious about him, a negligence of dress, and imitation jewelry. The most obtuse shopkeeper is sure that he can scent a detective at 20 paces, a big man with moustaches, and a shining felt hat, his throat imprisoned by a collar of hair, dressed in a black threadbare surtout, carefully buttoned up on account of the entire absence of linen. Such is the type. But according to this, M. Lecoq, as he entered the dining room at Val Feuillu, had by no means the air of a detective. True, M. Lecoq can assume whatever air he pleases. His friends declare that he has a physiognomy peculiar to himself, which he resumes when he enters his own house, and which he retains by his own fireside with his slippers on; but the fact is not well proved. What is certain is that his mobile face lends itself to strange metamorphoses; that he moulds his features according to his will, as the sculptor moulds clay for modelling. He changes everything, even his look. "So," said the judge of instruction, "the Prefect has sent you to me, in case certain investigations become necessary." "Yes, monsieur, quite at your service." M. Lecoq on this day assumed a handsome wig of lank hair, of that vague colour called Paris blonde, parted on the side by a line pretentiously fanciful, Whiskers of the same colour, puffed out with bad pomade, encircled a pallid face. His big eyes seemed congealed within their red border, an open smile rested on his thick lips, which in parting discovered a range of long yellow teeth. His face otherwise expressed nothing in particular. It was a nearly equal mixture of timidity, self-sufficiency, and contentment. It was quite impossible to concede the least intelligence to the possessor of such a phiz. One involuntarily looked for a goitre. The retail haberdashers who, having cheated for 30 years in their threads and needles, retire with large incomes, should have such heads as this. His apparel was as dull as his person. His coat resembled all coats, his trousers all trousers. A hair chain, the same colour as his whiskers, was attached to a large silver watch, which bulged out his left waistcoat pocket. While speaking he fumbled with a confection box made of transparent horn, full of little square lozenges, and adorned by a portrait of a very homely, well-dressed woman, the defunct, no doubt. As the conversation proceeded, according as he was satisfied or disturbed, M. Lecoq munched a lozenge, or directed glances toward the portrait, which were quite a poem in themselves. Having examined the man a long time, the judge of instruction shrugged his shoulders. "Well," said M. Dominie, finally, "now that you are here, we will explain to you what has occurred." "Oh, that's quite useless," responded Lecoq, with a satisfied air. "Perfectly useless, sir." "Nevertheless, it is necessary that you should know." "What, that which monsieur the judge knows?" interrupted the detective, "for that I already know. Let us agree there has been a murder, with theft as its motive, and start from that point. The countess's body has been found, not so that of the count. What else? Berthaud, an acknowledged rogue, is arrested. He merits a little punishment, doubtless. Gaspin came back drunk. Ah, there are sad charges against this Gaspin. His past is deplorable. It is not known where he passed the night, he refuses to answer, he brings no alibi. This is indeed grave." M. Planta gazed at the detective with visible pleasure. "Who has told you about these things?" asked M. Dominie. "Well, everybody has told me a little." "But where?" "Here. I have already been here 2 hours, and even heard the mayor's speech." And, satisfied with the effect he had produced, M. Lecoq munched a lozenge. "You were not aware, then," resumed the judge, "that I was waiting for you?" "Pardon me," said the detective, "I hope you will be kind enough to hear me. You see, it is indispensable to study the ground. One must look about, establish his batteries. I am anxious to catch the general rumour, public opinion, as they say, so as to distrust it." "All this," answered M. Dominie, severely, "does not justify your delay." M. Lecoq glanced tenderly at the portrait. "Monsieur le Juge," said he, "has only to inquire at the Prefecture, and he will learn that I know my profession. The great thing requisite, in order to make an effective search, is to remain unknown. The police are not popular. Now, if they knew who I was, and why I was here, I might go out, but nobody would tell me anything. I might ask questions, they'd serve me 100 lies. They would distrust me, and hold their tongues." "Quite true, murmured Planta, coming to the support of the detective. M. Lecoq went on. "So that when I was told that I was going into the country, I put on my country face and clothes. I arrive here, and everybody on seeing me says to himself, 'Here's a curious bumpkin, but not a bad fellow.' Then I slip about, listen, talk, make the rest talk. I ask this question and that, and am answered frankly. I inform myself, gather hints. No one troubles himself about me. These Orcival folks are positively charming. Why, I've already made several friends, and I'm invited to dine this very evening." M. Dominie did not like the police, and scarcely concealed it. He rather submitted to their co operation than accepted it, solely because he could not do without them. While listening to M. Lecoq, he could not but approve of what he said, yet he looked at him with an eye by no means friendly. "Since you know so much about the matter," observed he, dryly, We will proceed to examine the scene of the crime." "I am quite at Monsieur the Judge's orders," returned the detective, laconically. As every one was getting up, he took the opportunity to offer Monsieur Plantat his lozenge box. "Monsieur perhaps uses them?" Plantat, unwilling to decline, appropriated a lozenge, and the detective's face became again serene. Public sympathy was necessary to him, as it is to all great comedians. End of chapters 4 and 5. Chapter 6 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. Monsieur Lecoq was the first to reach the staircase, and the spots of blood at once caught his eye. "Oh!" cried he at each spot he saw. "Oh! oh! The wretches!" Monsieur Courtois was much moved to find so much sensibility in a detective. The latter, as he continued to ascend, went on: "The wretches! They don't often leave traces like this everywhere, or at least they wipe them out." On gaining the first landing and the door of the boudoir which led into the chamber, he stopped, eagerly scanning, before he entered, the position of the rooms. Then he entered the boudoir, saying: "Come, I don't see my way clear yet." "But it seems to me," remarked the Judge, "that we have already important materials to aid your task. It is clear that Gaspin, if he is not an accomplice, at least knew something about the crime." Monsieur Lecoq had recourse to the portrait in the lozenge box. It was more than a glance, it was a confidence. He evidently said something to the dear defunct which he dared not say aloud. "I see that Gaspin is seriously compromised," resumed he. "Why didn't he want to tell where he passed the night? But then public opinion is against him, and I naturally distrust that." The detective stood alone in the middle of the room, the rest, at his request, remained at the threshold, and, looking keenly about him, searched for some explanation of the frightful disorder of the apartment. "Fools!" cried he, in an irritated tone. "Double brutes! Because they murder people so as to rob them, is no reason why they should break everything in the house. Sharp folks don't smash up furniture, they carry pretty picklocks, which work well and make no noise. Idiots! One would say—" He stopped, with his mouth wide open. "Eh! Not so bungling after all, perhaps." The witnesses of this scene remained motionless at the door, following, with an interest mingled with surprise, the detective's movements. Kneeling down, he passed his flat palm over the thick carpet among the broken porcelain. "It's damp, very damp. The tea was not all drunk, it seems, when the cups were broken." "Some tea might have remained in the teapot," suggested Plantat. "I know it," answered Monsieur Lecoq. "Just what I was going to say. So that this dampness cannot tell us the exact moment when the crime was committed." "But the clock does, and very exactly," interrupted the mayor. "The mayor," said M. Dominy, "in his notes, well explains that the movements of the clock stopped when it fell." "But see here," said M. Plantat, "it was the odd hour marked by that clock that struck me. The hands point to 20 minutes past 3, yet we know that the countess was fully dressed when she was struck. Was she up taking tea at 3 in the morning? It's hardly probable." "I, too, was struck with that circumstance," returned M. Lecoq, "and that's why I said, 'Not so stupid.' Well, let's see." He lifted the clock with great care, and replaced it on the mantel, being cautious to set it exactly upright. The hands continued to point to 20 minutes past 3. "20 past 3," muttered he, while slipping a little wedge under the stand. "People don't take tea at that hour. Still less common is it that people are murdered at daylight." He opened the clock case with some difficulty, and pushed the longer hand to the figure of half past 3. The clock struck 11. "Good!" cried M. Lecoq, triumphantly. "That is the truth." And drawing the lozenge box from his pocket, he excitedly crushed a lozenge between his teeth. The simplicity of this discovery surprised the spectators. The idea of trying the clock in this way had occurred to no one. Monsieur Courtois especially was bewildered. "There's a fellow," whispered he to the doctor, "who knows what he's about." "Ergo," resumed Monsieur Lecoq, who knew Latin, "we have here, not brutes, as I thought at first, but rascals who looked beyond the end of their knife. They intended to put us off the scent by deceiving us as to the hour." "I don't see their object very clearly," said Monsieur Courtois, timidly. "Yet it is easy to see it," answered M. Dominie. "Was it not for their interest to make it appear that the crime was committed after the last train for Paris had left? Gaspin, leaving his companions at the Lyons station at 9, might have reached here at 10, murdered the Count and Countess, seized the money which he knew to be in the Count's possession, and returned to Paris by the last train." "These conjectures are very shrewd," interposed M. Planta. "But how is it that Gaspin did not rejoin his comrades in the Batignolles? For in that way, to a certain degree, he might have provided a kind of alibi." Dr. Gendron had been sitting on the only unbroken chair in the chamber, reflecting on Planta's sudden embarrassment when he had spoken of Robelot the bone setter. The remarks of the judge drew him from his reverie. He got up and said: "There is another point. Putting forward the time was perhaps useful to Gaspin, but it would greatly damage Berthaud, his accomplice." "But," answered M. Dominie, "it might be that Berthaud was not consulted. As to Gaspin, he had no doubt good reasons for not returning to the wedding. His restlessness after such a deed would possibly have betrayed him." M. Lecoq had not thought fit to speak as yet. Like a doctor at a sick bedside, he wanted to be sure of his diagnosis. He had returned to the mantel, and again pushed forward the hands of the clock. It sounded successively 11:30, then 12, then 12:30, then 1. As he moved the hands he kept muttering: "Apprentices! Chance brigands! You are malicious, parbleu, but you don't think of everything. You give a push to the hands, but don't remember to put the striking in harmony with them. Then comes along a detective, an old rat who knows things, and the dodge is discovered." M. Dominie and Planta held their tongues. M. Lecoq walked up to them. "Monsieur le Juge," said he, "is perhaps now convinced that the deed was done at 10:30?" "Unless," interrupted M. Planta, "the machinery of the clock has been out of order." "That often happens," added M. Courtois. "The clock in my drawing room is in such a state that I never know the time of day." M. Lecoq reflected. "It is possible," said he, "that M. Planta is right. The probability is in favor of my theory. But probability in such an affair is not sufficient. We must have certainty. There happily remains a mode of testing the matter: the bed. I'll wager it is rumpled up." Then addressing the mayor: "I shall need a servant to lend me a hand." "I'll help you," said Planta. "That will be a quicker way." They lifted the top of the bed and set it on the floor, at the same time raising the curtains. "Humph!" cried M. Lecoq. "Was I right?" "True," said M. Dominie, surprised. "The bed is rumpled." "Yes, and yet no one has lain in it." "But," objected M. Courtois. "I am sure of what I say," interrupted the detective. "The sheets, it is true, have been thrown back, perhaps some one has rolled about in the bed. The pillows have been tumbled, the quilts and curtains ruffled, but this bed has not the appearance of having been slept in. It is perhaps more difficult to rumple up a bed than put it in order again. To make it up, the coverings must be taken off, and the mattresses turned. To disarrange it, one must actually lie down in it, and warm it with the body. A bed is one of those terrible witnesses which never misguide, and against which no counter testimony can be given. Nobody has gone to bed in this." "The countess," remarked Planta, "was dressed. But the count might have gone to bed first." "No," answered M. Lecoq. "I'll prove to the contrary. The proof is easy indeed, and a child of 10 having heard it wouldn't think of being deceived by this intentional disorder of the bedclothes." Monsieur Lecoq's auditors drew up to him. He put the coverings back upon the middle of the bed, and went on. "Both of the pillows are much rumpled, are they not? But look under the bolster. It is all smooth, and you find none of those wrinkles which are made by the weight of the head and the moving about of the arms. That's not all. Look at the bed from the middle to the foot. The sheets being laid carefully, the upper and under lie close together everywhere. Slip your hand underneath. There. You see there is a resistance to your hand, which would not occur if the legs had been stretched in that place. Now Monsieur de Tremorel was tall enough to extend the full length of the bed." This demonstration was so clear, its proof so palpable, that it could not be gainsaid. "This is nothing," continued Monsieur Lecoq. "Let us examine the second mattress. When a person purposely disarranges a bed, he does not think of the second mattress." He lifted up the upper mattress, and observed that the covering of the under one was perfectly even. The second mattress," muttered Monsieur Lecoq, as if some memory crossed his mind. "It appears to be proved," observed the judge, "that Monsieur de Tremorel had not gone to bed. Besides," added the doctor, "if he had been murdered in his bed, his clothes would be lying here somewhere." "Without considering," suggested Monsieur Lecoq, "that some blood must have been found on the sheets. Decidedly these criminals were not shrewd." "What seems to me surprising," M. Planta observed to the judge, "is that anybody would succeed in killing, except in his sleep, a young man so vigorous as Count Hector." "And in a house full of weapons," added Dr. Gendron, "for the Count's cabinet is full of guns, swords, and hunting knives. It's a perfect arsenal." "Alas!" sighed M. Courtois, "we know of worse catastrophes. There is not a week that the papers don't—" He stopped chagrined, for nobody was listening to him. Planta claimed the general attention, and continued: "The confusion in the house seems to you surprising. Well, now, I'm surprised that it is not worse than it is. I am, so to speak, an old man. I haven't the energy of a young man of 35. Yet it seems to me that if assassins should get into my house when I was there and up, it would go hard with them. I don't know what I would do. Probably I should be killed. But surely I would give the alarm. I would defend myself, and cry out, and open the windows, and set the house afire." "Let us add," insisted the doctor, "that it is not easy to surprise a man who is awake. There is always an unexpected noise which puts one on his guard. Perhaps it is a creaking door, or a cracking stair. However cautious the murderer, he does not surprise his victim." "They may have used firearms," struck in the worthy mayor. "That has been done. You are quietly sitting in your chamber. It is summer, and your windows are open. You are chatting with your wife, and sipping a cup of tea. Outside, the assassins are supplied with a short ladder. One ascends to a level with the window, sights you at his ease, presses the trigger, the bullet speeds. And," continued the doctor, "the whole neighborhood, aroused by it, hastens to the spot." "Permit me," said M. Courtois, testily. "That would be so in a populous town. Here, in the midst of a vast park, no. Think, doctor, of the isolation of this house. The nearest neighbor is a long way off, and between there are many large trees, intercepting the sound. Let us test it by experience. I will fire a pistol in this room, and I'll wager that you will not hear the echo in the road." "In the daytime, perhaps, but not in the night." "Well," said M. Dominy, who had been reflecting while M. Courtois was talking, "if, against all hope, Gaspin does not decide to speak to night, or to morrow, the Count's body will afford us a key to the mystery." During this discussion M. Lecoq had continued his investigations, lifting the furniture, studying the fractures, examining the smallest pieces as if they might betray the truth. Now and then he took out an instrument case, from which he produced a shank, which he introduced and turned in the locks. He found several keys on the carpet, and on a rack a towel, which he carefully put one side, as if he deemed it important. He came and went from the bedroom to the Count's cabinet without losing a word that was said, noting in his memory not so much the phrases uttered, as the diverse accents and intonations with which they were spoken. In an inquest such as that of the crime of Orcival, when several officials find themselves face to face, they hold a certain reserve toward each other. They know each other to have nearly equal experience, to be shrewd, clear-headed, equally interested in discovering the truth, not disposed to confide in appearances, difficult to surprise. Each one, likely enough, gives a different interpretation to the facts revealed. Each may have a different theory of the deed. But a superficial observer would not note these differences. Each, while dissimulating his real thoughts, tries to penetrate those of his neighbor, and if they are opposed to his own, to convert him to his opinion. The great importance of a single word justifies this caution. Men who hold the liberty and lives of others in their hands, a scratch of whose pen condemns to death, are apt to feel heavily the burden of their responsibility. It is an ineffable solace to feel that this burden is shared by others. This is why no one dares take the initiative, or express himself openly, but each awaits others' opinions to adopt or oppose them. They exchange fewer affirmations than suggestions. They proceed by insinuation. Then they utter commonplaces, ridiculous suppositions, asides, provocative, as it were, of other explanations. In this instance, the judge of instruction and Plantard were far from being of the same opinion. They knew it before speaking a word. But M. Dominie, whose opinion rested on material and palpable facts, which appeared to him indisputable, was not disposed to provoke contradiction. Plantard, on the contrary, whose system seemed to rest on impressions, on a series of logical deductions, would not clearly express himself without a positive and pressing invitation. His last speech, impressively uttered, had not been replied to. He judged that he had advanced far enough to sound the detective. "Well, Monsieur Lecoq," asked he, "have you found any new traces?" Monsieur Lecoq was at that moment curiously examining a large portrait of the Count Hector, which hung opposite the bed. Hearing M. Plantard's question, he turned. "I have found nothing decisive," answered he, "and I have found nothing to refute my conjectures. But " He did not finish. Perhaps he too recoiled before his share of the responsibility. "What?" insisted M. Dominie sternly. "I was going to say," resumed M. Lecoq, "that I am not yet satisfied. I have my lantern, and a candle in it. I only need a match." "Please preserve your decorum," interrupted the judge severely. "Very well, then," continued M. Lecoq, in a tone too humble to be serious, "I still hesitate. If the doctor now would kindly proceed to examine the countess's body, he would do me a great service." "I was just going to ask the same favor, doctor," said M. Dominie. The doctor, answering "willingly," directed his steps toward the door. M. Lecoq caught him by the arm. "If you please," said he, in a tone totally unlike that he had used up to this time, "I would like to call your attention to the wounds on the head, made by a blunt instrument, which I suppose to be a hammer. I have studied these wounds, and though I am no doctor, they seem to me suspicious. And to me," M. Plantard quickly added, "it seemed to me that in the places struck there was no emission of blood in the cutaneous vessels. The nature of these wounds," continued M. Lecoq, "will be a valuable indication which will fix my opinion." And as he felt keenly the brusque manner of the judge, he added, "It is you, doctor, who hold the match." M. Gendron was about to leave the room when Baptiste, the mayor's servant, the man who wouldn't be scolded, appeared. He bowed and said, "I have come for Monsieur the Mayor." "For me? Why?" asked M. Courtois. "What's the matter? They don't give me a minute's rest. Answer that I am busy." "It's on account of madame," resumed the placid Baptiste. "She isn't at all well." The excellent mayor grew slightly pale. "My wife? cried he, alarmed. "What do you mean? Explain yourself." "The postman arrived just now," returned Baptiste, with a most tranquil air, "and I carried the letters to Madame, who was in the drawing room. Hardly had I turned on my heels when I heard a shriek, and the noise of some one falling to the floor." Baptiste spoke slowly, taking artful pains to prolong his master's anguish. "Speak! Go on!" cried the mayor, exasperated. "Speak, won't you?" "I naturally opened the drawing room door again. What did I see? Madame at full length on the floor. I called for help. The chambermaid, cook, and others came hastening up, and we carried Madame to her bed. Justine said that it was a letter from Mademoiselle Laurence which overcame my mistress." At each word Baptiste hesitated, reflected, his eyes giving the lie to his solemn face, betrayed the great satisfaction he felt in relating his master's misfortunes. His master was full of consternation. As it is with all of us, when we know not exactly what ill is about to befall us, he dared not ask any questions. He stood still, crushed, lamenting instead of hastening home. M. Plantin profited by the pause to question the servant, with a look which Baptiste dared not disobey. "What! A letter from Mademoiselle Laurence? Isn't she here, then?" "No, sir. She went away a week ago, to pass a month with one of her aunts." "And how is Madame?" "Better, sir. Only she cries piteously." The unfortunate mayor had now somewhat recovered his presence of mind. He seized Baptiste by the arm. "Come along!" cried he. "Come along!" They hastened off. "Poor man!" said the judge of instruction. "Perhaps his daughter is dead." M. Plantin shook his head. "If it were only that!" muttered he. He added, turning to M. Dominie, "Do you recall the illusions of Berthaud, monsieur?" CHAPTer VII. of The Mystery of Orcival, by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The judge of instruction, the doctor, and M. Plantin exchanged a significant look. What misfortune had befallen M. Courtois, this worthy and, despite his faults, excellent person? Decidedly this was an ill-omened day. "If we are to speak of Berthaud's illusions," said M. Lecoq, "I have heard two very curious stories, though I have been here but a few hours. It seems that this Mademoiselle Laurence—" M. Plantin abruptly interrupted the detective. "Calumnies, odious calumnies! The lower classes, to annoy the rich, do not hesitate to say all sorts of things against them. Don't you know it? Is it not always so? The gentry, above all those of a provincial town, live in glass houses. The lynx eyes of envy watch them steadily night and day, spy on them, surprise what they regard as their most secret actions to arm themselves against them. The bourgeois goes on, proud and content. His business prospers. He possesses the esteem and friendship of his own class. All this while he is vilified by the lower classes, his name dragged in the dust, soiled by suppositions the most mischievous. Envy, monsieur, respects nothing, no one." "If Laurence has been slandered," observed Dr. Gendron, smiling, "she has a good advocate to defend her." The old justice of the peace, the man of bronze, as M. Courtois called him, blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "There are causes," said he, quietly, "which defend themselves. Mademoiselle Courtois is one of those young girls who has a right to all respect. But there are evils which no laws can cure, and which revolt me. Think of it, messieurs, our reputations, the honor of our wives and daughters, are at the mercy of the first petty rascal who has imagination enough to invent a slander. It is not believed, perhaps, but it is repeated and spreads. What can be done? How can we know what is secretly said against us? Will we ever know it?" "Eh!" replied the doctor, "what matters it? There is only one voice, to my mind, worth listening to, that of conscience. As to what is called public opinion, as it is the aggregate opinion of thousands of fools and rogues, I only despise it." This discussion might have been prolonged, if the judge of instruction had not pulled out his watch and made an impatient gesture. "While we are talking, time is flying," said he. "We must hasten to the work that still remains." It was then agreed that while the doctor proceeded to his autopsy, the judge should draw up his report of the case. M. Planta was charged with watching Lecoq's investigations. As soon as the detective found himself alone with M. Planta, "Well," he said, drawing a long breath as if relieved of a heavy burden, "now we can get on." Planta smiled. The detective munched a lozenge, and added: "It was very annoying to find the investigation already going on when I reached here. Those who were here before me have had time to get up a theory, and if I don't adopt it at once there is the deuce to pay." M. Dominy's voice was heard in the entry calling out to his clerk. "Now there's the judge of instruction," continued Lecoq, "who thinks this is a very simple affair, while I, Lecoq, the equal at least of Gevrol, the favorite pupil of Papa Tabaret, I do not see it at all clearly yet." He stopped, and after apparently going over in his mind the result of his discoveries, went on: "No, I'm off the track, and have almost lost my way. I see something underneath all this. But what? What?" M. Planta's face remained placid, but his eyes shone. "Perhaps you are right," said he carelessly. "Perhaps there is something underneath." The detective looked at him. He didn't stir. His face seemed the most undisturbed in the world. There was a long silence, by which M. Lecoq profited to confide to the portrait of the defunct the reflections which burdened his brain. "See here, my dear darling," said he, "this worthy person seems a shrewd old customer, and I must watch his actions and gestures carefully. He does not argue with the judge. He's got an idea that he doesn't dare to tell, and we must find it out. At the very first he guessed me out, despite these pretty blonde locks. As long as he thought he could, by misleading me, make me follow M. Dominy's tack, he followed and aided me, showing the way. Now that he sees me on the scent he crosses his arms and retires. He wants to leave me the honour of the discovery. Why? He lives here. Perhaps he is afraid of making enemies. No, he isn't a man to fear much of anything. What then? He shrinks from his own thoughts. He has found something so amazing that he dares not explain himself." A sudden reflection changed the course of M. Lecoq's confidences. "A thousand imps!" thought he. "Suppose I'm wrong. Suppose this old fellow is not shrewd at all. Suppose he hasn't discovered anything, and only obeys the inspirations of chance. I've seen stranger things. I've known so many of these folks whose eyes seem so very mysterious, and announce such wonders. After all, I have found nothing, and was cheated. But I intend to sound this old fellow well." And assuming his most idiotic manner, he said aloud: "On reflection, monsieur, little remains to be done. 2 of the principals are in custody, and when they make up their minds to talk, they'll do it, sooner or later, if the judge is determined they shall. We shall know all." A bucket of ice falling on M. Planta's head could not have surprised him more, or more disagreeably, than this speech. "What?" stammered he, with an air of frank amazement. "Do you, a man of experience, who—" Delighted with the success of his ruse, Lecoq could not keep his countenance, and Planta, who perceived that he had been caught in the snare, laughed heartily. Not a word, however, was exchanged between these 2 men, both subtle in the science of life, and equally cunning in its mysteries. They quite understood each other. "My worthy old buck," said the detective to himself, "you've got something in your sack. Only it's so big, so monstrous, that you won't exhibit it, not for a cannon ball. You wish your hand forced, do you? Very well. He's sly, thought Monsieur Planta. "He knows that I've got an idea. He's trying to get at it. And I believe he will." Monsieur Lecoq had restored his lozenge box to his pocket, as he always did when he went seriously to work. His amour propre was enlisted. He played a part. And he was a rare comedian. "Now," cried he, "let's to horse. According to the mayor's account, the instrument with which all these things were broken has been found." "In the room in the second story," answered M. Planta. "Overlooking the garden, we found a hatchet on the floor, near a piece of furniture which had been assailed, but not broken open. I forbade any one to touch it." "And you did well. Is it a heavy hatchet?" "It weighs about 2 pounds." "Good. Let's see it." They ascended to the room in question, and M. Lecoq, forgetting his part of a haberdasher, and regardless of his clothes, went down flat on his stomach, alternately scrutinizing the hatchet, which was a heavy, terrible weapon, and the slippery and well waxed oaken floor. "I suppose," observed M. Planta, "that the assassins brought this hatchet up here and assailed this cupboard for the sole purpose of putting us off our scent, and to complicate the mystery. This weapon, you see, was by no means necessary for breaking open the cupboard, which I could smash with my fist. They gave one blow, only one, and quietly put the hatchet down." The detective got up and brushed himself. "I think you are mistaken," said he. "This hatchet wasn't put on the floor gently. It was thrown with a violence betraying either great terror or great anger. Look here. Do you see these 3 marks, near each other, on the floor? When the assassin threw the hatchet it first fell on the edge, hence this sharp cut. Then it fell over on one side; and the flat or hammer end left this mark here under my finger. Therefore it was thrown with such violence that it turned over itself, and that its edge a second time cut in the floor, where you see it now." "True," answered M. Planta. The detective's conjectures doubtless refuted his own theory, for he added, with a perplexed air, "I don't understand anything about it." M. Lecoq went on. "Were the windows open this morning as they are now?" "Yes." "Ah! The wretches heard some noise or other in the garden, and they went and looked out." "What did they see?" "I can't tell. But I do know that what they saw terrified them, that they threw down the hatchet furiously, and made off. Look at the position of these cuts. They are slanting, of course; and you will see that the hatchet was thrown by a man who was standing, not by the cupboard, but close by the open window." Planta, in his turn, knelt down and looked long and carefully. The detective was right. He got up, confused, and after meditating a moment, said, "This perplexes me a little. However—" He stopped, motionless, in a reverie, with one of his hands on his forehead. "All might yet be explained," he muttered, mentally searching for a solution of the mystery. "And in that case the time indicated by the clock would be true." M. Lecoq did not think of questioning his companion. He knew that he would not answer, for pride's sake. "This matter of the hatchet puzzles me too," said he. "I thought that these assassins had worked leisurely; but that can't be so. I see they were surprised and interrupted." Planta was all ears. "True," pursued M. Lecoq, slowly. "We ought to divide these indications into 2 classes. There are the traces left on purpose to mislead us, the jumbled up bed, for instance. Then there are the real traces, undesigned, as are these hatchet cuts. But here I hesitate. Is the trace of the hatchet true or false, good or bad? I thought myself sure of the character of these assassins. But now—" He paused. The wrinkles on his face, the contraction of his mouth, betrayed his mental effort. "But now?" asked M. Planta. M. Lecoq at this question seemed like a man just roused from sleep. "I beg your pardon," said he. "I forgot myself. I've a bad habit of reflecting aloud. That's why I almost always insist on working alone. My uncertainty, hesitation, the vacillation of my suspicions lose me the credit of being an astute detective, of being an agent for whom there is no such thing as a mystery." Worthy Monsieur Planta gave the detective an indulgent smile. "I don't usually open my mouth," pursued Monsieur Lecoq, "until my mind is satisfied. Then I speak in a peremptory tone and say, 'This is thus,' or 'This is so.' But to day I am acting without too much restraint in the company of a man who knows that a problem such as this seems to me to be is not solved at the first attempt. So I permit my gropings to be seen without shame. You cannot always reach the truth at a bound, but by a series of diverse calculations, by deductions and inductions. Well, just now my logic is at fault." "How so?" "Oh, it's very simple. I thought I understood the rascals, and knew them by heart; and yet I have only recognized imaginary adversaries. Are they fools, or are they mighty sly? That's what I ask myself. The tricks played with the bed and clock had, I supposed, given me the measure and extent of their intelligence and invention. Making deductions from the known to the unknown, I arrived, by a series of very simple consequences, at the point of foreseeing all that they could have imagined to throw us off the scent. My point of departure admitted, I had only, in order to reach the truth, to take the contrary of that which appearances indicated. I said to myself, 'A hatchet has been found in the second story; therefore the assassins carried it there, and designedly forgot it. They left 5 glasses on the dining room table; therefore they were more or less than 5, but they were not 5. There were the remains of a supper on the table; therefore they neither drank nor ate. The countess's body was on the river bank; therefore it was placed there deliberately. A piece of cloth was found in the victim's hand; therefore it was put there by the murderers themselves. Madame de Tremorel's body is disfigured by many dagger strokes, and horribly mutilated; therefore she was killed by a single blow." "Bravo! Yes, bravo!" cried M. Planta, visibly charmed. No, not bravo yet," returned M. Lecoq, "for here my thread is broken. I have reached a gap. If my deductions were sound, this hatchet would have been very carefully placed on the floor." "Once more bravo!" added the other, "for this does not at all affect our general theory. It is clear, nay certain, that the assassins intended to act as you say. An unlooked for event interrupted them." Perhaps that's true. But I see something else." "What?" "Nothing, at least for the moment. Before all, I must see the dining room and the garden." They descended at once, and Planta pointed out the glasses and bottles, which he had put one side. The detective took the glasses one after another, held them level with his eye toward the light, and scrutinized the moist places left on them. "No one has drank from these glasses," said he firmly. "What, from neither one of them?" The detective fixed a penetrating look upon his companion, and in a measured tone said, "From neither one." M. Planta only answered by a movement of the lips as if to say, "You are going too far." The other smiled, opened the door, and called, "François!" The valet hastened to obey the call. His face was suffused with tears; he actually bewailed the loss of his master. "Hear what I've got to say, my lad," said M. Lecoq, with true detective like familiarity, "and be sure and answer me exactly, frankly, and briefly." "I will, sir." "Was it customary here at the château to bring up the wine before it was wanted?" "No, sir. Before each meal I myself went down to the cellar for it." "Then no full bottles were ever kept in the dining room?" "Never." "But some of the wine might sometimes remain in draught?" "No. The count permitted me to carry the dessert wine to the servants' table." "And where were the empty bottles put?" "I put them in this corner cupboard, and when they amounted to a certain number I carried them down cellar." "When did you last do so?" "Oh!" François reflected. "At least 5 or 6 days ago." "Good. Now what liqueurs did the Count drink?" "The Count scarcely ever drank liqueurs. If, by chance, he took a notion to have a small glass of eau-de-vie, he got it from the liquor closet, there, over the stove." "There were no decanters of rum or cognac in any of the cupboards?" "No." "Thanks. You may retire." As François was going out, M. Lecoq called him back. "While we are about it, look in the bottom of the closet, and see if you find the right number of empty bottles." The valet obeyed, and looked into the closet. "There isn't one there." "Just so," returned M. Lecoq. "This time, show us your heels for good." As soon as François had shut the door, M. Lecoq turned to Plantat and asked: "What do you think now?" "You are perfectly right." The detective then smelt successively each glass and bottle. "Good again. Another proof in aid of my guess. What more?" "It was not wine that was at the bottom of these glasses. Among all the empty bottles put away in the bottom of that closet there was one, here it is, which contained vinegar; and it was from this bottle that they turned what they thought to be wine into the glasses." Seizing a glass, he put it to M. Plantat's nose, adding, "See for yourself." There was no disputing it. The vinegar was good, its odour of the strongest. The villains, in their haste, had left behind them an incontestable proof of their intention to mislead the officers of justice. While they were capable of shrewd inventions, they did not have the art to perform them well. All their oversights could, however, be accounted for by their sudden haste, caused by the occurrence of an unlooked for incident. "The floors of a house where a crime has just been committed," said a famous detective, "burn the feet." M. Lecoq seemed exasperated, like a true artist, before the gross, pretentious, and ridiculous work of some green and bungling scholar. "These are a parcel of vulgar ruffians, truly, able ones certainly, but they don't know their trade yet, the wretches." M. Lecoq, indignant, ate 3 or 4 lozenges at a mouthful. "Come now," said Plantat, in a paternally severe tone, "don't let's get angry. The people have failed in address, no doubt; but reflect that they could not, in their calculations, take account of the craft of a man like you." M. Lecoq, who had the vanity which all actors possess, was flattered by the compliment, and but poorly dissimulated an expression of pleasure. "We must be indulgent. Come now," pursued Plantat. "Besides," he paused a moment to give more weight to what he was going to say, "besides, you haven't seen everything yet." No one could tell when M. Lecoq was playing a comedy. He did not always know himself. This great artist, devoted to his art, practised the feigning of all the emotions of the human soul, just as he accustomed himself to wearing all sorts of costumes. He was very indignant against the assassins, and gesticulated about in great excitement; but he never ceased to watch Plantat slyly, and the last words of the latter made him prick up his ears. "Let's see the rest, then," said he. As he followed his worthy comrade to the garden he renewed his confidences to the dear defunct. "Confound this old bundle of mystery! We can't take this obstinate fellow by surprise, that's clear. He'll give us the word of the riddle when we have guessed it, not before. He is as strong as we, my darling. He only needs a little practice. But look you, if he has found something which has escaped us, he must have previous information, that we don't know of." Nothing had been disturbed in the garden. "See here, M. Lecoq," said the old justice of the peace, as he followed a winding pathway which led to the river. "It was here that one of the Count's slippers was found. Below there, a little to the right of these geraniums, his silk handkerchief was picked up." They reached the river bank, and lifted, with great care, the planks which had been placed there to preserve the footprints. "We suppose," said M. Plantat, "that the countess in her flight succeeded in getting to this spot, and that here they caught up with her and gave her a finishing blow." Was this really Plantat's opinion, or did he only report the morning's theory? M. Lecoq could not tell. "According to my calculations," he said, "the countess could not have fled, but was brought here already dead, or logic is not logic. However, let us examine this spot carefully." He knelt down and studied the sand on the path, the stagnant water, and the reeds and water plants. Then, going along a little distance, he threw a stone, approaching again to see the effect produced on the mud. He next returned to the house, and came back again under the willows, crossing the lawn where were still clearly visible traces of a heavy burden having been dragged over it. Without the least respect for his pantaloons, he crossed the lawn on all fours, scrutinizing the smallest blades of grass, pulling away the thick tufts to see the earth better, and minutely observing the direction of the broken stems. This done, he said, "My conclusions are confirmed. The countess was carried across here." "Are you sure of it?" asked Planta. There was no mistaking the old man's hesitation this time. He was clearly undecided, and leaned on the other's judgment for guidance. "There can be no error, possibly." The detective smiled as he added, "Only as two heads are better than one, I will ask you to listen to me, and then you will tell me what you think." Monsieur Lecoq had in searching about picked up a little flexible stick, and while he talked he used it to point out this and that object, like the lecturer at the panorama. "No," said he, "Madame de Tremorel did not fly from her murderers. Had she been struck down here she would have fallen violently. Her weight, therefore, would have made the water spurt to some distance as well as the mud. And we should certainly have found some splashes. But don't you think that, since morning, the sun would have absorbed the water, but the stain of dry mud would have remained? I have found nothing of the sort anywhere. You might object that the water and mud would have spurted right and left, but just look at the tufts of these flags, lilies, and stems of cane. You find a light dust on every one. Do you find the least trace of a drop of water? No. There was then no splash, therefore no violent fall. Therefore the countess was not killed here. Therefore her body was brought here and carefully deposited where you found it." Monsieur Planta did not seem to be quite convinced yet. "But there are the traces of a struggle in the sand," said he. His companion made a gesture of protest. "Monsieur deigns to have his joke. Those marks would not deceive a schoolboy." "It appears to me, however—" "There can be no mistake, Monsieur Planta. Certain it is that the sand has been disturbed and thrown about; but all these trails that lay bare the earth which was covered by the sand were made by the same foot. Perhaps you don't believe it. They were made, too, with the end of the foot. That you may see for yourself." "Yes, I perceive it." "Very well, then. When there has been a struggle on ground like this, there are always two distinct kinds of traces, those of the assailant and those of the victim. The assailant, throwing himself forward, necessarily supports himself on his toes, and imprints the forepart of his feet on the earth. The victim, on the contrary, falling back, and trying to avoid the assault, props himself on his heels, and therefore buries the heels in the soil. If the adversaries are equally strong, the number of imprints of the toes and the heels will be nearly equal, according to the chances of the struggle. But what do we find here?" Monsieur Planta interrupted. "Enough! The most incredulous would now be convinced." After thinking a moment, he added, "No, there is no longer any possible doubt of it." Monsieur Lecoq thought that his argument deserved a reward, and treated himself to 2 lozenges at a mouthful. "I haven't done yet," he resumed. "Granted that the countess could not have been murdered here, let's add that she was not carried hither, but dragged along. There are only 2 ways of dragging a body: by the shoulders, and in this case the feet, scraping along the earth, leave 2 parallel trails; or by the legs, in which case the head, lying on the earth, leaves a single furrow, and that a wide one." Planta nodded assent. "When I examined the lawn," pursued M. Lecoq, "I found the parallel trails of the feet, but yet the grass was crushed over a rather wide space. How was that? Because it was the body, not of a man, but of a woman, which was dragged across the lawn, a woman full dressed, with heavy petticoats, that, in short, of the countess, and not of the count." M. Lecoq paused in expectation of a question or a remark. But the old justice of the peace did not seem to be listening, and appeared to be plunged into the deepest meditation. Night was falling. A light fog hung like smoke over the Seine. "We must go in," said M. Plantin abruptly, "and see how the doctor has got on with his autopsy." They slowly approached the house. The judge of instruction awaited them on the steps. He appeared to have a satisfied air. "I am going to leave you in charge," said he to M. Plantin, "for if I am to see the procureur I must go at once. When you sent for him this morning he was absent." M. Plantin bowed. "I shall be much obliged if you will watch this affair to the end. The doctor will have finished in a few minutes, he says, and will report to morrow morning. I count on your co operation to put seals wherever they are necessary, and to select the guard over the château. I shall send an architect to draw up an exact plan of the house and garden." "Well, sir," asked M. Dominie, turning to the detective, "have you made any fresh discoveries?" "I have found some important facts, but I cannot speak decisively till I have seen everything by daylight. If you will permit me, I will postpone making my report till to morrow afternoon. I think I may say, however, that complicated as this affair is—" M. Dominie did not let him finish. "I see nothing complicated in the affair at all. Everything strikes me as very simple." "But," objected M. Lecoq, "I thought—" "I sincerely regret," continued the judge, "that you were so hastily called, when there was really no serious reason for it. The evidences against the arrested men are very conclusive." Plantin and Lecoq exchanged a long look, betraying their great surprise. "What!" exclaimed the former, "have you discovered any new indications?" "More than indications, I believe," responded M. Dominie. "Old Berthaud, whom I have again questioned, begins to be uneasy. He has quite lost his arrogant manner. I succeeded in making him contradict himself several times, and he finished by confessing that he saw the assassins." "The assassins!" exclaimed M. Plantin. "Did he say assassins?" "He saw at least one of them. He persists in declaring that he did not recognize him. That's where we are. But prison walls have salutary terrors. To morrow, after a sleepless night, the fellow will be more explicit, if I mistake not." "But Gaspin?" anxiously asked the old man. "Have you questioned him?" "Oh, as for him, everything is clear." "Has he confessed?" asked M. Lecoq, stupefied. The judge half turned toward the detective, as if he were displeased that M. Lecoq should dare to question him. "Gaspin has not confessed," he answered; "but his case is none the better for that. Our searchers have returned. They haven't yet found the count's body, and I think it has been carried down by the current. But they found at the end of the park the count's other slipper, among the roses; and under the bridge, in the middle of the river, they discovered a thick vest which still bears the marks of blood." "And that vest is Gaspin's?" "Exactly so. It was recognized by all the domestics, and Gaspin himself did not hesitate to admit that it belonged to him. But that is not all." M. Dominie stopped as if to take breath, but really to keep Plantin in suspense. As they differed in their theories, he thought Plantin betrayed a stupid opposition to him, and he was not sorry to have a chance for a little triumph. "That is not all," he went on. "This vest had, in the right pocket, a large rent, and a piece of it had been torn off. Do you know what became of that piece of Gaspin's vest?" "Ah!" muttered M. Plantin. "It was that which we found in the countess's hand." "You are right, monsieur. And what think you of this proof, pray, of the prisoner's guilt?" M. Plantin seemed amazed. His arms fell at his side. As for M. Lecoq, who in the presence of the judge had resumed his haberdasher manner, he was so much surprised that he nearly strangled himself with a lozenge. "A thousand devils!" exclaimed he. That stuff, that is." He smiled sillily, and added in a low tone meant only for Plantin's ear, "Mighty tough, though quite foreseen in our calculations. The countess held a piece of cloth tightly in her hand, therefore it was put there, intentionally, by the murderers." M. Dominie did not hear this remark. He shook hands with M. Plantin, and made an appointment to meet him on the morrow at the court house. Then he went away with his clerk. Gaspin and old Berthaud, handcuffed, had a few minutes before being led off to the prison of Corbeil, under the guard of the Orcival gendarmes. Chapter 8 and 9 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Dr. Gendron had just finished his sad task in the billiard room. He had taken off his long coat and pulled up his shirt sleeves above his elbows. His instruments lay on a table near him. He had covered the body with a long white sheet. Night had come, and a large lamp with a crystal globe lighted up the gloomy scene. The doctor, leaning over a water basin, was washing his hands when the old justice of the peace and the detective entered. "Ah, it's you, Plantin," said the doctor in a suppressed tone. "Where is Monsieur Dominie?" "Gone." The doctor did not take the trouble to repress a vexed motion. "I must speak with him, though," said he. "It's absolutely necessary, and the sooner the better. For perhaps I am wrong. I may be mistaken." Monsieur Lecoq and Monsieur Plantin approached him, having carefully closed the door. The doctor was paler than the corpse which lay under the sheet. His usually calm features betrayed great distress. This change could not have been caused by the task in which he had been engaged. Of course it was a painful one, but M. Gendron was one of those experienced practitioners who have felt the pulse of every human misery, and whose disgust had become torpid by the most hideous spectacles. He must have discovered something extraordinary. "I am going to ask you what you asked me a while ago," said M. Plantin. "Are you ill, or suffering?" M. Gendron shook his head sorrowfully, and answered slowly and emphatically, "I will answer you as you did me. 'Tis nothing. I am already better." Then these two, equally profound, turned away their heads, as if fearing to exchange their ideas. They doubted lest their looks should betray them. M. Lecoq advanced and spoke. "I believe I know the cause of the doctor's emotion. He has just discovered that Madame de Tremorel was killed by a single blow, and that the assassins afterwards set themselves to disfiguring the body when it was nearly cold." The doctor's eyes fastened on the detective with a stupefied expression. "How could you divine that?" he asked. "Oh, I didn't guess it alone. I ought to share the honour of the theory which has enabled us to foresee this fact with M. Plantin." "Oh!" cried the doctor, striking his forehead. "Now I recollect your advice. In my worry I must say I had quite forgotten it. Well," he added, "your foresight is confirmed. Perhaps not so much time as you suppose elapsed between the first blow and the rest, but I am convinced that the countess had ceased to live nearly 3 hours when the last blows were struck." M. Gendron went to the billiard table and slowly raised the sheet, discovering the head and part of the bust. "Let us inform ourselves, Plantin," he said. The old justice of the peace took the lamp and passed to the other side of the table. His hand trembled so that the globe tingled. The vacillating light cast gloomy shadows upon the walls. The countess's face had been carefully bathed, the blood and mud effaced. The marks of the blows were thus more visible, but they still found upon that livid countenance the traces of its beauty. M. Lecoq stood at the head of the table, leaning over to see more clearly. "The countess," said Dr. Gendron, "received 18 blows from a dagger. Of these but one is mortal. It is this one, the direction of which is nearly vertical, a little below the shoulder, you see." He pointed out the wound sustaining the body in his left arm. The eyes had preserved a frightful expression. It seemed as if the half-open mouth were about to cry, "Help! Help!" Planta, the man with a heart of stone, turned away his head, and the doctor, having mastered his first emotion, continued in a professionally apathetic tone. "The blade must have been an inch wide and 8 inches long. All the other wounds, those on the arms, breast, and shoulders, are comparatively slight. They must have been inflicted at least 2 hours after that which caused death." "Good," said M. Lecoq. "Observe that I am not positive," returned the doctor quickly. "I merely state a probability. The phenomena on which I base my own conviction are too fugitive, too capricious in their nature, to enable me to be absolutely certain." This seemed to disturb M. Lecoq. But from the moment when "What I can affirm," interrupted Dr. Gendron, "what I would affirm under oath is, that all the wounds on the head, excepting one, were inflicted after death. No doubt of that whatever. None whatever. Here, above the eye, is the blow given while the countess was alive." "It seems to me, doctor," observed M. Lecoq, "that we may conclude from the proved fact that the countess, after death, was struck by a flat implement, that she had also ceased to live when she was mutilated by the knife." M. Gendron reflected a moment. "It is possible that you are right. As for me, I am persuaded of it. Still, the conclusions in my report will not be yours. The physician consulted by the law should only pronounce upon patent, demonstrated facts. If he has a doubt, even the slightest, he should hold his tongue. I will say more. If there is any uncertainty, my opinion is that the accused, and not the prosecution, should have the benefit of it." This was certainly not the detective's opinion, but he was cautious not to say so. He had followed Dr. Gendron with anxious attention, and the contraction of his face showed the travail of his mind. "It seems to me now possible," said he, "to determine how and where the countess was struck." The doctor had covered the body, and Planta had replaced the lamp on the little table. Both asked M. Lecoq to explain himself. "Very well," resumed the detective. "The direction of the wound proves to me that the countess was in her chamber taking tea, seated, her body inclined a little forward, when she was murdered. The assassin came up behind her with his arm raised. He chose his position coolly, and struck her with terrific force. The violence of the blow was such that the victim fell forward, and in the fall her forehead struck the end of the table. She thus gave herself the only fatal blow which we have discovered on the head." M. Gendron looked from one to the other of his companions, who exchanged significant glances. Perhaps he suspected the game they were playing. "The crime must evidently have been committed, as you say," said he. There was another embarrassing silence. M. Lecoq's obstinate muteness annoyed Planta, who finally asked him: "Have you seen all you want to see?" "All for to day. I shall need daylight for what remains. I am confident, indeed, that with the exception of one detail that worries me, I have the key to the mystery." "We must be here, then, early to morrow morning." "I will be here at any hour you will name." "Your search finished, we will go together to M. Dominy at Corbeil." "I am quite at your orders." There was another pause. M. Planta perceived that M. Lecoq guessed his thoughts, and did not understand the detective's capriciousness. A little while before he had been very loquacious, but now held his tongue. M. Lecoq, on the other hand, was delighted to puzzle the old man a little, and formed the intention to astonish him the next morning by giving him a report which should faithfully reflect all his ideas. Meanwhile he had taken out his lozenge box, and was entrusting 100 secrets to the portrait. "Well," said the doctor, "there remains nothing more to be done except to retire." "I was just going to ask permission to do so," said M. Lecoq. "I have been fasting ever since morning." M. Planta now took a bold step. "Shall you return to Paris to night, M. Lecoq?" asked he abruptly. "No. I came prepared to remain over night. I've brought my nightgown, which I left, before coming up here, at the little roadside inn below. I shall sup and sleep there." "You will be poorly off at the Faithful Grenadier," said the old justice of the peace. "You will do better to come and dine with me." "You are really too good, monsieur." "Besides, we have a good deal to say, and so you must remain the night with me. We will get your night clothes as we pass along." M. Lecoq bowed, flattered and grateful for the invitation. "And I shall carry you off, too, doctor," continued M. Planta, "whether you will or not. Now don't say no. If you insist on going to Corbeil to night, we will carry you over after supper." The operation of fixing the seals was speedily concluded. Narrow strips of parchment held by large waxen seals were affixed to all the doors, as well as to the bureau in which the articles gathered for the purposes of the investigation had been deposited. 9. Despite the haste they made, it was nearly 10 o'clock when M. Planta and his guests quitted the château of Valfeuillu. Instead of taking the high road, they cut across a pathway which ran along beside Madame de Lanascolle's park, and led diagonally to the wire bridge. This was the shortest way to the inn where M. Lecoq had left his slight baggage. As they went along, M. Planta grew anxious about his good friend M. Courtois. "What misfortune can have happened to him?" said he to Dr. Gendron. "Thanks to the stupidity of that rascal of a servant, we learned nothing at all. This letter from Mademoiselle Laurence has caused the trouble somehow." They had now reached the Faithful Grenadier. A big red-faced fellow was smoking a long pipe at the door, his back against the house. He was talking with a railway employee. It was the landlord. "Well, Monsieur Planta," he cried, "what a horrible affair this is! Come in, come in. There are several folks in the hall who saw the assassins. What a villain old Berthaud is! And that Gaspin! Ah, I would willingly trudge to Corbeil to see them put up the scaffold." "A little charity, Master L'Enfant. You forget that both these men were among your best customers." Master L'Enfant was confused by this reply, but his native impudence soon regained the mastery. "Fine customers, parbleu!" he answered. "This thief of a Gaspin has got 30 francs of mine, which I'll never see again." "Who knows?" said Planta ironically. "Besides, you are going to make more than that to night, there's so much company at the Orcival festival." During this brief conversation, M. Lecoq entered the inn for his nightgown. His office being no longer a secret, he was not now welcomed as when he was taken for a simple retired haberdasher. Madame L'Enfant, a lady who had no need of her husband's aid to show penniless sots the door, scarcely deigned to answer him. When he asked how much he owed, she responded with a contemptuous gesture, "Nothing." When he returned to the door, his nightgown in hand, M. Planta said, "Let's hurry, for I want to get news of our poor mayor." The three hastened their steps, and the old justice of the peace, oppressed with sad presentiments, and trying to combat them, continued, "If anything had happened at the mayor's, I should certainly have been informed of it by this time. Perhaps Laurence has written that she is ill, or a little indisposed. Madame Courtois, who is the best woman in the world, gets excited about nothing. She probably wanted to send her husband for Laurence at once. You'll see that it's some false alarm." No, some catastrophe had happened. A number of the village women were standing before the mayor's gate. Baptiste, in the midst of the group, was ranting and gesticulating; but at M. Planta's approach, the women fled like a troop of frightened gulls. The old man's unexpected appearance annoyed the placid Baptiste not a little, for he was interrupted by the sudden departure of his audience, in the midst of a superb oratorical flight. As he had a great fear of M. Planta, however, he dissimulated his chagrin with his habitual smile. "Ah, sir!" cried he, when M. Planta was 3 steps off. "Ah, what an affair! I was going for you." "Does your master wish me?" "More than you can think. He ran so fast from Valfeuillu here that I could scarcely keep up with him. He's not usually fast, you know. But you ought to have seen him this time, fat as he is." Monsieur Planta stamped impatiently. "Well, we got here at last," resumed the man, "and Monsieur rushed into the drawing room, where he found Madame sobbing like a Magdalene. He was so out of breath he could hardly speak. His eyes stuck out of his head, and he stuttered like this: 'What's the matter? What's the matter?' Madame, who couldn't speak either, held out Mademoiselle's letter, which she had in her hand." The three auditors were on coals of fire. The rogue perceived it, and spoke more and more slowly. "Then Monsieur took the letter, went to the window, and at a glance read it through. He cried out hoarsely thus: 'Oh!' Then he went to beating the air with his hands, like a swimming dog. Then he walked up and down, and fell, poof! like a bag, his face on the floor. That was all." "Is he dead?" cried all three in the same breath. "Oh, no! You shall see," responded Baptiste, with a placid smile. Monsieur Lecoq was a patient man, but not so patient as you might think. Irritated by the manner of Baptiste's recital, he put down his bundle, seized the man's arm with his right hand, while with the left he whisked a light flexible cane, and said: "Look here, fellow, I want you to hurry up, you know." That was all he said. The servant was terribly afraid of this little blonde man, with a strange voice and a fist harder than a vice. He went on very rapidly this time, his eye fixed on Monsieur Lecoq's rattan. "Monsieur had an attack of vertigo. All the house was in confusion. Everybody, except I, lost their heads. It occurred to me to go for a doctor, and I started off for one, for Doctor Gendron, whom I knew to be at the château, or the doctor near by, or the apothecary, it mattered not who. By good luck, at the street corner I came upon Robelot, the bone setter. 'Come, follow me,' said I. He did so, sent away those who were tending Monsieur, and bled him in both arms. Shortly after he breathed, then he opened his eyes, and then he spoke. Now he is quite restored, and is lying on one of the drawing room lounges, crying with all his might. He told me he wanted to see Monsieur Planta, and I—" "And Mademoiselle Laurence?" asked Monsieur Planta, with a trembling voice. Baptiste assumed a tragic pose. "Ah, gentlemen," said he, "don't ask me about her. 'Tis heart-rending." The doctor and Monsieur Planta heard no more, but hurried in. Monsieur Lecoq followed, having confided his nightgown to Baptiste, with "Carry that to Monsieur Planta's. Quick!" Misfortune, when it enters a house, seems to leave its fatal imprint on the very threshold. Perhaps it is not really so, but it is the feeling which those who are summoned to it experience. As the physician and the justice of the peace traversed the courtyard, this house, usually so gay and hospitable, presented a mournful aspect. Lights were seen coming and going in the upper story. Mademoiselle Lucille, the mayor's youngest daughter, had had a nervous attack, and was being tended. A young girl, who served as Laurence's maid, was seated in the vestibule on the lower stair, weeping bitterly. Several domestics were there also, frightened, motionless, not knowing what to do in all this fright. The drawing-room door was wide open. The room was dimly lighted by 2 candles. Madame Courtois lay rather than sat in a large armchair near the fireplace. Her husband was reclining on a lounge near the windows at the rear of the apartment. They had taken off his coat and had torn away his shirt sleeves and flannel vest, when he was to be bled. There were strips of cotton wrapped about his naked arms. A small man, habited like a well-to-do Parisian artisan, stood near the door with an embarrassed expression of countenance. It was Robelot who had remained, lest any new exigency for his services should arise. The entrance of his friend startled Monsieur Courtois from the sad stupor into which he had been plunged. He got up, and staggered into the arms of the worthy Planta, saying in a broken voice: "Ah, my friend, I am most miserable, most wretched." The poor mayor was so changed as scarcely to be recognizable. He was no longer the happy man of the world, with smiling face, firm look, the pride of which betrayed plainly his self-importance and prosperity. In a few hours he had grown 20 years older. He was broken, overwhelmed. His thoughts wandered in a sea of bitterness. He could only repeat vacantly again and again, "Wretched, most wretched." M. Planta was the right sort of a friend for such a time. He led M. Courtois back to the sofa and sat down beside him, and taking his hand in his own, forced him to calm his grief. He recalled to him that his wife, the companion of his life, remained to him, to mourn the dear departed with him. Had he not another daughter to cherish? But the poor man was in no state to listen to all this. "Ah, my friend," said he, shuddering, "you do not know all. If she had died here, in the midst of us, comforted by our tender care, my despair would be great. But nothing compared with that which now tortures me. If you only knew." M. Planta rose as if terrified by what he was about to hear. "But who can tell," pursued the wretched man, "where or how she died? Oh, my Laurence, was there no one to hear your last agony and save you? What has become of you, so young and happy?" He rose, shaking with anguish, and cried, "Let us go, Planta, and look for her at the Morgue." Then he fell back again, muttering the lugubrious word, "the Morgue." The witnesses of this scene remained mute, motionless, rigid, holding their breath. The stifled sobs and groans of Madame Courtois and the little maid alone broke the silence. "You know that I am your friend, your best friend," said M. Planta softly. "Confide in me. Tell me all." "Well," commenced M. Courtois, "no " but his tears choked his utterance, and he could not go on. Holding out a crumpled letter wet with tears, he stammered, "Here, read. It is her last letter." M. Planta approached the table, and not without difficulty read: "Dearly beloved parents, forgive, forgive, I beseech you, your unhappy daughter, the distress she is about to cause you. Alas, I have been very guilty, but the punishment is terrible. In a day of wandering I forgot all, the example and advice of my dear sainted mother, my most sacred duty, and your tenderness. I could not, no, I could not resist him who wept before me in swearing for me an eternal love, and who has abandoned me. Now all is over. I am lost, lost. I cannot long conceal my dreadful sin. Oh, dear parents, do not curse me. I am your daughter. I cannot bear to face contempt. I will not survive my dishonour. When this letter reaches you, I shall have ceased to live. I shall have quitted my aunts, and shall have gone far away, where no one will find me. There I shall end my misery and despair. Adieu, then, oh, beloved parents, adieu. I would that I could, for the last time, beg your forgiveness on my knees. My dear mother, my good father, have pity on a poor wanderer. Pardon me, forgive me. Never let my sister Lucille know. Once more, adieu. I have courage. Honour commands. For you is the last prayer and supreme thought of your poor Laurence." Great tears rolled silently down the old man's cheeks as he deciphered this sad letter. A cold, mute, terrible anger shrivelled the muscles of his face. When he had finished, he said in a hoarse voice, "Wretch!" M. Courtois heard this exclamation. "Ah, yes, wretch indeed!" he cried. "This vile villain who has crept in the dark, and stolen my dearest treasure, my darling child. Alas, she knew nothing of life. He whispered into her ear those fond words which make the hearts of all young girls throb. She had faith in him, and now he abandons her. Oh, if I knew who he was, if I knew!" He suddenly interrupted himself. A ray of intelligence had just illumined the abyss of despair into which he had fallen. "No," said he, "a young girl is not thus abandoned when she has a dowry of 1,000,000, unless for some good reason. Love passes away, avarice remains, The infamous wretch was not free. He was married. He could only be the Count de Tremorel. It is he who has killed my child." The profound silence which succeeded proved to him that his conjecture was shared by those around him. "I was blind, blind," cried he, "for I received him at my house and called him my friend. Oh, have I not a right to a terrible vengeance?" But the crime at Valfeuillu occurred to him, and it was with a tone of deep disappointment that he resumed: "And not be able to revenge myself! I could riot, then kill him with my own hands, see him suffer for hours, hear him beg for mercy. He is dead. He has fallen under the blows of assassins less vile than himself." The doctor and M. Planta strove to comfort the unhappy man, but he went on, excited more and more by the sound of his own voice. "Oh, Laurence, my beloved, why did you not confide in me? You feared my anger, as if a father would ever cease to love his child. Lost, degraded, fallen to the ranks of the vilest, I would still love thee. Were you not my own? Alas! You knew not a father's heart. A father does not pardon. He forgets. You might still have been happy, my lost love." He wept. 1,000 memories of the time when Laurence was a child and played about his knees recurred to his mind. It seemed as though it were but yesterday. "Oh, my daughter! Was it that you feared the world, the wicked, hypocritical world? But we should have gone away. I should have left Orcival, resigned my office. We should have settled down far away, in the remotest corner of France, in Germany, in Italy. With money all is possible." "All? No. I have millions, and yet my daughter has killed herself." He concealed his face in his hands. His sobs choked him. "And not to know what has become of her," he continued. "Is it not frightful? What death did she choose? You remember, doctor, and you, Planta, her beautiful curls about her pure forehead, her great trembling eyes, her long curved lashes. Her smile, do you know, it was the sun's ray of my life. I so loved her voice and her mouth so fresh, which gave me such warm, loving kisses. Dead, lost, and not to know what has become of her sweet form, perhaps abandoned in the mire of some river. Do you recall the countess's body this morning? It will kill me. Oh, my child, that I might see her 1 hour, 1 minute, that I might give her cold lips one last kiss." M. Lecoq strove in vain to prevent a warm tear which ran from his eyes from falling. M. Lecoq was a stoic on principle and by profession; but the desolate words of the poor father overcame him. Forgetting that his emotion would be seen, he came out from the shadow where he had stood and spoke to M. Courtois. "I, M. Lecoq, of the detectives, give you my honour that I will find Mademoiselle Laurence's body." The poor mayor grasped desperately at this promise as a drowning man to a straw. "Oh, yes, we will find her, won't we? You will help me. They say that to the police nothing is impossible, that they see and know everything. We will see what has become of my child." He went toward M. Lecoq, and taking him by the hand, "Thank you," added he. "You are a good man. I received you ill a while ago, and judged you with foolish pride. Forgive me. We will succeed. You will see. We will aid each other. We will put all the police on the scent. We will search through France. Money will do it. I have it. I have millions. Take them." His energies were exhausted. He staggered and fell heavily on the lounge. "He must not remain here long," muttered the doctor in Planta's ear. "He must get to bed. A brain fever after such excitement would not surprise me." The old justice of the peace at once approached Madame Courtois, who still reclined in the arm chair, apparently having seen or heard nothing of what had passed, and oblivious in her grief. "Madame," said he. "Madame." She shuddered, and rose with a wandering air. "It is my fault," said she, "my miserable fault. A mother should read her daughter's heart as in a book. I did not suspect Laurence's secret. I am a most unhappy mother." The doctor also came to her. "Madame," said he, in an imperious tone, "your husband must be persuaded to go to bed at once. His condition is very serious, and a little sleep is absolutely necessary. I will have a potion prepared." "Oh, my God!" cried the poor lady, wringing her hands in the fear of a new misfortune, as bitter as the first, which, however, restored her to her presence of mind. She called the servants who assisted the mayor to regain his chamber. Madame Courtois also retired, followed by the doctor. 3 persons only remained in the drawing room: Planta, Lecoq, and Robelot, who still stood near the door. "Poor Laurence!" murmured Planta. "Poor girl!" "It seems to me that her father is most to be pitied," remarked M. Lecoq. "Such a blow at his age may be more than he can bear. Even should he recover, his life is broken." "I had a sort of presentiment," said the other, "that this misfortune would come. I had guessed Laurence's secret, but I guessed it too late." "And you did not try " "What? In a delicate case like this, when the honor of a family depends on a word, one must be circumspect. What could I do? Put Courtois on his guard? Clearly not. He would have refused to believe me. He is one of those men who will listen to nothing, and whom the brutal fact alone can undeceive." "You might have dealt with the Count de Tremorel." "The Count would have denied all. He would have asked what right I had to interfere in his affairs." "But the girl?" M. Planta sighed heavily. "Though I detest mixing up with what does not concern me, I did try one day to talk with her. With infinite precaution and delicacy, and without letting her see that I knew all, I tried to show her the abyss near which she was drawing." "And what did she reply?" "Nothing. She laughed and joked as women who have a secret which they wish to conceal do. Besides, I could not get a quarter of an hour alone with her, and it was necessary to act, I knew, for I was her best friend, before committing this imprudence of speaking to her. Not a day passed that she did not come to my garden and cull my rarest flowers, and I would not, look you, give one of my flowers to the Pope himself. She had instituted me her florist in ordinary. For her sake I collected my briars of the Cape." He was talking on so wide of his subject that M. Lecoq could not repress a roguish smile. The old man was about to proceed when he heard a noise in the hall, and looking up he observed Robelot for the first time. His face at once betrayed his great annoyance. "You were there, were you?" he said. The bone setter smiled obsequiously. "Yes, monsieur, quite at your service." "You have been listening, eh?" "Oh, as to that, I was waiting to see if Madame Courtois had any commands for me." A sudden reflection occurred to M. Planta. The expression of his eye changed. He winked at M. Lecoq to call his attention, and, addressing the bone setter in a milder tone, said: "Come here, Master Robelot." Lecoq had read the man at a glance. Robelot was a small, insignificant looking man, but really of Herculean strength. His hair, cut short behind, fell over his large, intelligent forehead. His eyes shone with the fire of covetousness, and expressed, when he forgot to guard them, a cynical boldness. A sly smile was always playing about his thin lips, beneath which there was no beard. A little way off, with his slight figure and his beardless face, he looked like a Paris gamin, one of those little wretches who are the essence of all corruption, whose imagination is more soiled than the gutters where they search for lost pennies. Robelot advanced several steps, smiling and bowing. "Perhaps," said he, "monsieur has, by chance, need of me?" "None whatever, Master Robelot. I only wish to congratulate you on happening in so apropos to bleed Monsieur Courtois. Your lancet has, doubtless, saved his life." "It's quite possible. Monsieur Courtois is generous. He will amply recompense this great service." "Oh, I shall ask him nothing. Thank God, I want nobody's help. If I am paid my due, I am content." "I know that well enough. You are prosperous. You ought to be satisfied." M. Planta's tone was friendly, almost paternal. He was deeply interested, evidently, in Robelo's prosperity. "Satisfied," resumed the bone setter. "Not so much as you might think. Life is very dear for poor people." "But haven't you just purchased an estate near Devry?" "Yes." "And a nice place, too, though a trifle damp. Happily you have stone to fill it in with, on the land that you bought off the widow Frappel." Robelot had never seen the old justice of the peace so talkative, so familiar. He seemed a little surprised. "3 wretched pieces of land," said he. "Not so bad as you talk about. Then you've also bought something in the way of mines at auction, haven't you?" "Just a bunch of nothing at all." "True, but it pays well. It isn't so bad, you see, to be a doctor without a diploma." Robelot had been several times prosecuted for illegal practising, so he thought he ought to protest against this. "If I cure people," said he, "I'm not paid for it." "Then your trade in herbs isn't what has enriched you." The conversation was becoming a cross-examination. The bone setter was beginning to be restless. "Oh, I make something out of the herbs," he answered. "And as you are thrifty, you buy land." "I've also got some cattle and horses, which bring in something. I raise horses, cows, and sheep." "Also without a diploma?" Robelot waxed disdainful. "A piece of parchment does not make science. I don't fear the men of the schools. I study animals in the fields and the stable without bragging. I haven't my equal for raising them, nor for knowing their diseases." M. Planta's tone became more and more winning. "I know that you are a bright fellow, full of experience. Dr. Gendron, with whom you served, was praising your cleverness a moment ago." The bone setter shuddered, not so imperceptibly as to escape Planta, who continued: "Yes, the good doctor said he'd never had so intelligent an assistant. 'Robelot,' said he, 'has such an aptitude for chemistry, and so much taste for it besides, that he understands as well as I many of the most delicate operations.' Parbleu! I did my best, for I was well paid, and I was always fond of learning." "And you were an apt scholar at Dr. Gendron's, Master Robelot. He makes some very curious studies. His work and experience on poisons are above all remarkable." Robelot's uneasiness became apparent. His look wavered. "Yes," he returned, "I have seen some strange experiments." "Well, you see, you may think yourself lucky; for the doctor is going to have a splendid chance to study this sort of thing, and he will undoubtedly want you to assist him." But Robelot was too shrewd not to have already guessed that this cross-examination had a purpose. What was M. Planta after? He asked himself, not without a vague terror. And going over in his mind the questions which had been asked, and the answers he had given, and to what these questions led, he trembled. He thought to escape further questioning by saying: "I am always at my old master's orders when he needs me." "He'll need you, be assured," said M. Planta, who added in a careless tone, which his rapid glance at Robelot belied: "The interest attaching to this case will be intense, and the task difficult. Monsieur Sauvrecy's body is to be disinterred." Robelot was certainly prepared for something strange, and he was armed with all his audacity. But the name of Sauvrecy fell upon his head like the stroke of a club, and he stammered, in a choked voice: "Sauvrecy?" M. Planta had already turned his head, and continued in an indifferent tone: "Yes, Sauvrecy is to be exhumed. It is suspected that his death was not wholly a natural one. You see, justice always has its suspicions." Robelot leaned against the wall so as not to fall. Monsieur Plantat proceeded. So Dr. Gendron has been applied to. He has, as you know, found reactive drugs which betray the presence of an alkaloid, whatever it may be, in the substances submitted to him for analysis. He has spoken to me of a certain sensitive paper. Appealing to all his energy, Robelot forced himself to stand up and resume a calm countenance. "I know Dr. Gendron's process," said he, "but I don't see who could be capable of the suspicions of which you speak." "I think they are more than suspicions," resumed M. Plantat. "Madame de Tremorel, you know, has been murdered. Her papers have, of course, been examined. Letters have been found with very damaging revelations, receipts, and so on." Robelot apparently was once more self-possessed. He forced himself to answer. "Bast, let us hope that justice is in the wrong." Then such was this man's self-control, despite a nervous trembling which shook his whole body as the wind does the leaves, that he added, constraining his thin lips to form a smile, "Madame Courtois does not come down. I am waited for at home, and will drop in again to morrow. Good evening, gentlemen." He walked away, and soon the sand in the court was heard creaking with his steps. As he went he staggered like a drunken man. Monsieur Lecoq went up to Monsieur Plantat, and taking off his hat, "I surrender," said he, "and bow to you. You are great like my master, the great Tabaret." The detective's amour-propre was clearly aroused. His professional zeal was inspired. He found himself before a great crime, one of those crimes which tripled the sale of the Gazette of the Courts. Doubtless many of its details escaped him. He was ignorant of the starting point, but he saw the way clearing before him. He had surprised Plantat's theory, and had followed the train of his thought step by step. Thus he discovered the complications of the crime which seemed so simple to M. Dominy. His subtle mind had connected together all the circumstances which had been disclosed to him during the day, and now he sincerely admired the old justice of the peace. As he gazed at his beloved portrait, he thought, "Between the two of us, this old fox and I, we will unravel the whole web." He would not, however, show himself to be inferior to his companion. "Monsieur," said he, "while you were questioning this rogue, who will be very useful to us, I did not lose any time. I've been looking about, under the furniture and so on, and have found this slip of paper." "Let's see." "It is the envelope of the young lady's letter. Do you know where her aunt, whom she was visiting, lives?" "At Fontainebleau, I believe." "Ah, well, this envelope is stamped Paris, Saint Lazare branch post office. I know this stamp proves nothing." "It is, of course, an indication." "That is not all. I have read the letter itself. It was here on the table." Monsieur Plantat frowned involuntarily. "It was, perhaps, a liberty," resumed M. Lecoq, "but the end justifies the means. Well, you have read this letter, but have you studied it, examined the handwriting, weighed the words, remarked the context of the sentences?" "Ah!" cried Plantat, "I was not mistaken, then. You had the same idea strike you that occurred to me." And in the energy of his excitement he seized the detective's hands and pressed them as if he were an old friend. They were about to resume talking when a step was heard on the staircase, and presently Dr. Gendron appeared. "Courtois is better," said he. "He is in a doze, and will recover." "We have nothing more, then, to keep us here," returned M. Plantat. "Let's be off. Monsieur Lecoq must be half dead with hunger." As they went away, M. Lecoq slipped Laurence's letter, with the envelope, into his pocket. End of chapters 8 and 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of The Mystery of Orcival, by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10, Part 1. M. Plantat's house was small and narrow, a philosopher's house. 3 large rooms on the ground floor, 4 chambers in the first story, an attic under the roof for the servants, composed all its apartments. Everywhere the carelessness of a man who has withdrawn from the world into himself for years, ceasing to have the least interest in the objects which surround him, was apparent. The furniture was shabby, though it had been elegant. The mouldings had come off, the clocks had ceased to keep time, the chairs showed the stuffing of their cushions, the curtains in places were faded by the sun. The library alone betrayed a daily care and attention. Long rows of books in calf and gilt were ranged on the carved oaken shelves, a movable table near the fireplace contained M. Plantin's favorite books, the discreet friends of his solitude. A spacious conservatory fitted with every accessory and convenience was his only luxury. In it flourished 137 varieties of briars. 2 servants, the widow Petit, cook and housekeeper, and Louis gardener, inhabited the house. If they did not make it a noisy one, it was because Plantin, who talked little, detested also to hear others talk. Silence was there a despotic law. It was very hard for Madame Petit, especially at first. She was very talkative, so talkative that when she found no one to chat with, she went to confession. To confess was to chat. She came near leaving the place 20 times, but the thought of an assured pension restrained her. Gradually she became accustomed to govern her tongue and to this cloistral silence. But she revenged herself outside for the privations of the household, and regained among the neighbors the time lost at home. She was very much wrought up on the day of the murder. At 11 o'clock, after going out for news, she had prepared Monsieur's dinner, but he did not appear. She waited 1, 2 hours, 5 hours, keeping her water boiling for the eggs. No Monsieur. She wanted to send Louis to look for him, but Louis, being a poor talker and not curious, asked her to go herself. The house was besieged by the female neighbors, who, thinking that Madame Petit ought to be well posted, came for news. No news to give. Toward 5 o'clock, giving up all thought of breakfast, she began to prepare for dinner. But when the village bell struck 8 o'clock, Monsieur had not made his appearance. At 9 the good woman was beside herself, and began to scold Louis, who had just come in from watering the garden, and seated at the kitchen table was soberly eating a plate of soup. The bell rung. "Ah, there's Monsieur at last." No, it was not Monsieur, but a little boy, whom Monsieur Plantin had sent from Valfeuillu to apprise Madame Petit that he would soon return, bringing with him 2 guests who would dine and sleep at the house. The worthy woman nearly fainted. It was the first time that Monsieur Plantin had invited any one to dinner for 5 years. There was some mystery at the bottom of it, so thought Madame Petit, and her anger doubled with her curiosity. "To order a dinner at this hour!" she grumbled. "Has he got common sense, then?" But reflecting that time pressed, she continued, "Go along, Louis. This is not the moment for 2 feet to stay in 1 shoe. Hurry up, and bring 3 chickens' heads. See if there ain't some ripe grapes in the conservatory. Bring on some preserves. Fetch some wine from the cellar." The dinner was well advanced when the bell rung again. This time Baptiste appeared, in exceeding bad humour, bearing M. Lecoq's nightgown. "See here," said he to the cook, "what the person who is with your master gave me to bring here." "What person?" "How do I know? He's a spy sent down from Paris about this Valfeuillu affair. Not much good, probably. Ill-bred, a brute, and a wretch." "But he's not alone with Monsieur." "No, Doctor Gendron is with them." Madame Petit burned to get some news out of Baptiste, but Baptiste also burned to get back and know what was taking place at his master's, so off he went, without having left any news behind. An hour or more passed, and Madame Petit had just angrily declared to Louis that she was going to throw the dinner out the window, when her master at last appeared, followed by his guests. They had not exchanged a word after they left the mayor's. Aside from the fatigues of the evening, they wished to reflect, and to resume their self-command. Madame Petit found it useless to question their faces; they told her nothing. But she did not agree with Baptiste about Monsieur Lecoq. She thought him good-humoured and rather silly. Though the party was less silent at the dinner table, all avoided, as if by tacit consent, any allusion to the events of the day. No one would ever have thought that they had just been witnesses of, almost actors in, the Val Fayou drama, they were so calm, and talked so glibly of indifferent things. From time to time, indeed, a question remained unanswered, or a reply came tardily; but nothing of the sensations and thoughts which were concealed beneath the uttered commonplaces appeared on the surface. Louis passed to and fro behind the diners, his white cloth on his arm, carving and passing the wine. Madame Petit brought in the dishes, and came in thrice as often as was necessary, her ears wide open, leaving the door ajar as often as she dared. Poor woman! She had prepared an excellent dinner, and nobody paid any attention to it. Monsieur Lecoq was fond of titbits; yet, when Louis placed on the table a dish of superb grapes, quite out of season, his mouth did not so much as expand into a smile. Dr. Gendron would have been puzzled to say what he had eaten. The dinner was nearly over when M. Planta began to be annoyed by the constraint which the presence of the servants put upon the party. He called to the cook: "You will give us our coffee in the library, and may then retire, as well as Louis." "But these gentlemen do not know their rooms," insisted Madame Petit, whose eavesdropping projects were checked by this order. "They will perhaps need something." "I will show them their rooms," said M. Planta dryly, "and if they need anything I shall be here." They went into the library. M. Planta brought out a box of cigars and passed them round. "It will be healthful to smoke a little before retiring." M. Lecoq lit an aromatic weed, and remarked: "You may go to bed if you like. I am condemned, I see, to a sleepless night. But before I go to writing, I wish to ask you a few things, M. Planta." M. Planta bowed in token of assent. "We must resume our conversation," continued the detective, "and compare our inferences. All our lights are not too much to throw a little daylight upon this affair, which is one of the darkest I have ever met with. The situation is dangerous, and time presses. On our acuteness depends the fate of several innocent persons, upon whom rest very serious charges. We have a theory; but M. Dominy also has one, and his, let us confess, is based upon material facts, while ours rest upon very disputable sensations and logic." "We have more than sensations," responded M. Planta. "I agree with you," said the doctor, "but we must prove it." "And I will prove it, parbleu!" cried M. Lecoq eagerly. "The affair is complicated and difficult, so much the better. If it were simple, I would go back to Paris instanter, and to morrow I would send you one of my men. I leave easy riddles to infants. What I want is the inexplicable enigma so as to unravel it, a struggle to show my strength, obstacles to conquer them." M. Planta and the doctor looked steadily at the speaker. He was as if transfigured. It was the same yellow haired and whiskered man, in a long overcoat; yet the voice, the physiognomy, the very features had changed. His eyes shone with the fire of his enthusiasm, his voice was metallic and vibrating, his imperious gesture affirmed the audacity and energy of his resolution. "If you think, my friends," pursued he, "that they don't manufacture detectives like me at so much a year, you are right. When I was 20 years old, I took service with an astronomer, as his calculator, after a long course of study. He gave me my breakfast and 70 francs a month; by means of which I dressed well, and covered I know not how many square feet with figures daily." M. Lecoq puffed vigorously at his cigar a moment, casting a curious glance at M. Planta. Then he resumed: "Well, you may imagine that I wasn't the happiest of men. I forgot to mention that I had 2 little vices. I loved the women, and I loved play. All are not perfect. My salary seemed too small, and while I added up my columns of figures, I was looking about for a way to make a rapid fortune. There is, indeed, but one means: to appropriate somebody else's money, shrewdly enough not to be found out. I thought about it day and night. My mind was fertile in expedients, and I formed 100 projects, each more practicable than the others. I should frighten you if I were to tell you half of what I imagined in those days. If many thieves of my calibre existed, you'd have to blot the word property out of the dictionary. Precautions as well as safes would be useless. Happily for men of property, criminals are idiots." "What is he coming to?" thought the doctor. "One day I became afraid of my own thoughts. I had just been inventing a little arrangement by which a man could rob any banker whatever of 200,000 francs without any more danger or difficulty than I raise this cup. So I said to myself, 'Well, my boy, if this goes on a little longer, a moment will come when from the idea you will naturally proceed to the practice.' Having, however, been born an honest lad, a mere chance, and being determined to use the talents which nature had given me, 8 days afterward, I bid my astronomer good morning, and went to the Prefecture. My fear of being a burglar drove me into the police." "And are you satisfied with the exchange?" asked Dr. Gendron. "Faith, doctor, my first regret is yet to come. I am happy because I am free to exercise my peculiar faculties with usefulness to my race. Existence has an enormous attraction for me, because I have still a passion which overrides all others, curiosity." The detective smiled and continued: "There are people who have a mania for the theatre. It is like my own mania. Only, I can't understand how people can take pleasure in the wretched display of fictions, which are to real life what a tallow dip is to the sun. It seems to me monstrous that people can be interested in sentiments which, though well represented, are fictitious. What! Can you laugh at the witticisms of a comedian, whom you know to be the struggling father of a family? Can you pity the sad fate of the poor actress who poisons herself, when you know that on going out you will meet her on the boulevards? It's pitiable." "Let's shut up the theatres," suggested Dr. Gendron. "I am more difficult to please than the public," returned M. Lecoq. "I must have veritable comedies, or real dramas. My theatre is society. My actors laugh honestly, or weep with genuine tears. A crime is committed, that is the prologue. I reach the scene, the first act begins. I seize at a glance the minutest shades of the scenery. Then I try to penetrate the motives, I group the characters, I link the episodes to the central fact, I bind in a bundle all the circumstances. The action soon reaches the crisis, the thread of my inductions conducts me to the guilty person. I divine him, arrest him, deliver him up. Then comes the great scene. The accused struggles, tries tricks, splits straws. But the judge, armed with the arms I have forged for him, overwhelms the wretch. He does not confess, but he is confounded. And how many secondary personages, accomplices, friends, enemies, witnesses are grouped about the principal criminal? Some are terrible, frightful, gloomy; others grotesque. And you know not what the ludicrous in the horrible is. My last scene is the court of assize. The prosecutor speaks, but it is I who furnished his ideas. His phrases are embroideries set around the canvas of my report. The president submits his questions to the jury. What emotion! The fate of my drama is being decided. The jury, perhaps, answers, 'Not guilty.' Very well, my piece was bad. I am hissed. If guilty, on the contrary, the piece was good, I am applauded and victorious. The next day I can go and see my hero, and, slapping him on the shoulder, say to him, 'You have lost, old fellow. I am too much for you.'" Was M. Lecoq in earnest now, or was he playing a part? What was the object of this autobiography? Without appearing to notice the surprise of his companions, he lit a fresh cigar. Then, whether designedly or not, instead of replacing the lamp with which he lit it on the table, he put it on one corner of the mantel. Thus M. Plantin's face was in full view, while that of M. Lecoq remained in shadow. "I ought to confess," he continued, "without false modesty, that I have rarely been hissed. Like every man, I have my Achilles' heel. I have conquered the demon of play, but I have not triumphed over my passion for woman." He sighed heavily, with the resigned gesture of a man who has chosen his path. "It's this way. There is a woman before whom I am but an idiot. Yes, I, the detective, the terror of thieves and murderers, who have divulged the combinations of all the sharpers of all the nations, who for 10 years have swum amid vice and crime, who wash the dirty linen of all the corruptions, who have measured the depths of human infamy, I who knew all, who have seen and heard all, I, Lecoq, am before her more simple and credulous than an infant. She deceives me, I see it, and she proves that I have seen wrongly. She lies, I know it, I prove it to her, and I believe her. It is because this is one of those passions," he added in a low, mournful tone, "that age, far from extinguishing, only fans, and to which the consciousness of shame and powerlessness adds fire. One loves, and the certainty that he cannot be loved in return is one of those griefs which you must have felt to know its depth. In a moment of reason, one sees and judges himself. He says, 'No, it's impossible, she is almost a child, I almost an old man.' He says this, but always in the heart, more potent than reason, than will, than experience, a ray of hope remains, and he says to himself, 'Who knows? Perhaps.' He awaits what? A miracle? There are none nowadays. No matter, he hopes on." M. Lecoq stopped, as if his emotion prevented his going on. M. Planta had continued to smoke mechanically, puffing the smoke out at regular intervals. But his face seemed troubled, his glance was unsteady, his hands trembled. He got up, took the lamp from the mantel, and replaced it on the table, and sat down again. The significance of this scene at last struck Dr. Gendron. In short, M. Lecoq, without departing widely from the truth, had just attempted one of the most daring experiments of his repertoire, and he judged it useless to go further. He knew now what he wished to know. After a moment's silence he shuddered as though awaking from a dream, and pulling out his watch, said, "Parle-Dieu! How I chat on, while time flies!" "And Guespin is in prison," remarked the doctor. "We will have him out," answered the detective, "if indeed he is innocent; for this time I have mastered the mystery, my romance, if you wish, and without any gap. There is, however, one fact of the utmost importance that I by myself cannot explain." "What?" asked M. Planta. "Is it possible that M. de Tremorel had a very great interest in finding something, a deed, a letter, a paper of some sort, something of a small size secreted in his own house?" "Yes, that is possible," returned the justice of the peace. "But I must know for certain." M. Planta reflected a moment. "Well, then," he went on, "I am sure, perfectly sure, that if Madame de Tremorel had died suddenly, the count would have ransacked the house to find a certain paper which he knew to be in his wife's possession, and which I myself have had in my hands." "Then," said M. Lecoq, "there's the drama complete. On reaching Val Feuillu, I, like you, was struck with the frightful disorder of the rooms. Like you, I thought at first that this disorder was the result of design. I was wrong. A more careful scrutiny has convinced me of it. The assassin, it is true, threw everything into disorder, broke the furniture, hacked the chairs in order to make us think that some furious villains had been there. But amid these acts of premeditated violence, I have followed up the involuntary traces of an exact, minute, and I may say patient search. Everything seemed turned topsy-turvy by chance. Articles were broken open with the hatchet, which might have been opened with the hands. Drawers had been forced which were not shut, and the keys of which were in the locks. Was this folly? No. For really no corner or crevice where a letter might be hid has been neglected. The table and bureau drawers had been thrown here and there, but the narrow spaces between the drawers had been examined. I saw proofs of it, for I found the imprints of fingers on the dust which lay in these spaces. The books had been thrown pell-mell upon the floor, but every one of them had been handled, and some of them with such violence that the bindings were torn off. We found the mantel-shelves in their places, but every one had been lifted up. The chairs were not hacked with a sword for the mere purpose of ripping the cloth. The seats were thus examined. My conviction of the certainty that there had been a most desperate search at first roused my suspicions. I said to myself, the villains have been looking for the money which was concealed, therefore they did not belong to the household. But, observed the doctor, they might belong to the house and yet not know the money was hidden. For Gaspin— "Permit me," interrupted M. Lecoq. "I will explain myself. On the other hand, I found indications that the assassin must have been closely connected with Madame de Tremorel, her lover or her husband. These were the ideas that then struck me." "And now?" "Now," responded the detective, "with the certainty that something besides booty might have been the object of the search, I am not far from thinking that the guilty man is he whose body is being searched for, the Count Hector de Tremorel." M. Planta and Dr. Gendron had divined the name, but neither had as yet dared to utter his suspicions. They awaited this name of Tremorel, and yet, pronounced as it was in the middle of the night, in this great sombre room, by this at least strange personage, it made them shudder with an indescribable fright. "Observe," resumed M. Lecoq, "what I say. I believe it to be so. In my eyes, the count's guilt is only as yet extremely probable. Let us see if we three can reach the certainty of it. You see, gentlemen, the inquest of a crime is nothing more nor less than the solution of a problem. Given the crime, proved, patent, you commence by seeking out all the circumstances, whether serious or superficial, the details and the particulars. When these have been carefully gathered, you classify them, and put them in their order and date. You thus know the victim, the crime, and the circumstances. It remains to find the third term of the problem, that is X, the unknown quantity, the guilty party. The task is a difficult one, but not so difficult as is imagined. The object is to find a man whose guilt explains all the circumstances, all the details found. All, understand me. Find such a man, and it is probable, and in 9 cases out of 10, the probability becomes a reality, that you hold the perpetrator of the crime." So clear had been M. Lecoq's exposition, so logical his argument, that his hearers could not repress an admiring exclamation. "Very good! Very good! Let us then examine together if the assumed guilt of the Count de Tremorel explains all the circumstances of the crime at Valfeuillu." He was about to continue when Dr. Gendron, who sat near the window, rose abruptly. "There is some one in the garden," said he. All approached the window. The weather was glorious, the night very clear, and a large open space lay before the library window. They looked out, but saw no one. "You are mistaken, doctor," said Planta, resuming his armchair. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10, Part 2. M. Lecoq continued. Now let us suppose that, under the influence of certain events that we will examine presently, M. de Tremorel had made up his mind to get rid of his wife. The crime once resolved upon, it was clear that the Count must have reflected, and sought out the means of committing it with impunity. He must have weighed the circumstances, and estimated the perils of his act. Let us admit, also, that the events which led him to this extremity were such that he feared to be disturbed, and that he also feared that a search would be made for certain things, even should his wife die a natural death. "That is true," said M. Planta, nodding his head. Monsieur de Tremorel then determined to kill his wife brutally, with a knife, with the idea of so arranging everything as to make it believed that he too had been assassinated; and he also decided to endeavor to thrust suspicion on an innocent person, or, at least, an accomplice infinitely less guilty than he. He made up his mind in advance in adopting this course to disappear, fly, conceal himself, change his personality; to suppress, in short, Count Hector de Tremorel, and make for himself, under another name, a new position and identity. These hypotheses, easily admitted, suffice to explain the whole series of otherwise inconsistent circumstances. They explain to us, in the first place, how it was that on the very night of the murder there was a large fortune in ready money at Valfeuillu, and this seems to me decisive. Why, when a man receives sums like this, which he proposes to keep by him, he conceals the fact as carefully as possible. Monsieur de Tremorel had not this common prudence. He shows his bundles of bank notes freely, handles them, parades them. The servants see them, almost touch them. He wants everybody to know and repeat that there is a large sum in the house, easy to take, carry off, and conceal. And what time of all times does he choose for this display? Exactly the moment when he knows, and every one in the neighborhood knows, that he is going to pass the night at the château alone with Madame de Tremorel. For he is aware that all his servants are invited, on the evening of July 8th, to the wedding of the former cook. So well aware of it is he, that he defrays the wedding expenses, and himself names the day. You will perhaps say that it was by chance that this money was sent to Valfeuillu on the very night of the crime. At the worst, that might be admitted. But believe me, there was no chance about it, and I will prove it. We will go to morrow to the count's banker, and will inquire whether the count did not ask him, by letter or verbally, to send him these funds precisely on July 8th. Well, if he says yes, if he shows us such a letter, or if he declares that the money was called for in person, you will confess, no doubt, that I have more than a probability in favour of my theory." Both his hearers bowed in token of assent. "So far, then, there is no objection?" "Not the least," said M. Planta. "My conjectures have also the advantage of shedding light on Gaspin's position. Honestly, his appearance is against him, and justifies his arrest. Was he an accomplice, or entirely innocent? We certainly cannot yet decide. But it is a fact that he has fallen into an admirably well laid trap. The count, in selecting him for his victim, took all care that every doubt possible should weigh upon him. I would wager that M. de Tremorel, who knew this fellow's history, thought that his antecedents would add probability to the suspicions against him, and would weigh with a terrible weight in the scales of justice. Perhaps, too, he said to himself that Gaspin would be sure to prove his innocence in the end, and he only wished to gain time to elude the first search. It is impossible that we can be deceived. We know that the countess died of the first blow as if thunderstruck. She did not struggle; therefore she could not have torn a piece of cloth off the assassin's vest. If you admit Gaspin's guilt, you admit that he was idiot enough to put a piece of his vest in his victim's hand. You admit that he was such a fool as to go and throw his torn and bloody vest into the Seine from a bridge in a place where he might know search would be made. And all this without taking the common precaution of attaching it to a stone to carry it to the bottom. That would be absurd. To me, then, this piece of cloth, this smeared vest, indicate at once Gaspin's innocence and the count's guilt." "But," objected Dr. Gendron, "if Gaspin is innocent, why don't he talk? Why don't he prove an alibi? How was it he had his purse full of money?" "Observe," resumed the detective, "that I don't say he is innocent. We are still among the probabilities. Can't you suppose that the count, perfidious enough to set a trap for his servant, was shrewd enough to deprive him of every means of proving an alibi? But you yourself deny the count's shrewdness." "I beg your pardon. Please hear me. The count's plan was excellent, and shows a superior kind of perversity. The execution alone was defective. This is because the plan was conceived and perfected in safety, while when the crime had been committed, the murderer, distressed, frightened at his danger, lost his coolness, and only half executed his project. But there are other suppositions. It might be asked whether, while Madame de Tremorel was being murdered, Gaspin might not have been committing some other crime elsewhere. This conjecture seemed so improbable to the doctor that he could not avoid objecting to it. "Oh!" muttered he. "Don't forget," replied Lecoq, "that the field of conjectures has no bounds. Imagine whatever complication of events you may, I am ready to maintain that such a complication has occurred or will present itself. Euben, a German lunatic, bet that he would succeed in turning up a pack of cards in the order stated in the written agreement. He turned and turned 10 hours per day for 20 years. He had repeated the operation 4,246,028 times when he succeeded." M. Lecoq was about to proceed with another illustration when M. Plantin interrupted him by a gesture. "I admit your hypotheses. I think they are more than probable. They are true." M. Lecoq, as he spoke, paced up and down between the window and the bookshelf, stopping at emphatic words, like a general who dictates to his aides the plan of the morrow's battle. To his auditors he seemed a new man, with serious features, an eye bright with intelligence, his sentences clear and concise. Lecoq, in short, which the magistrates who have employed his talents would recognize. "Now," he resumed, "hear me. It is 10 o'clock at night. No noise without, the road deserted, the village lights extinguished, the château servants away at Paris. The count and countess are alone at Valfeuillu. They have gone to their bedroom. The countess has seated herself at the table where the tea has been served. The count, as he talks with her, paces up and down the chamber. Madame de Tremorel has no ill presentiment. Her husband, the past few days, has been more amiable, more attentive than ever. She mistrusts nothing, and so the count can approach her from behind, without her thinking of turning her head. When she hears him coming up softly, she imagines that he is going to surprise her with a kiss. He, meanwhile, armed with a long dagger, stands beside his wife. He knows where to strike that the wound may be mortal. He chooses the place at a glance, takes aim, strikes a terrible blow, so terrible that the handle of the dagger imprints itself on both sides of the wound. The countess falls without a sound, bruising her forehead on the edge of the table, which is overturned. Is not the position of the terrible wound below the left shoulder thus explained? A wound almost vertical, its direction being from right to left." The doctor made a motion of assent. "And who, besides a woman's lover or her husband, is admitted to her chamber, or can approach her when she is seated without her turning round?" "That's clear," muttered M. Plantin. "The countess is now dead," pursued M. Lecoq. "The assassin's first emotion is one of triumph. He is at last rid of her who was his wife, whom he hated enough to murder her, and to change his happy, splendid, envied existence for a frightful life, henceforth without country friend or refuge, proscribed by all nations, tracked by all the police, punishable by the laws of all the world. His second thought is of this letter or paper, this object of small size which he knows to be in his wife's keeping, which he has demanded 100 times, which she would not give up to him, and which he must have." "Add," interrupted M. Plantin, "that this paper was one of the motives of the crime. The count thinks he knows where it is. He imagines that he can put his hand on it at once. He is mistaken. He looks into all the drawers and bureaus used by his wife, and finds nothing. He searches every corner, he lifts up the shelves, overturns everything in the chamber. Nothing. An idea strikes him. Is this letter under the mantel-shelf? By a turn of the arm he lifts it, down the clock tumbles and stops. It is not yet 10:30. "Yes," murmured the doctor, "the clock betrays that." The count finds nothing under the mantel-shelf except the dust which has retained traces of his fingers. Then he begins to be anxious. Where can this paper be for which he has risked his life? He grows angry. How search the locked drawers? The keys are on the carpet. I found them among the debris of the tea service, but he does not see them. He must have some implement with which to break open everything. He goes downstairs for a hatchet. The drunkenness of blood and vengeance is dissipated on the staircase. His terrors begin. All the dark corners are peopled now with those spectres which form the cortege of assassins. He is frightened and hurries on. He soon goes up again armed with a large hatchet, that found on the second story, and makes the pieces of wood fly about him. He goes about like a maniac, rips up the furniture at hazard, but he pursues a desperate search, the traces of which I have followed among the debris. Nothing. Always nothing. Everything in the room is topsy-turvy. He goes into his cabinet, and continues the destruction. The hatchet rises and falls without rest. He breaks his own bureau, since he may find something concealed there of which he is ignorant. This bureau belonged to the first husband, to Sauvercy. He takes out all the books in the library one by one, shakes them furiously, and throws them about the floor. The infernal paper is undiscoverable. His distress is now too great for him to pursue the search with the least method. His wandering reason no longer guides him. He staggers without calculation from one thing to another, fumbling a dozen times in the same drawer, while he completely forgets others just by him. Then he thinks that this paper may have been hid in the stuffing of a chair. He seizes a sword, and, to be certain, he slashes up the drawing-room chairs and sofas and those in the other rooms. Monsieur Lecoq's voice, accent, gestures gave a vivid character to his recital. The hearer might imagine that he saw the crime committed, and was present at the terrible scenes which he described. His companions held their breath, unwilling by a movement to distract his attention. "At this moment," pursued he, "the Count's rage and terror were at their height. He had said to himself, when he planned the murder, that he would kill his wife, get possession of the letter, execute his plan quickly, and fly. And now all his projects were baffled. How much time was being lost, when each minute diminished the chances of escape! Then the probability of 1,000 dangers which had not occurred to him entered his mind. What if some friend should suddenly arrive, expecting his hospitality, as had occurred 20 times? What if a passer-by on the road should notice a light flying from room to room? Might not one of the servants return? When he is in the drawing-room he thinks he hears some one ring at the gate. Such is his terror that he lets his candle fall, for I have found the marks of it on the carpet. He hears strange noises, such as never before assailed his ears. He thinks he hears walking in the next room. The floor creaks. Is his wife really dead? Will she not suddenly rise up, run to the window, and scream for help? Beset by these terrors, he returns to the bedroom, seizes his dagger, and again strikes the poor countess. But his hand is so unsteady that the wounds are light. You have observed, doctor, that all these wounds take the same direction. They form right angles with the body, proving that the victim was lying down when they were inflicted. Then, in the excess of his frenzy, he strikes the body with his feet, and his heels form the contusions discovered by the autopsy." Monsieur Lecoq paused to take breath. He not only narrated the drama, he acted it, adding gesture to word, and each of his phrases made a scene, explained a fact, and dissipated a doubt. Like all true artists who wrap themselves up in the character they represent, the detective really felt something of the sensations which he interpreted, and his expressive face was terrible in its contortions. "That," he resumed, "is the first act of the drama. An irresistible prostration succeeds the Count's furious passion. The various circumstances which I am describing to you are to be noticed in nearly all great crimes. The assassin is always seized, after the murder, with a horrible and singular hatred against his victim, and he often mutilates the body. Then comes the period of a prostration so great, of torpor so irresistible, that murderers have been known literally to go to sleep in the blood, that they have been surprised sleeping, and that it was with great difficulty that they were awakened. The count, when he has frightfully disfigured the poor lady, falls into an armchair. Indeed, the cloth of one of the chairs has retained some wrinkles, which shows that some one had sat in it. What are, then, the count's thoughts? He reflects on the long hours which have elapsed, upon the few hours which remain to him. He reflects that he has found nothing, that he will hardly have time, before day, to execute his plans for turning suspicion from him and assure his safety by creating an impression that he, too, has been murdered. And he must fly at once, fly without that accursed paper. He summons up his energies, rises, and do you know what he does? He seizes a pair of scissors, and cuts off his long, carefully cultivated beard. Ah, interrupted M. Planta, that's why you examined the portrait so closely. M. Lecoq was too intent on following the thread of his deductions to note the interruption. This is one of those vulgar details, pursued he, whose very insignificance makes them terrible when they are attended by certain circumstances. Now imagine the Count de Tremorel, pale, covered with his wife's blood, shaving himself before his glass, rubbing the soap over his face in that room all topsy-turvy, while 3 steps off lies the still warm and palpitating body. It was an act of terrible courage, believe me, to look at himself in the glass after a murder, one of which few criminals are capable. The count's hands, however, trembled so violently that he could scarcely hold his razor, and his face must have been cut several times. What? Said Dr. Gendron. Do you imagine that the count spared the time to shave? I am positively sure of it. Positively. A towel, on which I have found one of those marks which a razor leaves when it is wiped, and one only, has put me on the track of this fact. I looked about, and found a box of razors, one of which had recently been used, for it was still moist; and I have carefully preserved both the towel and the box. And if these proofs are not enough, I will send to Paris for 2 of my men, who will find, somewhere in the house or the garden, both the count's beard and the cloth with which he wiped his razor. As to the fact which surprises you, doctor, it seems to me very natural. More, it is the necessary result of the plan he adopted. M. de Tremorel has always worn his full beard. He cuts it off, and his appearance is so entirely altered that if he met any one in his flight he would not be recognized. The doctor was apparently convinced, for he cried, "It's clear! It's evident!" Once thus disguised, the count hastens to carry out the rest of his plan, to arrange everything to throw the law off the scent, and to make it appear that he, as well as his wife, has been murdered. He hunts up Gaspin's vest, tears it out at the pocket, and puts a piece of it in the countess's hand. Then, taking the body in his arms crosswise, he goes downstairs. The wounds bleed frightfully; hence the numerous stains discovered all along his path. Reaching the foot of the staircase, he is obliged to put the countess down, in order to open the garden door. This explains the large stain in the vestibule. The count, having opened the door, returns for the body, and carries it in his arms as far as the edge of the lawn. There he stops carrying it, and drags it by the shoulders, walking backward, trying thus to create the impression that his own body has been dragged across there and thrown into the Seine. But the wretch forgot 2 things which betray him to us. He did not reflect that the countess's skirts, in being dragged along the grass, pressing it down and breaking it for a considerable space, spoiled his trick. Nor did he think that her elegant and well-curved feet, encased in small high-heeled boots, would mould themselves in the damp earth of the lawn, and thus leave against him a proof clearer than the day. M. Planta rose abruptly. "Ah," said he, "you said nothing of this before." "Nor of several other things either. But I was before ignorant of some facts which I now know; and as I had reason to suppose that you were better informed than I was not sorry to avenge myself for a caution which seemed to me mysterious." "Well, you are avenged," remarked the doctor, smiling. "On the other side of the lawn," continued M. Lecoq, "the count again took up the countess's body; but forgetting the effect of water when it spurts, or, who knows, disliking to soil himself, instead of throwing her violently in the river, he put her down softly, with great precaution. That's not all. He wished it to appear that there had been a terrible struggle. What does he do? Stirs up the sand with the end of his foot. And he thinks that will deceive the police." "Yes, yes," muttered Plantin. "Exactly so. I saw it." Having got rid of the body, the count returns to the house. Time presses, but he is still anxious to find the paper. He hastens to take the last measures to assure his safety. He smears his slippers and handkerchief with blood. He throws his handkerchief and one of his slippers on the sward, and the other slipper into the river. His haste explains the incomplete execution of his manoeuvres. He hurries, and commits blunder after blunder. He does not reflect that his valet will explain about the empty bottles which he puts on the table. He thinks he is turning wine into the 5 glasses. It is vinegar, which will prove that no one has drunk out of them. He ascends, puts forward the hands of the clock, but forgets to put the hands and the striking bell in harmony. He rumples up the bed, but he does it awkwardly; and it is impossible to reconcile these 3 facts: the bed crumpled, the clock showing 20 minutes past 3, and the countess dressed as if it were midday. He adds as much as he can to the disorder of the room. He smears a sheet with blood, also the bed curtains and furniture. Then he marks the door with the imprint of a bloody hand, too distinct and precise not to be done designedly. Is there so far a circumstance or detail of the crime which does not explain the count's guilt? "There is the hatchet," answered M. Plantin, "found on the 2nd story, the position of which seemed so strange to you." "I am coming to that. There is one point in this mysterious affair which, thanks to you, is now clear. We know that Madame de Tremorel, known to her husband, possessed and concealed a paper or a letter which he wanted, and which she obstinately refused to give up in spite of all his entreaties. You have told us that the anxiety, perhaps the necessity, to have this paper was a powerful motive of the crime. We will not be rash, then, in supposing that the importance of this paper was immense, entirely beyond an ordinary affair. It must have been, somehow, very damaging to one or the other. To whom? To both, or only the count? Here I am reduced to conjectures. It is certain that it was a menace, capable of being executed at any moment, suspended over the head of him or them concerned by it. Madame de Tremorel surely regarded this paper either as a security or as a terrible arm which put her husband at her mercy. It was surely to deliver himself from this perpetual menace that the count killed his wife." The logic was so clear, the last words brought the evidence out so lucidly and forcibly, that his hearers were struck with admiration. They both cried, "Very good!" "Now," resumed M. Lecoq, "from the various elements which have served to form our conviction, we must conclude that the contents of this letter, if it can be found, will clear away our last doubts, will explain the crime, and will render the assassin's precautions wholly useless. The count, therefore, must do everything in the world, must attempt the impossible, not to leave this danger behind him. His preparations for flight ended, Hector, in spite of his deadly peril, of the speeding time, of the coming day, instead of flying, recommences with more desperation than ever his useless search. Again he goes through all the furniture, the books, the papers, in vain. Then he determines to search the 2nd story, and, armed with his hatchet, goes up to it. He has already attacked a bureau, when he hears a cry in the garden. He runs to the window. What does he see? Philippe and old Berthaud are standing on the river bank under the willows near the corpse. Can you imagine his immense terror? Now there's not a second to lose, he has already delayed too long. The danger is near, terrible. Daylight has come, the crime is discovered, they are coming, he sees himself lost beyond hope. He must fly at once, at the peril of being seen, met, arrested. He throws the hatchet down violently, it cuts the floor. He rushes down, slips the bank notes in his pocket, seizes Gaspin's torn and smeared vest, which he will throw into the river from the bridge, and saves himself by the garden. Forgetting all caution, confused, beside himself, covered with blood, he runs, clears the ditch, and it is he whom old Berthaud sees making for the forest of Mauprevoir, where he intends to arrange the disorder of his clothes. For the moment he is safe; but he leaves behind him this letter, which is, believe me, a formidable witness, which will enlighten justice, and will betray his guilt and the perfidy of his projects. For he has not found it, but he will find it. It is necessary for us to have it to defeat M. Dominie, and to change our doubts into certainty. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. A long silence followed the detective's discourse. Perhaps his hearers were casting about for objections. At last Dr. Gendron spoke. "I don't see Gaspin's part in all this." "Nor I, very clearly," answered M. Lecoq. "And here I ought to confess to you not only the strength, but the weakness also, of the theory I have adopted. By this method, which consists of reconstructing the crime before discovering the criminal, I can be neither right nor wrong by halves. Either all my inferences are correct, or not one of them is. It's all or nothing. If I am right, Gaspin has not been mixed up with this crime, at least directly, for there isn't a single circumstance which suggests outside aid. If, on the other hand, I am wrong—" M. Lecoq paused. He seemed to have heard some unexpected noise in the garden. "But I am not wrong. I have still another charge against the count, of which I haven't spoken, but which seems to be conclusive." "Oh!" cried the doctor. "What now?" "Two certainties are better than one, and I always doubt. When I was left alone a moment with François the valet, I asked him if he knew exactly the number of the count's shoes. He said yes, and took me to a closet where the shoes are kept. A pair of boots with green Russia leather tops, which François was sure the count had put on the previous morning, was missing. I looked for them carefully everywhere, but could not find them. Again, the blue cravat with white stripes, which the count wore on the 8th, had also disappeared." "There!" cried M. Planta. "That is indisputable proof that your supposition about the slippers and handkerchief was right." "I think that the facts are sufficiently established to enable us to go forward. Let's now consider the events which must have decided—" M. Lecoq again stopped and seemed to be listening. All of a sudden, without a word, he jumped on the window sill, and from thence into the garden, with the bound of a cat which pounces on a mouse. The noise of a fall, a stifled cry, an oath were heard, and then a stamping as if a struggle were going on. The doctor and M. Planta hastened to the window. Day was breaking, the trees shivered in the fresh wind of the early morning. Objects were vaguely visible without distinct forms across the white mist which hangs on summer nights over the valley of the Seine. In the middle of the lawn, at rapid intervals, they heard the blunt noise of a clinched fist striking a living body, and saw two men, or rather two phantoms, furiously swinging their arms. Presently the two shapes formed but one, then they separated, again to unite. One of the two fell, rose at once, and fell again. "Don't disturb yourselves!" cried M. Lecoq's voice. "I've got the rogue." The shadow of the detective, which was upright, bent over, and the conflict was recommenced. The shadow stretched on the ground defended itself with the dangerous strength of despair. His body formed a large brown spot in the middle of the lawn, and his legs, kicking furiously, convulsively stretched and contracted. Then there was a moment when the lookers on could not make out which was the detective. They rose again and struggled. Suddenly a cry of pain escaped, with a ferocious oath. "Ah, wretch!" And almost immediately a loud shout rent the air, and the detective's mocking tones were heard. "There he is! I've persuaded him to pay his respects to us. Light me up a little." The doctor and his host hastened to the lamp. Their zeal caused a delay, and at the moment that the doctor raised the lamp the door was rudely pushed open. "I beg to present to you," said M. Lecoq, "Master Robelot, bone setter of Orcival, herborist by prudence, and a poisoner by vocation." The stupefaction of the others was such that neither could speak. It was really the bone setter working his jaws nervously. His adversary had thrown him down by the famous knee stroke, which is the last resort of the worst prowlers about the Parisian barriers. But it was not so much Robelo's presence which surprised M. Plantin and his friend. Their stupor was caused by the detective's appearance, who, with his wrist of steel, as rigid as handcuffs, held the doctor's ex-assistant, and pushed him forward. The voice was certainly Lecoq's. There was his costume, his big knotted cravat, his yellow-haired watch-chain. Still it was no longer Lecoq. He was blond, with highly cultivated whiskers when he jumped out the window. He returned brown, with a smooth face. The man who had jumped out was a middle-aged person, with an expressive face, which was in turn idiotic and intelligent. The man who returned by the door was a fine young fellow of 35, with a beaming eye and a sensitive lip. A splendid head of curly black hair brought out vividly the pallor of his complexion, and the firm outline of his head and face. A wound appeared on his neck, just below the chin. "Monsieur Lecoq!" cried M. Plantin, recovering his voice. "Himself," answered the detective, "and this time the true Lecoq." Turning to Robelot, he slapped him on the shoulder, and added, "Go on, you." Robelot fell upon a sofa, but the detective continued to hold him fast. "Yes," he continued, "this rascal has robbed me of my blonde locks. Thanks to him, and in spite of myself, you see me as I am, with the head the Creator gave me, and which is really my own." He gave a careless gesture, half angry, half good-humoured. "I am the true Lecoq, and, to tell you the truth, only 3 persons besides yourselves really know him. 2 trusted friends, and 1 who is infinitely less so, she of whom I spoke a while ago." The eyes of the other 2 met, as if to question each other, and M. Lecoq continued: "What can a fellow do? All is not rose colour in my trade. We run such dangers in protecting society as should entitle us to the esteem, if not the affection, of our fellow men. Why, I am condemned to death at this moment by 7 of the most dangerous criminals in France. I have caught them, you see, and they have sworn they are men of their word, too that I should only die by their hands." "Where are these wretches?" 4 at Cayenne, 1 at Brest. I've had news of them. But the other 2, I've lost their track. Who knows whether one of them hasn't followed me here, and whether to morrow, at the turning of some obscure road, I shall not get 6 inches of cold steel in my stomach." He smiled sadly. "And no reward," pursued he, "for the perils which we brave. If I should fall to morrow, they would take up my body, carry it to my house, and that would be the end." The detective's tone had become bitter, the irritation of his voice betrayed his rancour. "My precautions, happily, are taken. While I am performing my duties, I suspect everything, and when I am on my guard I fear no one. But there are days when one is tired of being on his guard, and would like to be able to turn a street corner without looking for a dagger. On such days I again become myself. I take off my false beard, throw down my mask, and my real self emerges from the 100 disguises which I assume in turn. I have been a detective 15 years, and no one at the Prefecture knows either my true face or the colour of my hair." Master Robelot, ill at ease on his lounge, attempted to move. "Ah, look out!" cried M. Lecoq, suddenly changing his tone. "Now get up here and tell us what you are about in the garden." "But you are wounded!" exclaimed Plantin, observing stains of blood on M. Lecoq's shirt. "Oh, that's nothing. Only a scratch that this fellow gave me with a big cutlass he had." M. Plantin insisted on examining the wound, and was not satisfied until the doctor declared it to be a very slight one. "Come, Master Robelot," said the old man, "what were you doing here?" The bone setter did not reply. "Take care," insisted Plantin. "Your silence will confirm us in the idea that you came with the worst designs." But it was in vain that M. Plantin wasted his persuasive eloquence. Robelot shut himself up in a ferocious and dogged silence. M. Gendron, hoping, not without reason, that he might have some influence over his former assistant, spoke. "Answer us. What did you come for?" Robelot made an effort. It was painful with his broken jaw to speak. "I came to rob. I confess it." "To rob what?" "I don't know." "But you didn't scale a wall and risk the gaol without a definite object." "Well, then, I wanted—" He stopped. "What? Go on." "To get some rare flowers in the conservatory." "With your cutlass, eh?" said M. Lecoq. Robelot gave him a terrible look. The detective continued: "You needn't look at me that way. You don't scare me. And don't talk like a fool, either. If you think we are duller than you, you are mistaken. I warn you of it." "I wanted the flower pots," stammered the man. "Oh, come now," cried M. Lecoq, shrugging his shoulders. "Don't repeat such nonsense. You, a man that buys large estates for cash, steal flower pots. Tell that to somebody else. You've been turned over to night, my boy, like an old glove. You've let out in spite of yourself a secret that tormented you furiously, and you came here to get it back again. You thought that perhaps M. Plantat had not told it to anybody, and you wanted to prevent him from speaking again for ever." Robelot made a sign of protesting. "Shut up, now," said M. Lecoq. "And your cutlass?" While this conversation was going on, M. Plantat reflected. "Perhaps," he murmured, "I've spoken too soon." "Why so?" asked M. Lecoq. "I wanted a palpable proof for M. Dominy. We'll give him this rascal, and if he isn't satisfied, he's difficult to please. But what shall we do with him? Shut him up somewhere in the house. If necessary, I'll tie him up. Here's a dark closet." "Is it secure?" "There are thick walls on 3 sides of it, and the 4th is closed with a double door. No openings, no windows, nothing. Just the place." M. Plantat opened the closet, a black looking hole, damp, narrow, and full of old books and papers. "There," said M. Lecoq to his prisoner, "in here you'll be like a little king," and he pushed him into the closet. Robelot did not resist, but he asked for some water and a light. They gave him a bottle of water and a glass. "As for the light," said M. Lecoq, "you may dispense with it. You'll be playing us some dirty trick." M. Plantat, having shut the closet door, took the detective's hand. "Monsieur," said he earnestly, "you have probably just saved my life at the peril of your own. I will not thank you. The day will come, I trust, when I may—" The detective interrupted him with a gesture. "You know how I constantly expose myself," said he. "Once more or less does not matter much. Besides, it does not always serve a man to save his life." He was pensive a moment, then added, "You will thank me after a while, when I have gained other titles to your gratitude." M. Gendron also cordially shook the detective's hand, saying: "Permit me to express my admiration of you. I had no idea what the resources of such a man as you were. You got here this morning without information, without details, and by the mere scrutiny of the scene of the crime, by the sole force of reasoning, have found the criminal. More, you have proved to us that the criminal could be no other than he whom you have named." M. Lecoq bowed modestly. These praises evidently pleased him greatly. "Still," he answered, "I am not yet quite satisfied. The guilt of the Count de Tremorel is of course abundantly clear to me. But what motives urged him? How was he led to this terrible impulse to kill his wife, and make it appear that he too had been murdered?" "Might we not conclude," remarked the doctor, "that, disgusted with Madame de Tremorel, he has got rid of her to rejoin another woman, adored by him to madness?" M. Lecoq shook his head. "People don't kill their wives for the sole reason that they are tired of them and love others. They quit their wives, live with the new loves, that's all. That happens every day, and neither the law nor public opinion condemns such people with great severity." "But it was the wife who had the fortune." That wasn't the case here. I have been posting myself up. Monsieur de Tremorel had 100,000 crowns, the remains of a colossal fortune saved by his friend Sauvercy, and his wife, by the marriage contract, made over 500,000 to him. A man can live in ease anywhere on 800,000 francs. Besides, the Count was master of all the funds of the estate. He could sell, buy, realize, borrow, deposit, and draw funds at will. The doctor had nothing to reply. Monsieur Lecoq went on, speaking with a certain hesitation, while his eyes interrogated Monsieur Planta. "We must find the reasons of this murder, and the motives of the assassin's terrible resolution, in the past. Some crime so indissolubly linked the count and countess that only the death of one of them could free the other. I suspected this crime the first thing this morning, and have seen it all the way through, and the man that we have just shut up in there, Rebelot, who wanted to murder M. Planta, was either the agent or the accomplice of this crime." The doctor had not been present at the various episodes which, during the day at Valfeuillu and in the evening at the mayor's, had established a tacit understanding between Planta and Lecoq. He needed all the shrewdness he possessed to fill up the gaps and understand the hidden meanings of the conversation to which he had been listening for 2 hours. Monsieur Lecoq's last words shed a ray of light upon it all, and the doctor cried, "Sauvercy!" "Yes, Sauvercy," answered Monsieur Lecoq. "And the paper which the murderer hunted for so eagerly, for which he neglected his safety and risked his life, must contain the certain proof of the crime." Monsieur Planta, despite the most significant looks and the direct provocation to make an explanation, was silent. He seemed 100 leagues off in his thoughts, and his eyes, wandering in space, seemed to follow forgotten episodes in the mist of the past. Monsieur Lecoq, after a brief pause, decided to strike a bold blow. "What a past that must have been," exclaimed he, "which could drive a young, rich, happy man like Hector de Tremorel to plan in cool blood such a crime, to resign himself to disappear after it, to cease to exist, as it were to lose all at once his personality, his position, his honour, and his name. What a past must be that which drives a young girl of 20 to suicide!" Monsieur Planta started up, pale, more moved than he had yet appeared. "Ah!" cried he in an altered voice, "you don't believe what you say. Laurence never knew about it, never." The doctor, who was narrowly watching the detective, thought he saw a faint smile light up his mobile features. The old justice of the peace went on, now calmly and with dignity, in a somewhat haughty tone. "You didn't need tricks or subterfuge, Monsieur Lecoq, to induce me to tell what I know. I have evinced enough esteem and confidence in you to deprive you of the right to arm yourself against me with the sad secret which you have surprised." Monsieur Lecoq, despite his cool-headedness, was disconcerted. "Yes," pursued Monsieur Planta, "your astonishing genius for penetrating dramas like this has led you to the truth. But you do not know all, and even now I would hold my tongue, had not the reasons which compelled me to be silent ceased to exist." He opened a secret drawer in an old oaken desk near the fireplace, and took out a large paper package, which he laid on the table. "For 4 years," he resumed, "I have followed, day by day, I might say hour by hour, the various phases of the dreadful drama which ended in blood last night at Valfeuillu. At first, the curiosity of an old retired attorney prompted me. Later, I hoped to save the life and honour of one very dear to me. Why did I say nothing of my discoveries? That, my friends, is the secret of my conscience. It does not reproach me. Besides, I shut my eyes to the evidence even up to yesterday. I needed the brutal testimony of this deed." Day had come. The frightened blackbirds flew whistling by. The pavement resounded with the wooden shoes of the workmen going fieldward. No noise troubled the sad stillness of the library, unless it were the rustling of the leaves which Monsieur Planta was turning over, or now and then a groan from Rebelot. "Before commencing," said the old man, I ought to consider your weariness. We have been up 24 hours." But the others protested that they did not need repose. The fever of curiosity had chased away their exhaustion. They were at last to know the key of the mystery. "Very well," said their host. "Listen to me." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. "Very well," said their host. "Listen to me." The Count Hector de Tremorel, at 26, was the model and ideal of the polished man of the world, proper to our age. A man useless alike to himself and to others, harmful even, seeming to have been placed on earth expressly to play at the expense of all. Young, noble, elegant, rich by millions, endowed with vigorous health, this last descendant of a great family squandered most foolishly and ignobly both his youth and his patrimony. He acquired, by excesses of all kinds, a wide and unenviable celebrity. People talked of his stables, his carriages, his servants, his furniture, his dogs, his favorite loves. His cast-off horses still took prizes, and a jade distinguished by his notice was eagerly sought by the young bloods of the town. Do not think, however, that he was naturally vicious. He had a warm heart, and even generous emotions at 20. 6 years of unhealthy pleasures had spoiled him to the marrow. Foolishly vain, he was ready to do anything to maintain his notoriety. He had the bold and determined egotism of one who has never had to think of any one but himself and has never suffered. Intoxicated by the flatteries of the so-called friends who drew his money from him, he admired himself, mistaking his brutal cynicism for wit, and his lofty disdain of all morality and his idiotic skepticism for character. He was also feeble. He had caprices, but never a will. Feeble as a child, a woman, a girl. His biography was to be found in the petty journals of the day, which retailed his sayings, or what he might have said. His least actions and gestures were reported. One night, when he was supping at the Café de Paris, he threw all the plates out the window. It cost him 20,000 francs. Bravo! One morning, gossiping Paris learned with stupefaction that he had eloped to Italy with the wife of X , the banker, a lady 19 years married. He fought a duel, and killed his man. The week after, he was wounded in another. He was a hero. On one occasion he went to Baden, where he broke the bank. Another time, after playing 60 hours, he managed to lose 120,000 francs, won by a Russian prince. He was one of those men whom success intoxicates, who long for applause, but who care not for what they are applauded. Count Hector was more than ravished by the noise he made in the world. It seemed to him the acme of honor and glory to have his name or initials constantly in the columns of the Parisian world. He did not betray this, however, but said, with charming modesty, after each new adventure, "When will they stop talking about me?" On great occasions he borrowed from Louis XIV the epigram, "After me the deluge." The deluge came in his lifetime. One April morning his valet, a villainous fellow, drilled and dressed up by the Count, woke him at 9 o'clock with this speech: "Monsieur, a bailiff is downstairs in the antechamber, and has come to seize your furniture." Hector turned on his pillow, yawned, stretched, and replied, "Well, tell him to begin operations with the stables and carriage house, and then come up and dress me." He did not seem disturbed, and the servant retired amazed at his master's coolness. The Count had at least sense enough to know the state of his finances, and he had foreseen, nay, expected the bailiff's visit. 3 years before, when he had been laid up for 6 weeks in consequence of a fall from his horse, he had measured the depth of the gulf toward which he was hastening. Then he might yet have saved himself. But he must have changed his whole course of life, reformed his household, learned that 21-franc pieces made a Napoleon. Fie! Never! After mature reflection, he had said to himself that he would go on to the end. When the last hour came, he would fly to the other end of France, erase his name from his linen, and blow his brains out in some forest. This hour had now come. By contracting debts, signing bills, renewing obligations, paying interests and compound interests, giving commissions by always borrowing and never paying, Hector had consumed the princely heritage, nearly 4 millions in lands, which he had received at his father's death. The winter just past had cost him 50,000 crowns. He had tried 8 days before to borrow 100,000 francs, and had failed. He had been refused, not because his property was not as much as he owed, but because it was known that property sold by a bankrupt does not bring its value. Thus it was that when the valet came in and said, "The bailiff is here," he seemed like a spectre commanding suicide. Hector took the announcement coolly, and said as he got up, "Well, here's an end of it." He was very calm, though a little confused. A little confusion is excusable when a man passes from wealth to beggary. He thought he would make his last toilette with especial care. Parbleu! The French nobility goes into battle in court costume. He was ready in less than an hour. He put on his bejeweled watch chain. Then he put a pair of little pistols, of the finest quality, in his overcoat pocket. Then he sent the valet away, and opening his desk, he counted up what funds he had left. 10,000 and some hundreds of francs remained. He might with this sum take a journey, prolong his life 2 or 3 months, but he repelled with disdain the thought of a miserable subterfuge, of a reprieve in disguise. He imagined that with this money he might make a great show of generosity, which would be talked of in the world. It would be chivalrous to breakfast with his inamorata, and make her a present of this money at dessert. During the meal he would be full of nervous gaiety, of cynical humor, and then he would announce his intention to kill himself. The girl would not fail to narrate the scene everywhere. She would repeat his last conversation, his last will and gift. All the cafés would buzz with it at night. The papers would be full of it. This idea strangely excited him, and comforted him at once. He was going out when his eyes fell upon the mass of papers in his desk. Perhaps there was something there which might dim the positiveness of his resolution. He emptied all the drawers without looking or choosing, and put all the papers in the fire. He looked with pride upon this conflagration. There were bills, love letters, business letters, bonds, patents of nobility, deeds of property. Was it not his brilliant past which flickered and consumed in the fireplace? The bailiff occurred to him, and he hastily descended. He was the most polite of bailiffs, a man of taste and wit, a friend of artists, himself a poet at times. He had already seized 8 horses in the stables with all their harness and trappings, and 5 carriages with their equipage in the carriage house. "I am going on slowly, Count," said he, bowing. "Perhaps you wish to arrest the execution. The sum is large, to be sure, but a man in your position—" "Believe that you are here because it suits me," interrupted Hector proudly. "This house doesn't suit me. I shall never enter it again. So, as you are master, go on." And wheeling round on his heel, he went off. The astonished bailiff proceeded with his work. He went from room to room, admiring and seizing. He seized cups gained at the races, collections of pipes and arms, and the library containing many sporting books superbly bound. Meanwhile, the Count de Tremorel, who was resolved more than ever on suicide, Ascending the boulevards, came to his inamorata's house, which was near the Madeleine. He had introduced her some 6 months before into the demi monde as Jenny Fancy. Her real name was Pelagie Taponnet, and although the Count did not know it, she was his valet's sister. She was pretty and lively, with delicate hands and a tiny foot, superb chestnut hair, white teeth, and great impertinent black eyes, which were languishing, caressing, or provoking at will. She had passed suddenly from the most abject poverty to a state of extravagant luxury. This brilliant change did not astonish her as much as you might think. 48 hours after her removal to her new apartments, she had established order among the servants. She made them obey a glance or a gesture, and she made her dressmakers and milliners submit with good grace to her orders. Jenny soon began to languish in her fine rooms for new excitement. Her gorgeous toilettes no longer amused her. A woman's happiness is not complete unless seasoned by the jealousy of rivals. Jenny's rivals lived in the Faubourg du Temple, near the barrier. They could not envy her splendor, for they did not know her, and she was strictly forbidden to associate with and so dazzle them. As for Tremorel, Jenny submitted to him from necessity. He seemed to her the most tiresome of men. She thought his friends the dreariest of beings. Perhaps she perceived beneath their ironically polite manner a contempt for her, and understood of how little consequence she was to these rich people, these high livers, gamblers, men of the world. Her pleasures comprised an evening with some one of her own class, card playing, at which she won, and a midnight supper. The rest of the time she suffered ennui. She was wearied to death. 100 times she was on the point of discarding Tremorel, abandoning all this luxury, money, servants, and resuming her old life. Many a time she packed up. Her vanity always checked her at the last moment. Hector de Tremorel rang at her door at 11 on the morning in question. She did not expect him so early, and she was evidently surprised when he told her he had come to breakfast, and asked her to hasten the cook, as he was in a great hurry. She had never, she thought, seen him so amiable, so gay. All through breakfast he sparkled, as he promised himself he would, with spirit and fun. At last, while they were sipping their coffee, Hector spoke. "All this, my dear, is only a preface, intended to prepare you for a piece of news which will surprise you. I am a ruined man." She looked at him with amazement, not seeming to comprehend him. "I said, ruined," said he, laughing bitterly. "As ruined as man can be." "Oh, you are making fun of me, joking." "I never spoke so seriously in my life. It seems strange to you, doesn't it? Yet it's sober truth." Jenny's large eyes continued to interrogate him. "Why," he continued with lofty carelessness, "life, you know, is like a bunch of grapes, which one either eats gradually, piece by piece, or squeezes into a glass to be tossed off at a gulp. I've chosen the latter way. My grape was 4,000,000 francs. They are drunk up to the dregs. I don't regret them. I've had a jolly life for my money. But now I can flatter myself that I am as much of a beggar as any beggar in France. Everything at my house is in the bailiff's hands. I am without a domicile, without a penny." He spoke with increasing animation, as the multitude of diverse thoughts passed each other tumultuously in his brain. And he was not playing a part; he was speaking in all good faith. "But then," stammered Jenny. "What? Are you free? Just so?" She hardly knew whether to rejoice or mourn. "Yes," he continued, "I give you back your liberty." Jenny made a gesture which Hector misunderstood. "Oh, be quiet," he added quickly. "I shan't leave you thus. I would not desert you in a state of need. This furniture is yours, and I have provided for you besides. Here in my pocket are 500 napoleons. It is my all. I have brought it to give you." He passed the money over to her on a plate, laughingly, imitating the restaurant waiters. She pushed it back with a shudder. "Oh, well," said he, "that's a good sign, my dear. Very good, very good. I always thought and said that you were a good girl. In fact, too good. You needed correcting." She did, indeed, have a good heart; for, instead of taking Hector's bank notes and turning him out of doors, she tried to comfort and console him. Since he had confessed to her that he was penniless, she ceased to hate him, and even commenced to love him. Hector, homeless, was no longer the dreaded man who paid to be master, the millionaire who by a caprice had raised her from the gutter. He was no longer the execrated tyrant. Ruined, he descended from his pedestal; he became a man like others, to be preferred to others, as a handsome and gallant youth. Then Jenny mistook the last artifice of a discarded vanity for a generous impulse of the heart, and was deeply touched by this splendid last gift. "You are not as poor as you say," she said, "for you still have so large a sum." "But, dear child, I have several times given as much for diamonds, which you envied." She reflected a moment, then, as if an idea had struck her, exclaimed: "That's true enough; but I can spend, a great deal less, and yet be just as happy. Once before I knew you, when I was young," she was now 19, "10,000 francs seemed to me to be one of those fabulous sums which were talked about, but which few men ever saw in one pile, and fewer still in their hands." She tried to slip the money into the Count's pocket, but he prevented it. "Come, take it back, keep it." "What shall I do with it?" "I don't know, but wouldn't this money bring in more? Couldn't you speculate on the Bourse, bet at the races, play at Baden, or something? I've heard of people that are now rich as kings, who commenced with nothing, and hadn't your talents either. Why don't you do as they did?" She spoke excitedly, as a woman does who is anxious to persuade. He looked at her, astonished to find her so sensitive, so disinterested. "You will, won't you?" she insisted. "Now, won't you?" "You are a good girl," said he, charmed with her. "But you must take this money. I give it to you. Don't be worried about anything." "But have you still any money? What have you?" "I have yet—" He stopped, searched his pockets, and counted the money in his purse. "Faith, here's 340 francs, more than I need. I must give some napoleons to your servants before I go." "And what, for heaven's sake, will become of you?" He sat back in his chair, negligently stroked his handsome beard, and said: "I am going to blow my brains out." "Oh!" Hector thought that she doubted what he said. He took his pistols out of his pockets, showed them to her, and went on: "You see these toys? Well, when I leave you, I shall go somewhere, no matter where, put the muzzle to my temple, thus, press the trigger, and all will be over." She gazed at him, her eyes dilated with terror, pale, breathing hard and fast; but at the same time she admired him. She marvelled at so much courage, at this calm, this careless, railing tone. What superb disdain of life! To exhaust his fortune, and then kill himself without a cry, a tear, or a regret, seemed to her an act of heroism unheard of, unexampled. It seemed to her that a new, unknown, beautiful, radiant man stood before her. She loved him as she had never loved before. "No!" she cried. "No! It shall not be!" And rising suddenly, she rushed to him and seized him by the arm. "You will not kill yourself, will you? Promise me! Swear it to me! It isn't possible, you would not! I love you. I couldn't bear you before. Oh, I did not know you, but now, come, we will be happy. You, who have lived with millions, don't know how much 10,000 francs are; but I know. We can live a long time on that, and very well, too. Then, if we are obliged to sell the useless things, the horses, carriages, my diamonds, my green cashmere, we can have 3 or 4 times that sum. 30,000 francs, it's a fortune. Think how many happy days." The Count de Tremorel shook his head, smilingly. He was ravished. His vanity was flattered by the heat of the passion which beamed from the poor girl's eyes. How he was beloved! How he would be regretted! What a hero the world was about to lose! "For we will not stay here," Jenny went on. "We will go and conceal ourselves far from Paris in a little cottage. Why, on the other side of Belleville you can get a place surrounded by gardens for 1,000 francs a year. How well off we should be there! You would never leave me, for I should be jealous. Oh, so jealous! We wouldn't have any servants, and you should see that I know how to keep house." Hector said nothing. "While the money lasts," continued Jenny, "we'll laugh away the days. When it's all gone, if you are still decided, you will kill yourself, that is, we will kill ourselves together. But not with a pistol, no. We'll light a pan of charcoal, sleep in one another's arms, and that will be the end. They say one doesn't suffer that way at all." This idea drew Hector from his torpor, and awoke in him a recollection which ruffled all his vanity. 3 or 4 days before, he had read in a paper the account of the suicide of a cook, who, in a fit of love and despair, had bravely suffocated himself in his garret. Before dying, he had written a most touching letter to his faithless love. The idea of killing himself like a cook made him shudder. He saw the possibility of the horrible comparison. How ridiculous! And the Count de Tremorel had a wholesome fear of ridicule. To suffocate himself at Belleville with a grisette, how dreadful! He almost rudely pushed Jenny's arms away and repulsed her. "Enough of that sort of thing," said he in a careless tone. "What you say, child, is all very pretty, but utterly absurd. A man of my name dies, and doesn't choke." And taking the bank notes from his pocket, where Jenny had slipped them, he threw them on the table. "Now, good bye." He would have gone, but Jenny, red and with glistening eyes, barred the door with her body. "You shall not go," she cried. "I won't have you. You are mine, for I love you. If you take one step I will scream." The Count shrugged his shoulders. "But we must end all this." "You shan't go." "Well, then, I'll blow my brains out here." And taking out one of his pistols, he held it to his forehead, adding, "If you call out and don't let me pass, I shall fire." He meant the threat for earnest. But Jenny did not call out. She could not. She uttered a deep groan and fainted. "At last," muttered Hector, replacing the pistol in his pocket. He went out, not taking time to lift her from the floor where she had fallen, and shut the door. Then he called the servants into the vestibule, gave them 10 napoleons to divide among them, and hastened away. CHAPter 13. of the Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The Count de Tremorel, having reached the street, ascended the boulevard. All of a sudden he bethought him of his friends. The story of the execution must have already spread. "No, not that way," he muttered. This was because on the boulevard he would certainly meet some of his very dear cronies, and he desired to escape their condolence and offers of service. He pictured to himself their sorry visages, concealing a hidden and delicious satisfaction. He had wounded so many vanities that he must look for terrible revenges. The friends of an insolently prosperous man are rejoiced in his downfall. Hector crossed the street, went along the Rue du Faux, and reached the quays. Where was he going? He did not know, and did not even ask himself. He walked at random, enjoying the physical content which follows a good meal, happy to find himself still in the land of the living, in the soft April sunlight. The weather was superb, and all Paris was out of doors. There was a holiday air about the town. The flower women at the corners of the bridges had their baskets full of odorous violets. The Count bought a bouquet near the Pont Neuf, and stuck it in his buttonhole, and without waiting for his change passed on. He reached the large square at the end of the Bourdon Boulevard, which is always full of jugglers and curiosity shows. Here the noise, the music, drew him from his torpor, and brought his thoughts back to his present situation. "I must leave Paris," thought he. He crossed toward the Orleans station at a quicker pace. He entered the waiting room, and asked what time the train left for Étampes. Why did he choose Étampes? The train had just gone, and there would not be another one for 2 hours. He was much annoyed at this, and as he could not wait there 2 hours, he wended his way, to kill time, toward the Jardin des Plantes. He had not been there for 10 or 12 years, not since when at school his teachers had brought him there to look at the animals. Nothing had changed. There were the groves and parterres, the lawns and lanes, the beasts and birds as before. The principal avenue was nearly deserted. He took a seat opposite the Mineralogical Museum. He reflected on his position. He glanced back through the departed years, and did not find one day among those many days which had left him one of those gracious memories which delight and console. Millions had slipped through his prodigal hands, and he could not recall a single useful expenditure, a really generous one, amounting to 20 francs. He who had so many friends searched his memory in vain for the name of a single friend whom he regretted to part from. The past seemed to him like a faithful mirror. He was surprised, startled at the folly of the pleasures, the inane delights which had been the end and aim of his existence. For what had he lived? For others. "Ah, what a fool I was!" he muttered. "What a fool!" After living for others, he was going to kill himself for others. His heart became softened. Who would think of him 8 days hence? Not one living being. Yes, Jenny, perhaps. Yet no. She would be consoled with a new lover in less than a week. The bell for closing the garden rang. Night had come, and a thick and damp mist had covered the city. The Count, chilled to the bones, left his seat. "To the station again," muttered he. It was a horrible idea to him now, this of shooting himself in the silence and obscurity of the forest. He pictured to himself his disfigured body, bleeding, lying on the edge of some ditch. Beggars or robbers would despoil him. And then the police would come and take up this unknown body, and doubtless would carry it to be identified to the Morgue. "Never!" cried he, at this thought. "No, never!" How die, then? He reflected, and it struck him that he would kill himself in some second-class hotel on the left bank of the Seine. "Yes, that's it," said he to himself. Leaving the garden with the last of the visitors, he wended his way toward the Latin Quarter. The carelessness which he had assumed in the morning gave way to a sad resignation. He was suffering. His head was heavy, and he was cold. "If I shouldn't die to night," he thought, "I shall have a terrible cold in the morning." This mental sally did not make him smile, but it gave him the consciousness of being firm and determined. He went into the Rue Dauphine and looked about for a hotel. Then it occurred to him that it was not yet 7 o'clock, and it might arouse suspicions if he asked for a room at that early hour. He reflected that he still had over 100 francs, and resolved to dine. It should be his last meal. He went into a restaurant and ordered it. But he in vain tried to throw off the anxious sadness which filled him. He drank, and consumed 3 bottles of wine without changing the current of his thoughts. The waiters were surprised to see him scarcely touch the dishes set before him, and growing more gloomy after each potation. His dinner cost 90 francs. He threw his last 100-franc note on the table and went out. As it was not yet late, he went into another restaurant where some students were drinking, and sat down at a table in the farther corner of the room. He ordered coffee and rapidly drank 3 or 4 cups. He wished to excite himself, to screw up his courage to do what he had resolved upon. But he could not. The drink seemed only to make him more and more irresolute. A waiter, seeing him alone at the table, offered him a newspaper. He took it mechanically, opened it, and read: "Just as we are going to press, we learn that a well-known person has disappeared after announcing his intention to commit suicide. The statements made to us are so strange that we defer details till tomorrow, not having time to send for fuller information now." These lines startled Hector. They were his death sentence, not to be recalled, signed by the tyrant whose obsequious courtier he had always been. Public opinion. "They will never cease talking about me," he muttered angrily. Then he added firmly: "Come, I must make an end of this." He soon reached the Hôtel Luxembourg. He rapped at the door, and was speedily conducted to the best room in the house. He ordered a fire to be lighted. He also asked for sugar and water, and writing materials. At this moment he was as firm as in the morning. "I must not hesitate," he muttered, "nor recoil from my fate." He sat down at the table near the fireplace, and wrote in a firm hand a declaration which he destined for the police. "No one must be accused of my death," he commenced; and he went on by asking that the hotel keeper should be indemnified. The hour by the clock was 5 minutes before 11. He placed his pistols on the mantel. "I will shoot myself at midnight," thought he. "I have yet an hour to live." The Count threw himself in an armchair and buried his face in his hands. Why did he not kill himself at once? Why impose on himself this hour of waiting, of anguish and torture? He could not have told. He began again to think over the events of his life, reflecting on the headlong rapidity of the occurrences which had brought him to that wretched room. How time had passed! It seemed but yesterday that he first began to borrow. It does little good, however, to a man who has fallen to the bottom of the abyss to know the causes why he fell. The large hand of the clock had passed the half hour after 11. He thought of the newspaper item which he had just read. Who furnished the information? Doubtless it was Jenny. She had come to her senses, tearfully hastened after him. When she failed to find him on the boulevard, she had probably gone to his house, then to his club, then to some of his friends. So that to-night, at this very moment, the world was discussing him. "Have you heard the news?" "Ah, yes, poor Tremorel! What a romance! A good fellow, only—" He thought he heard this only greeted with laughter and innuendos. Time passed on. The ringing vibration of the clock was at hand. The hour had come. The Count got up, seized his pistols, and placed himself near the bed so as not to fall on the floor. The first stroke of 12. He did not fire. Hector was a man of courage. His reputation for bravery was high. He had fought at least 10 duels, and his cool bearing on the ground had always been admiringly remarked. One day he had killed a man, and that night he slept very soundly. But he did not fire. There are 2 kinds of courage. One, false courage, is that meant for the public eye, which needs the excitement of the struggle, the stimulus of rage, and the applause of lookers on. The other, true courage, despises public opinion, obeys conscience, not passion. Success does not sway it, it does its work noiselessly. 2 minutes after 12. Hector still held the pistol against his forehead. "Am I going to be afraid?" he asked himself. He was afraid, but would not confess it to himself. He put his pistols back on the table, and returned to his seat near the fire. All his limbs were trembling. "It's nervousness," he muttered. "It'll pass off." He gave himself till 1 o'clock. He tried to convince himself of the necessity of committing suicide. If he did not, what would become of him? How would he live? Must he make up his mind to work? Besides, could he appear in the world when all Paris knew of his intention? This thought goaded him to fury. He had a sudden courage and grasped his pistols. But the sensation which the touch of the cold steel gave him caused him to drop his arm and draw away shuddering. "I cannot," repeated he in his anguish. "I cannot." The idea of the physical pain of shooting himself filled him with horror. Why had he not a gentler death? Poison, or perhaps charcoal, like the little cook. He did not fear the ludicrousness of this now. All that he feared was that the courage to kill himself would fail him. He went on extending his time of grace from half hour to half hour. It was a horrible night, full of the agony of the last night of the criminal condemned to the scaffold. He wept with grief and rage, and wrung his hands and prayed. Toward daylight he fell exhausted into an uneasy slumber in his arm-chair. He was awakened by 3 or 4 heavy raps on the door, which he hastily opened. It was the waiter, who had come to take his order for breakfast, and who started back with amazement on seeing Hector, so disordered was his clothing, and so livid the pallor of his features. "I want nothing," said the Count. "I'm going down." He had just enough money left to pay his bill, and 6 sous for the waiter. He quitted the hotel where he had suffered so much, without end or aim in view. He was more resolved than ever to die, only he yearned for several days of respite to nerve himself for the deed. But how could he live during these days? He had not so much as a centime left. An idea struck him. The pawnbrokers. He knew that at the Mont de Piete, the public pawnbroker establishment of Paris, which has branch bureaus throughout the city, a certain amount would be advanced to him on his jewelry. But where find a branch office? He dared not ask, but hunted for one at hazard. He now held his head up, walked with a firmer step. He was seeking something, and had a purpose to accomplish. He at last saw the sign of the Mont de Piete on a house in the Rue Conde, and entered. The hall was small, damp, filthy, and full of people. But if the place was gloomy, the borrowers seemed to take their misfortunes good-humoredly. They were mostly students and women, talking gaily as they waited for their turns. The Count de Tremorel advanced with his watch, chain, and a brilliant diamond that he had taken from his finger. He was seized with the timidity of misery, and did not know how to open his business. A young woman pitied his embarrassment. "See," said she, "put your articles on this counter, before that window with green curtains." A moment after he heard a voice which seemed to proceed from the next room. 1,200 francs for the watch and ring." This large amount produced such a sensation as to arrest all the conversation. All eyes were turned toward the millionaire who was going to pocket such a fortune. The millionaire made no response. The same woman who had spoken before nudged his arm. "That's for you," said she. "Answer whether you will take it or not." "I'll take it," cried Hector. He was filled with a joy which made him forget the night's torture. 1,200 francs. How many days it would last? Had he not heard there were clerks who hardly got that in a year? Hector waited a long time, when one of the clerks, who was writing at a desk, called out, "Whose are the 1,200 francs?" The Count stepped forward. "Mine," said he. "Your name?" Hector hesitated. He would never give his name aloud in such a place as this. He gave the first name that occurred to him. "Durand." "Where are your papers?" "What papers?" "A passport, a receipt for lodgings, a license to hunt." "I haven't any." "Go for them, or bring 2 well-known witnesses." "But—" "There is no but. The next." Ekdal was provoked by the clerk's abrupt manner. "Well, then," said he, "give me back the jewelry." The clerk looked at him jeeringly. "Can't be done. No goods that are registered can be returned without proof of rightful possession." So saying, he went on with his work. "1 French shawl, 35 francs. Whose is it?" Ekdal meanwhile went out of the establishment. He had never suffered so much, had never imagined that one could suffer so much. After this ray of hope, so abruptly put out, the clouds lowered over him thicker and more hopelessly. He was worse off than the shipwrecked sailor. The pawnbroker had taken his last resources. All the romance with which he had invested the idea of his suicide now vanished, leaving bare the stern and ignoble reality. He must kill himself, not like the gay gamester who voluntarily leaves upon the roulette table the remains of his fortune, but like the Greek who, surprised and hunted, knows that every door will be shut upon him. His death would not be voluntary. He could neither hesitate nor choose the fatal hour. He must kill himself, because he had not the means of living 1 day longer. And life never before seemed to him so sweet a thing as now. He never felt so keenly the exuberance of his youth and strength. He suddenly discovered, all about him, a crowd of pleasures, each more enviable than the others, which he had never tasted. He who flattered himself that he had squeezed life to press out its pleasures, had not really lived. He had had all that is to be bought or sold, nothing of what is given or achieved. He already not only regretted giving the 10,000 francs to Jenny, but the 200 francs to the servants; nay, the 6 sous given to the waiter at the restaurant, even the money he had spent on the bunch of violets. The bouquet still hung in his buttonhole, faded and shriveled. What good did it do him? While the sou which he had paid for it— he did not think of his wasted millions, but could not drive away the thought of that wasted franc. True, he might, if he chose, find plenty of money still, and easily. He had only to return quietly to his house, to discharge the bailiffs, and to resume the possession of his remaining effects. But he would thus confront the world, and confess his terrors to have overcome him at the last moment. He would have to suffer glances more cruel than the pistol ball. The world must not be deceived. When a man announces that he is going to kill himself, he must kill himself. So Ekdal was going to die because he had said he would, because the newspapers had announced the fact. He confessed this to himself as he went along, and bitterly reproached himself. He remembered a spot in Viroflay forest, where he had once fought a duel. He would commit the deed there. He hastened toward it. The weather was fine, and he met many groups of young people going into the country for a good time. Workmen were drinking and clinking their glasses under the trees along the river bank. All seemed happy and contented, and their gaiety seemed to insult Ekdal's wretchedness. He left the main road at the Sèvres bridge, and descending the embankment, reached the borders of the Seine. Kneeling down, he took up some water in the palm of his hand, and drank. An invincible lassitude crept over him. He sat, or rather fell, upon the sward. The fever of despair came, and death now seemed to him a refuge, which he could almost welcome with joy. Some feet above him, the windows of a Sèvres restaurant opened toward the river. He could be seen from there as well as from the bridge. But he did not mind this nor anything else. "As well here as elsewhere," he said to himself. He had just drawn his pistol out when he heard some one call, "Hector! Hector!" He jumped up at a bound, concealed the pistol, and looked about. A man was running down the embankment toward him with outstretched arms. This was a man of his own age, rather stout but well shaped, with a fine open face, and large black eyes, in which one read frankness and good nature; one of those men who are sympathetic at first sight, whom one loves on a week's acquaintance. Hector recognized him. It was his oldest friend, a college mate. They had once been very intimate, but the Count, not finding the other fast enough for him, had little by little dropped his intimacy, and had now lost sight of him for 2 years. "Sauvercy!" he exclaimed, stupefied. "Yes," said the young man, hot and out of breath. "I've been watching you the last 2 minutes. What were you doing here?" "Why, nothing." "How? What they told me at your house this morning was true, then?" "I went there." "What did they say?" "That nobody knew what had become of you, and that you declared to Jenny when you left her the night before that you were going to blow your brains out. The papers have already announced your death, with details." This news seemed to have a great effect on the Count. "You see, then," he answered tragically, "that I must kill myself." "Why? In order to save the papers from the inconvenience of correcting their error." "People will say that I shrunk. Oh, 'pon my word, now! According to you, a man must make a fool of himself because it has been reported that he would do it. Absurd, old fellow! What do you want to kill yourself for?" Hector reflected. He almost saw the possibility of living. "I am ruined," answered he, sadly. "And it's for this that Stop, my friend, let me tell you, you are an ass. Ruined? It's a misfortune, but when a man is of your age he rebuilds his fortune. Besides, you aren't as ruined as you say, because I've got an income of 100,000 francs." "100,000 francs?" "Well, my fortune is in land, which brings in about 4%. Tremorel knew that his friend was rich, but not that he was as rich as this. He answered with a tinge of envy in his tone: "Well, I had more than that. But I had no breakfast this morning." "And you did not tell me. But true, you are in a pitiable state. Come along, quick." And he led him toward the restaurant. Tremorel reluctantly followed this friend who had just saved his life. He was conscious of having been surprised in a distressingly ridiculous situation. If a man who is resolved to blow his brains out is accosted, he presses the trigger, he doesn't conceal his pistol. There was one alone, among all his friends, who loved him enough not to see the ludicrousness of his position. One alone generous enough not to torture him with raillery. It was Sauvercy. But once seated before a well-filled table, Hector could not preserve his rigidity. He felt the joyous expansion of spirit which follows assured safety after terrible peril. He was himself, young again, once more strong. He told Sauvercy everything: his vain boasting, his terror at the last moment, his agony at the hotel, his fury, remorse, and anguish at the pawnbroker's. "Ah," said he, "you have saved me. You are my friend, my only friend, my brother." They talked for more than 2 hours. "Come," said Sauvercy at last, "let us arrange our plans. You want to disappear a while. I see that. But to night you must write 4 lines to the papers. To morrow I propose to take your affairs in hand, that's a thing I know how to do. I don't know exactly how you stand, but I will agree to save something from the wreck. We've got money, you see. Your creditors will be easy with us." "But where shall I go?" asked Hector, whom the mere idea of isolation terrified. "What? You'll come home with me, parbleu, to Val Feuillu. Don't you know that I am married? Ah, my friend, a happier man than I does not exist. I've married, for love, the loveliest and best of women. You will be a brother to us. But come, my carriage is right here, near the door." CHAPter 13 Chapter 14 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. Monsieur Planta stopped. His companions had not suffered a gesture or a word to interrupt him. Monsieur Lecoq, as he listened, reflected. He asked himself where Monsieur Planta could have got all these minute details. Who had written Tremorel's terrible biography? As he glanced at the papers from which Planta read, he saw that they were not all in the same handwriting. The old justice of the peace pursued the story. Bertha Le Chaillu, though by an unhoped-for piece of good fortune she had become Madame Sauvercy, did not love her husband. She was the daughter of a poor country schoolmaster, whose highest ambition had been to be an assistant teacher in a Versailles school. Yet she was not now satisfied. Absolute queen of one of the finest domains in the land, surrounded by every luxury, spending as she pleased, beloved, adored, she was not content. Her life, so well regulated, so constantly smooth, without annoyances and disturbance, seemed to her insipid. There were always the same monotonous pleasures, always recurring, each in its season. There were parties and receptions, horse rides, hunts, drives, and it was always thus. Alas, this was not the life she had dreamed of. She was born for more exciting pleasures. She yearned for unknown emotions and sensations, the unforeseen, abrupt transitions, passions, adventures. She had not liked Sauvercy from the first day she saw him, and her secret aversion to him increased in proportion as her influence over him grew more certain. She thought him common, vulgar, ridiculous. She thought the simplicity of his manners silliness. She looked at him and saw nothing in him to admire. She did not listen to him when he spoke, having already decided in her wisdom that he could say nothing that was not tedious or commonplace. She was angry that he had not been a wild young man, the terror of his family. He had, however, done as other young men do. He had gone to Paris and tried the sort of life which his friend Tremorel led. He had enough of it in 6 months, and hastily returned to Valfeuillu to rest after such laborious pleasures. The experience cost him 100,000 francs, but he said he did not regret purchasing it at this price. Bertha was wearied with the constancy and adoration of her husband. She had only to express a desire to be at once obeyed, and this blind submission to all her wishes appeared to her servile in a man. A man is born, she thought, to command and not to obey, to be master and not slave. She would have preferred a husband who would come in the middle of the night, still warm from his orgy, having lost at play, and who would strike her if she upbraided him. A tyrant, but a man. Some months after her marriage she suddenly took it into her head to have absurd freaks and extravagant caprices. She wished to prove him and see how far his constant complaisance would go. She thought she would tire him out. It was intolerable to feel absolutely sure of her husband, to know that she so filled his heart that he had room for no other, to have nothing to fear, not even the caprice of an hour. Perhaps there was yet more than this in Bertha's aversion. She knew herself, and confessed to herself that had Sauvercy wished, she would have been his without being his wife. She was so lonely at her father's, so wretched in her poverty, that she would have fled from her home even for this. And she despised her husband because he had not despised her enough. People were always telling her that she was the happiest of women. Happy. And there were days when she wept when she thought that she was married. Happy. There were times when she longed to fly, to seek adventure and pleasure, all that she yearned for, what she had not had and never would have. The fear of poverty, which she knew well, restrained her. This fear was caused in part by a wise precaution which her father, recently dead, had taken. Sauvercy wished to insert in the marriage contract a settlement of 500,000 francs on his affianced. The worthy Le Chaillu had opposed this generous act. "My daughter," he said, brings you nothing. Settle 40,000 francs on her if you will, not a sou more. Otherwise there shall be no marriage." As Sauveressy insisted, the old man added, "I hope that she will be a good and worthy wife. If so, your fortune will be hers. But if she is not, 40,000 francs will be none too little for her. Of course, if you are afraid that you will die first, you can make a will." Sauveressy was forced to yield. Perhaps the worthy schoolmaster knew his daughter. If so, he was the only one. Never did so consummate a hypocrisy minister to so profound a perversity, and a depravity so inconceivable in a young and seemingly innocent girl. If at the bottom of her heart she thought herself the most wretched of women, there was nothing of it apparent. It was a well-kept secret. She knew how to show her husband, in place of the love she did not feel, the appearance of a passion at once burning and modest, betraying furtive glances and a flush as of pleasure when he entered the room. All the world said, "Bertha is foolishly fond of her husband." Sauveressy was sure of it, and he was the first to say, not caring to conceal his joy, "My wife adores me." Such were man and wife at Val Feuillu when Sauveressy found Tremorel on the banks of the Seine with a pistol in his hand. Sauveressy missed his dinner that evening for the first time since his marriage, though he had promised to be prompt, and the meal was kept waiting for him. Bertha might have been anxious about this delay. She was only indignant at what she called inconsiderateness. She was asking herself how she should punish her husband, when at 10 o'clock at night the drawing-room door was abruptly thrown open, and Sauveressy stood smiling upon the threshold. "Bertha," said he, "I've brought you an apparition." She scarcely deigned to raise her head. Sauveressy continued, "An apparition whom you know, of whom I have often spoken to you, whom you will like because I love him, and because he is my oldest comrade, my best friend." And standing aside, he gently pushed Hector into the room. "Madame Sauveressy, permit me to present to you Monsieur the Count de Tremorel." Bertha rose suddenly, blushing, confused, agitated by an indefinable emotion, as if she saw in reality an apparition. For the first time in her life she was abashed, and did not dare to raise her large, clear blue eyes. "Monsieur," she stammered, "you are welcome." She knew Tremorel's name well. Sauveressy had often mentioned it, and she had seen it often in the papers, and had heard it in the drawing-rooms of all her friends. He who bore it seemed to her, after what she had heard, a great personage. He was, according to his reputation, a hero of another age, a social Don Quixote, a terribly fast man of the world. He was one of those men whose lives astonish common people, whom the well-to-do citizen thinks faithless and lawless, whose extravagant passions overleap the narrow bounds of social prejudice. A man who tyrannizes over others, whom all fear, who fights on the slightest provocation, who scatters gold with a prodigal hand, whose iron health resists the most terrible excesses. She had often in her miserable reveries tried to imagine what kind of man this Count de Tremorel was. She awarded him with such qualities as she desired for her fancied hero, with whom she could fly from her husband in search of new adventures. And now, of a sudden, he appeared before her. "Give Hector your hand, dear," said Sauveressy. She held out her hand, which Tremorel lightly pressed, and his touch seemed to give her an electric shock. Sauveressy threw himself into an armchair. "You see, Bertha," said he, "our friend Hector is exhausted with the life he has been leading. He has been advised to rest, and has come to seek it here, with us." "But, dear," responded Bertha, "aren't you afraid that the Count will be bored a little here?" "Why?" "Val Feuillu is very quiet, and we are but dull country folks." Bertha talked for the sake of talking, to break a silence which embarrassed her, to make Tremorel speak and hear his voice. As she talked she observed him, and studied the impression she made on him. Her radiant beauty usually struck those who saw her for the first time with open admiration. He remained impassible. She recognized the worn-out rake of title, the fast man who has tried, experienced, exhausted all things, in his coldness and superb indifference. And because he did not admire her, she admired him the more. "What a difference," thought she, "between him and that vulgar Sauvercy, who is surprised at everything, whose face shows all that he thinks, whose eyes betray what he is going to say before he opens his mouth." Bertha was mistaken. Hector was not as cold and indifferent as she imagined. He was simply wearied, utterly exhausted. He could scarcely sit up after the terrible excitements of the last 24 hours. He soon asked permission to retire. Sauvercy, when left alone with his wife, told her all that happened, and the events which resulted in Tremorel's coming to Valfeuillu; but, like a true friend, omitted everything that would cast ridicule upon his old comrade. "He's a big child," said he, "a foolish fellow, whose brain is weak, but we'll take care of him and cure him." Bertha never listened to her husband so attentively before. She seemed to agree with him, but she really admired Tremorel. Like Jenny, she was struck with the heroism which could squander a fortune and then commit suicide. "Ah," sighed she, "Sauvercy would not have done it." No, Sauvercy was quite a different man from the Count de Tremorel. The next day he declared his intention to adjust his friend's affairs. Hector had slept well, having spent the night on an excellent bed, undisturbed by pressing anxieties; and he appeared in the morning sleek and well dressed, the disorder and desperation of the previous evening having quite disappeared. He had a nature not deeply impressible by events. 24 hours consoled him for the worst catastrophes, and he soon forgot the severest lessons of life. If Sauvercy had bid him begone, he would not have known where to go; yet he had already resumed the haughty carelessness of the millionaire, accustomed to bend men and circumstances to his will. He was once more calm and cold, coolly joking, as if years had passed since that night at the hotel, and as if all the disasters to his fortune had been repaired. Bertha was amazed at this tranquillity after such great reverses, and thought this childish recklessness force of character. "Now," said Sauvercy, "as I've become your man of business, give me my instructions and some valuable hints. What is, or was, the amount of your fortune?" "I haven't the least idea." Sauvercy provided himself with a pencil and a large sheet of paper, ready to set down the figures. He seemed a little surprised. "All right," said he. "We'll put X down as the unknown quantity of the assets. Now for the liabilities." Hector made a superbly disdainful gesture. "Don't know, I'm sure, what they are." "What? Can't you give a rough guess?" "Oh, perhaps. For instance, I owe between 500,000 and 600,000 francs to Clare and Company, 500,000 to Dervois, about as much to Dubois of Orleans." "Well?" "I can't remember any more." "But you must have a memorandum of your loan somewhere." "No." "You have at least kept your bonds, bills, and the sums of your various debts." "None of them. I burnt up all my papers yesterday." Sauvercy jumped up from his chair in astonishment. Such a method of doing business seemed to him monstrous. He could not suppose that Hector was lying. Yet he was lying, and this affectation of ignorance was a conceit of the aristocratic man of the world. It was very noble, very distingué, to ruin one's self without knowing how. "But, my dear fellow," cried Sauvercy, "how can we clear up your affairs?" "Oh, don't clear them up at all. Do as I do. Let the creditors act as they please, they will know how to settle it all, rest assured. Let them sell out my property." "Never. Then you would be ruined indeed." "Well, it's only a little more or a little less." "What splendid disinterestedness!" thought Bertha. "What coolness! What admirable contempt of money, what noble disdain of the petty details which annoy common people! Was Sauvrecy capable of all this? She could not at least accuse him of avarice, since for her he was as prodigal as a thief. He had never refused her anything. He anticipated her most extravagant fancies. Still he had a strong appetite for gain, and despite his large fortune, he retained the hereditary respect for money. When he had business with one of his farmers, he would rise very early, mount his horse, though it were midwinter, and go several leagues in the snow to get 100 crowns. He would have ruined himself for her if she had willed it, this she was convinced of. But he would have ruined himself economically, in an orderly way. Sauvrecy reflected. "You are right," said he to Hector. "Your creditors ought to know your exact position. Who knows that they are not acting in concert? Their simultaneous refusal to lend you 100,000 makes me suspect it. I will go and see them. Clare and Company, from whom I received my first loans, ought to be the best informed." "Well, I will see Clare and Company. But look here, do you know what you would do if you were reasonable?" "What?" "You would go to Paris with me, and both of us—" Hector turned very pale, and his eyes shone. "Never!" he interrupted violently. "Never!" His dear friends still terrified him. What! Reappear on the theatre of his glory, now that he was fallen, ruined, ridiculous by his unsuccessful suicide? Sauvrecy had held out his arms to him. Sauvrecy was a noble fellow, and loved Hector sufficiently not to perceive the falseness of his position, and not to judge him a coward because he shrank from suicide. But the others— "Don't talk to me about Paris," said he in a calmer tone. "I shall never set my foot in it again." "All right. So much the better. Stay with us. I shan't complain of it, nor my wife either. Some fine day will find you a pretty heiress in the neighborhood. But," added Sauvrecy, consulting his watch, "I must go if I don't want to lose the train." "I'll go to the station with you," said Tremorel. This was not solely from a friendly impulse. He wanted to ask Sauvrecy to look after the articles left at the pawnbroker's in the Rue de Condos, and to call on Jenny. Bertha from her window followed with her eyes the two friends, who with arms interlocked ascended the road toward Orcival. "What a difference," thought she, "between these two men! My husband said he wished to be his friend's steward. Truly he has the air of a steward. What a noble gait the Count has! What youthful ease! What real distinction! And yet I'm sure that my husband despises him because he has ruined himself by dissipation. He affected, I saw it, an air of protection. Poor youth! But everything about the Count betrays an innate or acquired superiority. Even his name, Hector. How it sounds!" And she repeated Hector several times, as if it pleased her, adding contemptuously, "My husband's name is Clément." Monsieur de Tremorel returned alone from the station, as gaily as a convalescent taking his first airing. As soon as Bertha saw him she left the window. She wished to remain alone, to reflect upon this event which had happened so suddenly, to analyze her sensations, listen to her presentiments, study her impressions, and decide, if possible, upon her line of conduct. She only reappeared when the tea was set for her husband, who returned at 11 in the evening. Sauvrecy was faint from hunger, thirst, and fatigue, but his face glowed with satisfaction. "Victory!" exclaimed he, as he ate his soup. "We'll snatch you from the hands of the Philistines yet. Parbleu! The finest feathers of your plumage will remain after all, and you will be able to save enough for a good cosy nest." Bertha glanced at her husband. "How is that?" said she. "It's very simple. At the very first, I guessed the game of our friend's creditors. They reckoned on getting a sale of his effects, would have bought them in a lump dirt cheap, as it always happens, and then sold them in detail, dividing the profits of the operation." "And you can prevent that?" asked Tremorel, incredulously. "Certainly." "Ah, I've completely checkmate these gentlemen. I've succeeded by chance. I had the good luck to get them all together this evening. I said to them, 'You'll let us sell this property as we please, voluntarily, or I'll outbid you all, and spoil your cards.' They looked at me in amazement. My notary, who was with me, remarked that I was Monsieur Sauveressy, worth 2 millions. Our gentlemen opened their eyes very wide, and consented to grant my request." Hector, notwithstanding what he had said, knew enough about his affairs to see that this action would save him a fortune, a small one as compared with what he had possessed, yet a fortune. The certainty of this delighted him, and, moved by a momentary and sincere gratitude, he grasped both of Sauveressy's hands in his. "Ah, my friend," cried he, "you give me my honour after saving my life. How can I ever repay you?" "By committing no imprudences or foolishnesses, except reasonable ones. Such as this," added Sauveressy, leaning toward Bertha and embracing her. "And there is nothing more to fear?" "Nothing. Why, I could have borrowed the 2 millions in an hour, and they knew it. But that's not all. The search for you is suspended. I went to your house, took the responsibility of sending away all your servants except your valet and a groom. If you agree, we'll send the horses to be sold to morrow, and they'll fetch a good price. Your own saddle horse shall be brought here." These details annoyed Bertha. She thought her husband exaggerated his services, carrying them even to servility. "Really," thought she, "he was born to be a steward." "Do you know what else I did?" pursued Sauveressy. "Thinking that perhaps you were in want of a wardrobe, I had 3 or 4 trunks filled with your clothes, sent them out by rail, and one of the servants has just gone after them." Hector, too, began to find Sauveressy's services excessive, and thought he treated him too much like a child who could foresee nothing. The idea of having it said before a woman that he was in want of clothes irritated him. He forgot that he had found it a very simple thing in the morning to ask his friend for some linen. Just then a noise was heard in the vestibule. Doubtless the trunks had come. Bertha went out to give the necessary orders. "Quick!" cried Sauveressy. "Now that we are alone, here are your trinkets. I had some trouble in getting them. They are suspicious at the pawnbroker's. I think they began to suspect that I was one of a band of thieves. You didn't mention my name, did you?" "That would have been useless. My notary was with me, fortunately. One never knows how useful one's notary may be. Don't you think society is unjust toward notaries?" Tremorel thought his friend talked very lightly about a serious matter, and this flippancy vexed him. "To finish up, I paid a visit to Miss Jenny. She has been abed since last evening, and her chambermaid told me she had not ceased sobbing bitterly ever since your departure." "Had she seen no one?" "Nobody at all. She really thought you dead, and when I told her you were here with me, alive and well, I thought she would go mad for joy. Do you know, Hector, she's really pretty." "Yes, not bad." "And a very good little body, I imagine. She told me some very touching things. I would wager, my friend, that she don't care so much for your money as she does for yourself." Hector smiled superciliously. "In short, she was anxious to follow me to see and speak to you. I had to swear with terrible oaths that she should see you to morrow before she would let me go. Not at Paris, as you said you would never go there, but at Corbeil." "Ah, as for that?" "She will be at the station to morrow at 12. We will go down together, and I will take the train for Paris. You can get into the Corbeil train, and breakfast with Miss Jenny at the Hotel of the Belle Image." Hector began to offer an objection. Sauveressy stopped him with a gesture. "Not a word," said he. "Here is my wife." CHAPter 15. Chapter 15 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. On going to bed that night the Count was less enchanted than ever with the devotion of his friend Sauvercy. There is not a diamond on which a spot cannot be found with a microscope. "Here he is," thought he, "abusing his privileges as the saver of my life. Can't a man do you a service without continually making you feel it? It seems as though because he prevented me from blowing my brains out, I had somehow become something that belongs to him. He came very near upbraiding me for Jenny's extravagance. Where will he stop?" The next day at breakfast he feigned indisposition so as not to eat, and suggested to Sauvercy that he would lose the train. Bertha, as on the evening before, crouched at the window to see them go away. Her troubles during the past 48 hours had been so great that she hardly recognized herself. She scarcely dared to reflect or to descend to the depths of her heart. What mysterious power did this man possess to so violently affect her life? She wished that he would go, never to return, while at the same time she avowed to herself that in going he would carry with him all her thoughts. She struggled under the charm, not knowing whether she ought to rejoice or grieve at the inexpressible emotions which agitated her, being irritated to submit to an influence stronger than her own will. She decided that to-day she would go down to the drawing-room. He would not fail, were it only for politeness, to go in there; and then, she thought, by seeing him nearer, talking with him, knowing him better, his influence over her would vanish. Doubtless he would return, and so she watched for him, ready to go down as soon as she saw him approaching. She waited with feverish shudderings, anxiously believing that this first tête-à-tête in her husband's absence would be decisive. Time passed. It was more than 2 hours since he had gone out with Sauvercy, and he had not reappeared. Where could he be? At this moment Hector was awaiting Jenny at the Corbeil station. The train arrived, and Jenny soon appeared. Her grief, joy, emotion had not made her forget her toilette, and never had she been so rollickingly elegant and pretty. She wore a green dress with a train, a velvet mantle, and the jauntiest little hat in the world. As soon as she saw Hector standing near the door she uttered a cry, pushed the people aside, and rushed into his arms, laughing and crying at the same time. She spoke quite loud, with wild gestures, so that everyone could hear what she said. "You didn't kill yourself after all," said she. "Oh, how I have suffered! But what happiness I feel to-day!" Tremorel struggled with her as he could, trying to calm her enthusiastic exclamations, softly repelling her, charmed and irritated at once, and exasperated at all these eyes rudely fixed on him. For none of the passengers had gone out. They were all there, staring and gazing. Hector and Jenny were surrounded by a circle of curious folks. "Come along," said Hector, his patience exhausted. He drew her out of the door, hoping to escape this prying curiosity, but he did not succeed. They were persistently followed. Some of the Corbeil people who were on the top of the omnibus begged the conductor to walk his horses, that this singular couple might not be lost to view, and the horses did not get into a trot until they had disappeared in the hotel. Sauvercy's foresight in recommending the place of meeting had thus been disconcerted by Jenny's sensational arrival. Questions were asked. The hostess was adroitly interrogated, and it was soon known that this person, who waited for eccentric young ladies at the Corbeil station, was an intimate friend of the owner of Valfeuillu. Neither Hector nor Jenny doubted that they formed the general topic of conversation. They breakfasted gaily in the best room at the Belle Image, during which Tremorel recounted a very pretty story about his restoration to life, in which he played a part, the heroism of which was well calculated to redouble the little lady's admiration. Then Jenny in her turn unfolded her plans for the future, which were, to do her justice, most reasonable. She had resolved more than ever to remain faithful to Hector now that he was ruined, to give up her elegant rooms, sell her furniture, and undertake some honest trade. She had found one of her old friends who was now an accomplished dressmaker, and who was anxious to obtain a partner who had some money, while she herself furnished the experience. They would purchase an establishment in the Breda quarter, and between them could scarcely fail to prosper. Jenny talked with a pretty knowing business-like air which made Hector laugh. These projects seemed very comic to him, yet he was touched by this unselfishness on the part of a young and pretty woman who was willing to work in order to please him. But unhappily they were forced to part. Jenny had gone to Corbeil intending to stay a week, but the Count told her this was absolutely impossible. She cried bitterly at first, then got angry, and finally consoled herself with a plan to return on the following Tuesday. "Good bye," said she, embracing Hector. "Think of me." She smilingly added, "I ought to be jealous, for they say your friend's wife is perhaps the handsomest woman in France. Is it true?" "Upon my word, I don't know. I've forgotten to look at her." Hector told the truth. Although he did not betray it, he was still under the surprise of his chagrin at the failure of his attempt at suicide. He felt the dizziness which follows great moral crises, as well as a heavy blow on the head, and which distracts the attention from exterior things. But Jenny's words, "the handsomest woman in France," attracted his notice, and he could that very evening repair his forgetfulness. When he returned to Valfeuillu his friend had not returned. Madame Sauveressy was alone, reading, in the brilliantly lighted drawing room. Hector seated himself opposite her, a little aside, and was thus able to observe her at his ease while engaging her in conversation. His first impression was an unfavourable one. He found her beauty too sculptural and polished. He sought for imperfections, and finding none was almost terrified by this lovely motionless face, these clear cold eyes. Little by little, however, he accustomed himself to pass the greater part of the afternoon with Bertha, while Sauveressy was away arranging his affairs, selling, negotiating, using his time in cutting down interests and discussing with agents and attorneys. He soon perceived that she listened to him with pleasure, and he judged from this that she was a decidedly superior woman, much better than her husband. She had no wit, but possessed an inexhaustible fund of anecdotes and adventures. He had seen so many things and known so many people that he was as interesting as a chronicle. He had a sort of frothy fervour, not wanting in brilliancy, and a polite cynicism which at first surprised one. Had Bertha been unimpassioned she might have judged him at his value, but she had lost her power of insight. She heard him, plunged in a foolish ecstasy, as one hears a traveller who has returned from far and dangerous countries, who has visited peoples of whose language the hearer is ignorant, and lived in the midst of manners and customs incomprehensible to ourselves. Days, weeks, months passed on, and the Count de Tremorel did not find life at Valfeuillu as dull as he had thought. He insensibly slipped along the gentle slope of material well-being, which leads directly to brutishness. A physical and moral torpor had succeeded the fever of the first days, free from disagreeable sensations, though wanting in excitement. He ate and drank much, and slept 12 round hours. The rest of the time, when he did not talk with Bertha, he wandered in the park, lounged in a rocking chair, or took a jaunt in the saddle. He even went fishing under the willows at the foot of the garden, and grew fat. His best days were those which he spent at Corbeil with Jenny. He found in her something of his past, and she always quarrelled with him, which woke him up. Besides, she brought him the gossip of Paris and the small talk of the boulevards. She came regularly every week, and her love for Hector, far from diminishing, seemed to grow with each interview. The poor girl's affairs were in a troubled condition. She had bought her establishment at too high a price, and her partner at the end of the first month decamped, carrying off 3,000 francs. She knew nothing about the trade which she had undertaken, and she was robbed without mercy on all sides. She said nothing of these troubles to Hector, but she intended to ask him to come to her assistance. It was the least that he could do. At first, the visitors to Valfeuillu were somewhat astonished at the constant presence there of a young man of leisure, but they got accustomed to him. Hector assumed a melancholy expression of countenance, such as a man ought to have who had undergone unheard of misfortunes, and whose life had failed of its promise. He appeared inoffensive. People said, "The Count has a charming simplicity." But sometimes when alone he had sudden and terrible relapses. "This life cannot last," thought he, and he was overcome with childish rage when he contrasted the past with the present. How could he shake off this dull existence, and rid himself of these stiffly good people who surrounded him, these friends of Sauvercy? Where should he take refuge? He was not tempted to return to Paris. What could he do there? His house had been sold to an old leather merchant, and he had no money except that which he borrowed of Sauvercy. Yet Sauvercy, to Hector's mind, was a most uncomfortable, wearisome, implacable friend. He did not understand half-way measures in desperate situations. "Your boat is foundering," he said to Hector. "Let us begin by throwing all that is superfluous into the sea. Let us keep nothing of the past. That is dead. We will bury it, and nothing shall recall it. When your situation is relieved, we will see." The settlement of Hector's affairs was very laborious. Creditors sprung up at every step, on every side, and the list of them seemed never to be finished. Some had even come from foreign lands. Several of them had been already paid, but their receipts could not be found, and they were clamorous. Others, whose demands had been refused as exorbitant, threatened to go to law, hoping to frighten Sauvercy into paying. Sauvercy wearied his friend by his incessant activity. Every 2 or 3 days he went to Paris, and he attended the sales of the property in Burgundy and Orleans. The Count at last detested and hated him. Sauvercy's happy, cheerful air annoyed him. Jealousy stung him. One thought, that a wretched one, consoled him a little. "Sauvercy's happiness," said he to himself, "is owing to his imbecility. He thinks his wife dead in love with him, whereas she can't bear him." Bertha had, indeed, permitted Hector to perceive her aversion to her husband. She no longer studied the emotions of her heart. She loved Tremorel, and confessed it to herself. In her eyes he realized the ideal of her dreams. At the same time she was exasperated to see in him no signs of love for her. Her beauty was not then irresistible, as she had often been told. He was gallant and courteous to her, nothing more. "If he loved me," thought she, "he would tell me so, for he is bold with women and fears no one." Then she began to hate the girl, her rival, whom Hector went to meet at Corbeil every week. She wished to see her, to know her. Who could she be? Was she handsome? Hector had been very reticent about Jenny. He evaded all questions about her, not sorry to let Bertha's imagination work on his mysterious visits. The day at last came when she could no longer resist the intensity of her curiosity. She put on the simplest of her toilettes, in black, threw a thick veil over her head, and hastened to the Corbeil station at the hour that she thought the unknown girl would present herself there. She took a seat on a bench in the rear of the waiting room. She had not long to wait. She soon perceived the Count and a young girl coming along the avenue, which she could see from where she sat. They were arm in arm, and seemed to be in a very happy mood. They passed within a few steps of her, and as they walked very slowly, she was able to scrutinize Jenny at her ease. She saw that she was pretty, but that was all. Having seen that which she wished, and become satisfied that Jenny was not to be feared, which showed her inexperience, Bertha directed her steps homeward. But she chose her time of departure awkwardly; for as she was passing along behind the cabs which concealed her, Hector came out of the station. They crossed each other's paths at the gate, and their eyes met. Did he recognize her? His face expressed great surprise, yet he did not bow to her. "Yes, he recognized me," thought Bertha, as she returned home by the river road; and surprised, almost terrified by her boldness, she asked herself whether she ought to rejoice or mourn over this meeting. What would be its result? Hector cautiously followed her at a little distance. He was greatly astonished. His vanity, always on the watch, had already apprised him of what was passing in Bertha's heart, but though modesty was no fault of his, he was far from guessing that she was so much enamored of him as to take such a step. "She loves me," he repeated to himself as he went along. "She loves me." He did not know what to do. Should he fly? Should he still appear the same in his conduct toward her, pretending not to have seen her? He ought to fly that very evening without hesitation, without turning his head; to fly as if the house were about to tumble about his head. This was his first thought. It was quickly stifled under the explosion of the base passions which fermented in him. Ah! Sauvercy had saved him when he was dying. Sauvercy, after saving him, had welcomed him, opened to him his heart, purse, house. At this very moment he was making untiring efforts to restore his fortunes. Men like Tremorel can only receive such services as outrages. Had not his sojourn at Valfeuillu been a continual suffering? Was not his self-conceit tortured from morning till night? He might count the days by their humiliations. What! Must he always submit to, if he was not grateful for, the superiority of a man whom he had always been wont to treat as his inferior? Besides, thought he, judging his friend by himself, he only acts thus from pride and ostentation. What am I at his house but a living witness of his generosity and devotion? He seems to live for me. It's Tremorel here and Tremorel there. He triumphs over my misfortunes, and makes his conduct a glory and title to the public admiration. He could not forgive his friend for being so rich, so happy, so highly respected, for having known how to regulate his life, while he had exhausted his own fortune at 30. And should he not seize so good an opportunity to avenge himself for the favors which overwhelmed him? "Have I run after his wife?" said he to himself, trying to impose a silence on his conscience. "She comes to me of her own will, herself, without the least temptation from me. I should be a fool if I repelled her." Conceit has irresistible arguments. Hector, when he entered the house, had made up his mind. He did not fly; yet he had the excuse neither of passion nor of temptation. He did not love her, and his infamy was deliberate, coldly premeditated. Between her and him, a chain more solid than mutual attraction was riveted, their common hatred of Sauvercy. They owed too much to him. His hand had held both from degradation. The first hours of their mutual understanding were spent in angry words, rather than the cooings of love. They perceived too clearly the disgrace of their conduct not to try to reassure each other against their remorse. They tried to prove to each other that Sauvercy was ridiculous and odious, as if they were absolved by his deficiencies, if deficiencies he had. If indeed trustfulness is foolishness, Sauvercy was indeed a fool, because he would be deceived under his own eyes, in his own house, because he had perfect faith in his wife and his friend. He suspected nothing, and every day he rejoiced that he had been able to keep Tremorel by him. He often repeated to his wife, "I am too happy." Bertha employed all her art to encourage these joyous illusions. She, who had before been so capricious, so nervous, wilful, became little by little submissive to the degree of an angelic softness. The future of her love depended on her husband, and she spared no pains to prevent the slightest suspicion from ruffling his calm confidence. Such was their prudence that no one in the house suspected their state. And yet Bertha was not happy. Her love did not yield her the joys she had expected. She hoped to be transported to the clouds, and she remained on the earth, hampered by all the miserable ties of a life of lies and deceit. Perhaps she perceived that she was Hector's revenge on her husband, and that he only loved in her the dishonored wife of an envied friend. And to crown all, she was jealous. For several months she tried to persuade Tremorel to break with Jenny. He had always the same reply, which, though it might be prudent, was irritating. "Jenny is our security. You must think of that." The fact was, however, that he was trying to devise some means of getting rid of Jenny. It was a difficult matter. The poor girl, having fallen into comparative poverty, became more and more tenacious of Hector's affection. She often gave him trouble by telling him that he was no longer the same, that he was changed. She was sad, and wept, and had red eyes. One evening, in a fit of anger, she menaced him with a singular threat. "You love another," she said. "I know it, for I have proofs of it. Take care. If you ever leave me, my anger will fall on her head, and I will not have any mercy on her." The Count foolishly attached no importance to these words. They only hastened the separation. "She is getting very troublesome," thought he. "If some day I shouldn't go when she was expecting me, she might come up to Valfeuillu and make a wretched scandal." He armed himself with all his courage, which was assisted by Bertha's tears and entreaties, and started for Corbeil, resolved to break off with Jenny. He took every precaution in declaring his intentions, giving the best reasons for his decision that he could think of. "We must be careful, you know, Jenny," said he, "and cease to meet for a while. I am ruined, you know, and the only thing that can save me is marriage." Hector had prepared himself for an explosion of fury, piercing cries, hysterics, fainting fits. To his great surprise, Jenny did not answer a word. She became as white as her collar, her ruddy lips blanched, her eyes stared. "So," said she, with her teeth tightly shut, to contain herself, "so you are going to get married?" "Alas, I must," he answered, with a hypocritical sigh. "You know that lately I have only been able to get money for you by borrowing from my friend. His purse will not be at my service for ever." Jenny took Hector by the hand and led him to the window. There, looking intently at him, as if her gaze could frighten the truth out of him, she said slowly: "It is really true, is it, that you are going to leave me to get married?" Hector disengaged one of his hands, and placed it on his heart. "I swear it on my honour," said he. "I ought to believe you, then." Jenny returned to the middle of the room. Standing erect before the mirror, she put on her hat, quietly disposing its ribbons as if nothing had occurred. When she was ready to go, she went up to Tremorel. "For the last time," said she, in a tone which she forced to be firm, and which belied her tearful, glistening eyes. "For the last time, Hector, are we really to part?" "We must." Jenny made a gesture which Tremorel did not see. Her face had a malicious expression. Her lips parted to utter some sarcastic response, but she recovered herself almost immediately. "I am going, Hector," said she, after a moment's reflection. "If you are really leaving me to get married, you shall never hear of me again." "Why, Jenny, I hope I shall still remain your friend." "Well, only if you abandon me for another reason, remember what I tell you. You will be a dead man, and she a lost woman." She opened the door. He tried to take her hand. She repulsed him. "Adieu." Hector ran to the window to assure himself of her departure. She was ascending the avenue leading to the station. "Well, that's over," thought he, with a sigh of relief. "Jenny was a good girl." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 and 17 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. The Count told half a truth when he spoke to Jenny of his marriage. Sauvrecy and he had discussed the subject, and if the matter was not as ripe as he had represented, there was at least some prospect of such an event. Sauvrecy had proposed it in his anxiety to complete his work of restoring Hector to fortune and society. One evening, about a month before the events just narrated, he had led Hector into the library, saying, "Give me your ear for a quarter of an hour, and don't answer me hastily. What I am going to propose to you deserves serious reflection." "Well, I can be serious when it is necessary." "Let's begin with your debts. Their payment is not yet completed, but enough has been done to enable us to foresee the end. It is certain that you will have, after all debts are paid, from 300,000 to 400,000 francs." Hector had never in his wildest hopes expected such success. "Why, I'm going to be rich!" exclaimed he joyously. "No, not rich, but quite above want. There is, too, a mode in which you can regain your lost position." "A mode? What?" Sauvrecy paused a moment and looked steadily at his friend. "You must marry," said he at last. This seemed to surprise Hector, but not disagreeably. "I marry? It's easier to give that advice than to follow it." "Pardon me. You ought to know that I do not speak rashly. What would you say to a young girl of good family, pretty, well brought up, so charming that, excepting my own wife, I know of no one more attractive, and who would bring with her a dowry of 1,000,000? "Ah, my friend, I should say that I adore her. And do you know such an angel?" "Yes, and you too, for the angel is Mademoiselle Laurence Courtois." Hector's radiant face overclouded at this name, and he made a discouraged gesture. "Never," said he. "That stiff and obstinate old merchant, Monsieur Courtois, would never consent to give his daughter to a man who has been fool enough to waste his fortune." Sauvrecy shrugged his shoulders. "Now there's what it is to have eyes and not see. Know that this Courtois whom you think so obstinate is really the most romantic of men, and an ambitious old fellow to boot. It would seem to him a grand good speculation to give his daughter to the Count Hector de Tremorel, cousin of the Duke of Semblemeuse, the relative of the Comarins, even though you hadn't a sou. What wouldn't he give to have the delicious pleasure of saying, 'Monsieur the Count, my son-in-law,' or 'my daughter, Madame the Countess Hector'? And you aren't ruined, you know. You are going to have an income of 20,000 francs, and perhaps enough more to raise your capital to 1,000,000. Hector was silent. He had thought his life ended, and now, all of a sudden, a splendid perspective unrolled itself before him. He might then rid himself of the patronizing protection of his friend. He would be free, rich, would have a better wife, as he thought, than Bertha. His house would outshine Sauvrecy's. The thought of Bertha crossed his mind, and it occurred to him that he might thus escape a lover who, although beautiful and loving, was proud and bold, and whose domineering temper began to be burdensome to him. "I may say," said he seriously to his friend, "that I have always thought Monsieur Courtois an excellent and honourable man, and Mademoiselle Laurence seems to me so accomplished a young lady that a man might be happy in marrying her even without a dowry." "So much the better, my dear Hector, so much the better. But, you know, the first thing is to engage Laurence's affections. Her father adores her, and would not, I am sure, give her to a man whom she herself had not chosen." "Don't disturb yourself," answered Hector, with a gesture of triumph. "She will love me." The next day he took occasion to encounter Monsieur Courtois, who invited him to dinner. The Count employed all his practised seductions on Laurence, which were so brilliant and able that they were well fitted to surprise and dazzle the young girl. It was not long before the Count was the hero of the Mayor's household. Nothing formal had been said, nor any direct allusion or overture made; yet Monsieur Courtois was sure that Hector would some day ask his daughter's hand, and that he should freely answer "yes," while he thought it certain that Laurence would not say no. Bertha suspected nothing. She was now very much worried about Jenny, and saw nothing else. Sauvercy, after spending an evening with the Count at the Mayor's, during which Hector had not once quitted the whist table, decided to speak to his wife of the proposed marriage, which he thought would give her an agreeable surprise. At his first words she grew pale. Her emotion was so great that, seeing she would betray herself, she hastily retired to her boudoir. Sauvercy, quietly seated in one of the bedroom armchairs, continued to expatiate on the advantages of such a marriage, raising his voice so that Bertha might hear him in the neighboring room. "Do you know," said he, "that our friend has an income of 60,000 crowns? We'll find an estate for him near by, and then we shall see him and his wife every day. They will be very pleasant society for us in the autumn months. Hector is a fine fellow, and you've often told me how charming Laurence is." Bertha did not reply. This unexpected blow was so terrible that she could not think clearly, and her brain whirled. "You don't say anything," pursued Sauvercy. "Don't you approve of my project? I thought you'd be enchanted with it." She saw that if she were silent any longer, her husband would go in and find her sunk upon a chair, and would guess all. She made an effort, and said in a strangled voice, without attaching any sense to her words: "Yes, yes. It is a capital idea. How you say that? Do you see any objections?" She was trying to find some objection, but could not. "I have a little fear of Laurence's future," said she at last. "Bah! Why?" "I only say what I've heard you say. You told me that Monsieur Tremorel had been a libertine, a gambler, a prodigal. All the more reason for trusting him. His past follies guarantee his future prudence. He has received a lesson which he will not forget. Besides, he will love his wife." "How do you know?" "Parbleu! He loves her already." "Who told you so?" "Himself." And Sauvercy began to laugh about Hector's passion, which he said was becoming quite pastoral. "Would you believe," said he, laughing, "that he thinks our worthy Courtois a man of wit? Ah, what spectacles these lovers look through! He spends 2 or 3 hours every day with the mayor. What do you suppose he does there?" Bertha, by great effort, succeeded in dissembling her grief. She reappeared with a smiling face. She went and came apparently calm, though suffering the bitterest anguish a woman can endure. And she could not run to Hector and ask him if it were true. For Sauvercy must be deceiving her. Why? She knew not. No matter. She felt her hatred of him increasing to disgust, for she excused and pardoned her lover, and she blamed her husband alone. Whose idea was this marriage? His. Who had awakened Hector's hopes, and encouraged them? He. Always he. While he had been harmless, she had been able to pardon him for having married her. She had compelled herself to bear him, to feign a love quite foreign to her heart. But now he became hateful. Should she submit to his interference in a matter which was life or death to her? She did not close her eyes all night. She had one of those horrible nights in which crimes are conceived. She did not find herself alone with Hector until after breakfast the next day in the billiard hall. "Is it true?" she asked. The expression of her face was so menacing that he quailed before it. He stammered. "True? What?" "Your marriage." He was silent at first, asking himself whether he should tell the truth or equivocate. At last, irritated by Bertha's imperious tone, he replied, "Yes." She was thunderstruck at this response. Till then she had a glimmer of hope. She thought that he would at least try to reassure her, to deceive her. There are times when a falsehood is the highest homage. But no, he avowed it. She was speechless. Words failed her. Tremorel began to tell her the motives which prompted his conduct. He could not live forever at Valfeuillu. What could he, with his habits and tastes, do with a few 1,000 crowns a year? He was 30. He must now or never think of the future. Monsieur Courtois would give his daughter 1,000,000, and at his death there would be a great deal more. Should he let this chance slip? He cared little for Laurence. It was the dowry he wanted. He took no pains to conceal his meanness. He rather gloried in it, speaking of the marriage as simply a bargain, in which he gave his name and title in exchange for riches. Bertha stopped him with a look full of contempt. "Spare yourself," said she. "You love Laurence." He would have protested. He really disliked her. "Enough," resumed Bertha. "Another woman would have reproached you. I simply tell you that this marriage shall not be. I do not wish it. Believe me, give it up frankly. Don't force me to act." She retired, shutting the door violently. Hector was furious. "How she treats me!" said he to himself. "Just as a queen would speak to a serf. Ah, she don't want me to marry Laurence." His coolness returned, and with it serious reflections. If he insisted on marrying, would not Bertha carry out her threats? Evidently, for he knew well that she was one of those women who shrink from nothing, whom no consideration could arrest. He guessed what she would do, from what she had said in a quarrel with him about Jenny. She had told him, "I will confess everything to Sauvercy, and we will be the more bound together by shame than by all the ceremonies of the Church." This was surely the mode she would adopt to break a marriage which was so hateful to her; and Tremorel trembled at the idea of Sauvercy knowing all. What would he do, thought he, if Bertha told him? He would kill me off hand. That's what I would do in his place. Suppose he didn't? I should have to fight a duel with him, and if I killed him, quit the country. Whatever would happen, my marriage is irrevocably broken, and Bertha seems to be on my hands for all time. He saw no possible way out of the horrible situation in which he had put himself. "I must wait," thought he. And he waited, going secretly to the mayor's, for he really loved Laurence. He waited, devoured by anxiety, struggling between Sauvercy's urgency and Bertha's threats. How he detested this woman who held him, whose will weighed so heavily on him. Nothing could curb her ferocious obstinacy. She had one fixed idea. He had thought to conciliate her by dismissing Jenny. It was a mistake. When he said to her, "Bertha, I shall never see Jenny again," she answered ironically, "Mademoiselle Courtois will be very grateful to you." That evening, while Sauvercy was crossing the courtyard, he saw a beggar at the gate making signs to him. "What do you want, my good man?" The beggar looked around to see that no one was listening. "I have brought you a note," said he rapidly, and in a low tone. "I was told to give it only to you, and to ask you to read it when you are alone." He mysteriously slipped a note, carefully sealed, into Sauveressie's hand. "It comes from pretty girl," added he, winking. Sauveressie, turning his back to the house, opened it and read: "Sir, you will do a great favor to a poor and unhappy girl if you will come to-morrow to the Belle Image at Corbeil, where you will be awaited all day. Your humble servant, Jenny F. There was also a postscript: "Please, sir, don't say a word of this to the Count de Tremorel." "Aha!" thought Sauveressie. "There's some trouble about Hector that's bad for the marriage." "I was told, sir," said the beggar, "there would be an answer." "Say that I will come," answered Sauveressie, throwing him a franc piece. 17. The next day was cold and damp. A fog so thick that one could not discern objects 10 steps off hung over the earth. Sauveressie, after breakfast, took his gun and whistled to his dogs. "I'm going to take a turn in Mauprevoir Wood," said he. "A queer idea," remarked Hector, "for you won't see the end of your gun barrel in the woods." "No matter, if I see some pheasants." This was only a pretext, for Sauveressie, on leaving Valfeuillu, took the direct road to Corbeil, and half an hour later, faithful to his promise, he entered the Belle Image tavern. Jenny was waiting for him in the large room which had always been reserved for her since she became a regular customer of the house. Her eyes were red with recent tears. She was very pale, and her marble colour showed that she had not slept. Her breakfast lay untouched on the table near the fireplace, where a bright fire was burning. When Sauveressie came in, she rose to meet him, and took him by the hand with a friendly motion. "Thank you for coming," said she. "Ah, you are very good." Jenny was only a girl, and Sauveressie detested girls. But her grief was so sincere and seemed so deep that he was touched. "You are suffering, madame?" asked he. "Oh, yes, very much." Her tears choked her, and she concealed her face in her handkerchief. "I guessed right," thought Sauveressie. "Hector has deserted her. Now I must smooth the wound, and yet make future meetings between them impossible." He took the weeping Jenny's hand, and softly pulled away the handkerchief. "Have courage," said he. She lifted her tearful eyes to him and said: "You know, then?" "I know nothing, for as you asked me I have said nothing to Tremorel. But I can imagine what the trouble is." "He will not see me any more," murmured Jenny. "He has deserted me." Sauveressie summoned up all his eloquence. The moment to be persuasive and paternal had come. He drew a chair up to Jenny's and sat down. "Come, my child," pursued he. "Be resigned. People are not always young, you know. The time comes when the voice of reason must be heard. Hector does not desert you, but he sees the necessity of assuring his future, and placing his life on a domestic foundation. He feels the need of a home." Jenny stopped crying. Nature took the upper hand, and her tears were dried by the fire of anger which took possession of her. She rose, overturning her chair, and walked restlessly up and down the room. "Do you believe that?" said she. "Do you believe that Hector troubles himself about his future? I see you don't know his character. He dream of a home, or a family. He never has and never will think of anything but himself. If he had any heart, would he have gone to live with you as he has? He had 2 arms to gain his bread and mine. I was ashamed to ask money of him, knowing that what he gave me came from you. But he is my friend, my dear child. Would you do as he has done?" Sauveressie did not know what to say. He was embarrassed by the logic of this daughter of the people, judging her lover rudely but justly. "Ah, I know him, I do," continued Jenny, growing more excited as her mind reverted to the past. "He has only deceived me once, the morning he came and told me he was going to kill himself." I was stupid enough to think him dead and to cry about it. He kill himself? Why, he's too much of a coward to hurt himself. Yes, I love him, but I don't esteem him. That's our fate, you see, only to love the men we despise." Jenny talked loud, gesticulating, and every now and then thumping the table with her fist so that the bottles and glasses jingled. Sauveressy was somewhat fearful lest the hotel people should hear her. They knew him, and had seen him come in. He began to be sorry that he had come, and tried to calm the girl. "But Hector is not deserting you," repeated he. "He will assure you a good position." "Huh! I should laugh at such a thing. Have I any need of him? As long as I have 10 fingers and good eyes, I shall not be at the mercy of any man. He made me change my name, and wanted to accustom me to luxury; and now there is neither a Miss Jenny nor riches, but there is a Pelagie, who proposes to get her 50 sous a day without much trouble." "No," said Sauveressy, "you will not need." "What, to work? But I like work. I am not a do-nothing. I will go back to my old life. I used to breakfast on a sou's worth of biscuit and a sou's worth of potatoes, and was well and happy. On Sundays I dined at the Turk for 30 sous. I laughed more then in one afternoon than in all the years I have known Tremorel." She no longer cried, nor was she angry. She was laughing. She was thinking of her old breakfasts and her feasts at the Turk. Sauveressy was stupefied. He had no idea of this Parisian nature, detestable and excellent, emotional to excess, nervous, full of transitions, which laughs and cries, caresses and strikes in the same minute, which a passing idea whirls 100 leagues from the present moment. "So," said Jenny, more calmly, "I snapped my fingers at Hector." She had just said exactly the contrary, and had forgotten it. "I don't care for him, but I will not let him leave me in this way. It shan't be said that he left me for another. I won't have it." Jenny was one of those women who do not reason, but who feel; with whom it is folly to argue, for their fixed idea is impregnable to the most victorious arguments. Sauveressy asked himself why she had asked him to come, and said to himself that the part he had intended to play would be a difficult one. But he was patient. "I see, my child," he commenced, "that you haven't understood or even heard me. I told you that Hector was intending to marry." "He!" answered Jenny, with an ironical gesture. "He get married." She reflected a moment, and added, "If it were true, though." "I tell you it is so." "No!" cried Jenny. "No, that can't be possible. He loves another, I am sure of it, for I have proofs." Sauveressy smiled. This irritated her. "What does this letter mean?" cried she, warmly, "which I found in his pocket 6 months ago? It isn't signed, to be sure, but it must have come from a woman." "A letter?" "Yes, one that destroys all doubts. Perhaps you ask why I did not speak to him about it? Ah, you see, I did not dare. I loved him. I was afraid if I said anything, and it was true he loved another, I should lose him. And so I resigned myself to humiliation, I concealed myself to weep, for I said to myself, he will come back to me. Poor fool!" "Well, but what will you do?" "Me? I don't know. Anything. I didn't say anything about the letter, but I kept it. It is my weapon. I will make use of it. When I want to, I shall find out who she is, and then—" "You will compel Tremorel, who is kindly disposed toward you, to use violence?" "He? What can he do to me? Why, I will follow him like his shadow. I will cry out everywhere the name of this other. Will he have me put in St. Lazare prison? I will invent the most dreadful calumnies against him. They will not believe me at first; later, part of it will be believed. I have nothing to fear. I have no parents, no friends, nobody on earth who cares for me. That's what it is to raise girls from the gutter. I have fallen so low that I defy him to push me lower. So if you are his friend, sir, advise him to come back to me." Sauvercy was really alarmed. He saw clearly how real and earnest Jenny's menaces were. There are persecutions against which the law is powerless. But he dissimulated his alarm under the blandest air he could assume. "Hear me, my child," said he. "If I give you my word of honour to tell you the truth, you'll believe me, won't you?" She hesitated a moment, and said, "Yes, you are honourable. I will believe you." "Then I swear to you that Tremorel hopes to marry a young girl who is immensely rich, whose dowry will secure his future." "He tells you so. He wants you to believe it." "Why should he? Since he came to Valfeuillu he could have had no other affair than this with you. He lives in my house, as if he were my brother, between my wife and myself, and I could tell you how he spends his time every hour of every day as well as what I do myself." Jenny opened her mouth to reply, but a sudden reflection froze the words on her lips. She remained silent and blushed violently, looking at Sauvercy with an indefinable expression. He did not observe this, being inspired by a restless though aimless curiosity. This proof, which Jenny talked about, worried him. "Suppose," said he, "you should show me this letter." She seemed to feel at these words an electric shock. "To you?" she said, shuddering. "Never." If, when one is sleeping, the thunder rolls and the storm bursts, it often happens that the sleep is not troubled. Then suddenly, at a certain moment, the imperceptible flutter of a passing insect's wing awakens one. Jenny's shudder was like such a fluttering to Sauvercy. The sinister light of doubt struck on his soul. Now his confidence, his happiness, his repose were gone for ever. He rose with a flashing eye and trembling lips. "Give me the letter," said he, in an imperious tone. Jenny recoiled with terror. She tried to conceal her agitation, to smile, to turn the matter into a joke. "Not to day," said she. "Another time. You are too curious." But Sauvercy's anger was terrible. He became as purple as if he had had a stroke of apoplexy, and he repeated in a choking voice, "The letter! I demand the letter!" "Impossible," said Jenny. "Because," she added, struck with an idea, "I haven't got it here." "Where is it?" "At my room in Paris." "Come, then, let us go there." She saw that she was caught, and she could find no more excuses, quick-witted as she was. She might, however, easily have followed Sauvercy, put his suspicions to sleep with her gaiety, and when once in the Paris streets might have eluded him and fled. But she did not think of that. It occurred to her that she might have time to reach the door, open it and rush downstairs. She started to do so. Sauvercy caught her at a bound, shut the door, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Wretched girl! Do you wish me to strike you?" He pushed her into a chair, returned to the door, double-locked it, and put the keys in his pocket. "Now," said he, returning to the girl, "the letter." Jenny had never been so terrified in her life. This man's rage made her tremble. She saw that he was beside himself, that she was completely at his mercy. Yet she still resisted him. "You have hurt me very much," said she, crying. "But I have done you no harm." He grasped her hands in his, and bending over her, repeated, "For the last time, the letter! Give it to me, or I will take it by force." It would have been folly to resist longer. "Leave me alone," said she. "You shall have it." He released her, remaining, however, close by her side, while she searched in all her pockets. Her hair had been loosened in the struggle, her collar was torn, she was tired, her teeth chattered, but her eyes shone with a bold resolution. "Wait. Here it is. No. It's odd. I am sure I've got it, though. I had it a minute ago." and suddenly, with a rapid gesture, she put the letter, rolled into a ball, into her mouth and tried to swallow it. But Sauvercy as quickly grasped her by the throat, and she was forced to disgorge it. He had the letter at last. His hands trembled so that he could scarcely open it. It was, indeed, Bertha's writing. Sauvercy tottered with a horrible sensation of dizziness. He could not see clearly. There was a red cloud before his eyes. His legs gave way under him. He staggered, and his hands stretched out for a support. Jenny, somewhat recovered, hastened to give him help. But her touch made him shudder, and he repulsed her. What had happened he could not tell. Ah, he wished to read this letter and could not. He went to the table, turned out and drank 2 large glasses of water, one after another. The cold draught restored him, his blood resumed its natural course, and he could see. The note was short, and this was what he read: "Don't go to-morrow to Petit Bourg, or rather, return before breakfast. He has just told me that he must go to Melun, and that he should return late. A whole day." He! That was himself. This other lover of Hector's was Bertha, his wife. For a moment he saw nothing but that. All thought was crushed within him. His temples beat furiously. He heard a dreadful buzzing in his ears. It seemed to him as if the earth were about to swallow him up. He fell into a chair. From purple he became ashy white. Great tears trickled down his cheeks. Jenny understood the miserable meanness of her conduct when she saw this great grief, this silent despair, this man with a broken heart. Was she not the cause of all? She had guessed who the writer of the note was. She thought, when she asked Sauvercy to come to her, that she could tell him all, and thus avenge herself at once upon Hector and her rival. Then, on seeing this man refusing to comprehend her hints, she had been full of pity for him. She had said to herself that he would be the one who would be most cruelly punished. And then she had recoiled, but too late, and he had snatched the secret from her. She approached Sauvercy and tried to take his hands. He still repulsed her. "Let me alone," said he. "Pardon me, sir. I am a wretch. I am horrified at myself." He rose suddenly. He was gradually coming to himself. "What do you want?" "That letter. I guessed." He burst into a loud, bitter, discordant laugh, and replied: "God forgive me! Why, my dear, did you dare to suspect my wife?" While Jenny was muttering confused excuses, he drew out his pocket-book, and took from it all the money it contained, some 700 or 800 francs, which he put on the table. "Take this from Hector," said he. "He will not permit you to suffer for anything. But, believe me, you had best let him get married." Then he mechanically took up his gun, opened the door, and went out. His dogs leaped upon him to caress him. He kicked them off. Where was he going? What was he going to do? End of chapters 16 and 17. Chapter 18 of The Mystery of Orcival by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. A small, fine, chilly rain had succeeded the morning fog, but Sauvercy did not perceive it. He went across the fields with his head bare, wandering at hazard, without aim or discretion. He talked aloud as he went, stopping ever and anon, then resuming his course. The peasants who met him — they all knew him — turned to look at him after having saluted him, asking themselves whether the master of El Feuillu had not gone mad. Unhappily, he was not mad. Overwhelmed by an unheard of, unlooked-for catastrophe, his brain had been for a moment paralyzed. But one by one he collected his scattered ideas, and acquired the faculty of thinking and of suffering. Each one of his reflections increased his mortal anguish. Yes, Bertha and Hector had deceived, had dishonoured him. She beloved to idolatry, he his best and oldest friend, a wretch that he had snatched from misery, who owed him everything. And it was in his house, under his own roof, that this infamy had taken place. They had taken advantage of his noble trust, had made a dupe of him. The frightful discovery not only embittered the future, but also the past. He longed to blot out of his life these years past with Bertha, with whom but the night before he had recalled these happiest years of his life. The memory of his former happiness filled his soul with disgust. But how had this been done? When? How was it he had seen nothing of it? And now things came into his mind which should have warned him had he not been blind. He recalled certain looks of Bertha, certain tones of voice, which were an avowal. At times he tried to doubt. There are misfortunes so great that to be believed there must be more than evidence. "It is not possible," muttered he. Seating himself upon a prostrate tree in the midst of Montprevoir forest, he studied the fatal letter for the 10th time within 4 hours. "It proves all," said he, "and it proves nothing." And he read once more. "Do not go to-morrow to Petit Bourg." Well, had he not again and again in his idiotic confidence said to Hector, "I shall be away to-morrow, stay here and keep Bertha company." This sentence then had no positive signification. But why add, "or rather return before breakfast"? This was what betrayed fear, that is the fault. To go away and return again anon was to be cautious, to avoid suspicion. Then why he, instead of Clément? This word was striking. He, that is the dear one, or else the master that one hates. There is no medium. 'Tis the husband or the lover. He is never an indifferent person. A husband is lost when his wife in speaking of him says he. But when had Bertha written these few lines? Doubtless some evening after they had retired to their room. He had said to her, "I'm going to-morrow to Melun," and then she had hastily scratched off this note and given it, in a book, to Hector. Alas! The edifice of his happiness, which had seemed to him strong enough to defy every tempest of life, had crumbled, and he stood there lost in the midst of its debris. No more happiness, joys, hopes, nothing. All his plans for the future rested on Bertha. Her name was mingled in his every dream, she was at once the future and the dream. He had so loved her that she had become something of himself, that he could not imagine himself without her. Bertha lost to him, he saw no direction in life to take, he had no further reason for living. He perceived this so vividly that the idea of suicide came to him. He had his gun, powder and balls. His death would be attributed to a hunting accident, and all would be over. Oh, but the guilty ones! They would doubtless go on in their infamous comedy, would seem to mourn for him, while really their hearts would pound with joy. No more husband, no more hypocrisies or terrors. His will giving his fortune to Bertha, they would be rich. They would sell everything, and would depart rejoicing to some distant clime. As to his memory, poor man, it would amuse them to think of him as the cheated and despised husband. "Never!" cried he, drunk with fury. "Never! I must kill myself, but first I must avenge my dishonour." But he tried in vain to imagine a punishment cruel or terrible enough. What chastisement could expiate the horrible tortures which he endured? He said to himself that, in order to assure his vengeance, he must wait, and he swore that he would wait. He would feign the same stolid confidence, and resigned himself to see and hear everything. My hypocrisy will equal theirs, thought he. Indeed, a cautious duplicity was necessary. Bertha was most cunning, and at the first suspicion would fly with her lover. Hector had already, thanks to him, several 100,000 francs. The idea that they might escape his vengeance gave him energy and a clear head. It was only then that he thought of the flight of time, the rain falling in torrents, and the state of his clothes. Bah! thought he, I will make up some story to account for myself. He was only a league from Bellevue, but he was an hour and a half reaching home. He was broken, exhausted. He felt chilled to the marrow of his bones. But when he entered the gate, he had succeeded in assuming his usual expression, and the gaiety which so well hinted his perfect trustfulness. He had been waited for, but in spite of his resolutions he could not sit at table between this man and woman, his two most cruel enemies. He said that he had taken cold and would go to bed. Bertha insisted in vain that he should at least take a bowl of broth and a glass of claret. "Really," said he, "I don't feel well." When he had retired, Bertha said, "Did you notice Hector?" "What?" "Something unusual has happened to him." "Very likely, after being all day in the rain." "No. His eye had a look I never saw before. He seemed to be very cheerful, as he always is. Hector, my husband, suspects." "He? Ah, my poor good friend has too much confidence in us to think of being jealous." "You deceive yourself, Hector. He did not embrace me when he came in, and it is the first time since our marriage." Thus, at the very first, he had made a blunder. He knew it well. But it was beyond his power to embrace Bertha at that moment, and he was suffering more than he thought he should. When his wife and his friend ascended to his room after dinner, they found him shivering under the sheets, red, his forehead burning, his throat dry, and his eyes shining with an unusual brilliancy. A fever soon came on, attended by delirium. A doctor was called, who at first said he would not answer for him. The next day he was worse. From this time both Hector and Bertha conceived for him the most tender devotion. Did they think they should thus in some sort expiate their crime? It is doubtful. More likely they tried to impose on the people about them. Every one was anxious for Sauvercy. They never deserted him for a moment, passing the night by turns near his bed. And it was painful to watch over him. A furious delirium never left him. Several times force had to be used to keep him on the bed. He tried to throw himself out of the window. The third day he had a strange fancy. He did not wish to stay in his chamber. He kept crying out, "Carry me away from here! Carry me away from here!" The doctor advised that he should be humored. So a bed was made up for him in a little room on the ground floor overlooking the garden. His wanderings did not betray anything of his suspicions. Perhaps the firm will was able even to control the delirium. The fever finally yielded on the 9th day. His breathing became calmer, and he slept. When he awoke, reason had returned. That was a frightful moment. He had, so to speak, to take up the burden of his misery. At first he thought it the memory of a horrid nightmare. But no. He had not dreamed. He recalled the Belle Image, Jenny, the forest, the letter. What had become of the letter? Then, having the vague impression of a serious illness, he asked himself if he had said anything to betray the source of his misery. This anxiety prevented his making the slightest movement, and he opened his eyes softly and cautiously. It was 11 at night, and all the servants had gone to bed. Hector and Bertha alone were keeping watch. He was reading a paper, she was crocheting. Sauvercy saw by their placid countenances that he had betrayed nothing. He moved slightly. Bertha at once arose and came to him. How are you, dear Clément? Asked she, kissing him fondly on the forehead. I am no longer in pain. You see the result of being careless. How many days have I been sick? 8 days. Why was I brought here? Because you wished it. Tremorel had approached the bedside. You refused to stay upstairs, said he. You were ungovernable till we had brought you here. But don't tire yourself, resumed Hector. Go to sleep again, and you will be well by to-morrow. And good night, for I am going to bed now, and shall return and wake your wife at 4 o'clock. He went out, and Bertha, having given Sauvercy something to drink, returned to her seat. What a friend Tremorel is, murmured she. Sauvercy did not answer this terribly ironical exclamation. He shut his eyes, pretended to sleep, and thought of the letter. What had he done with it? He remembered that he had carefully folded it and put it in the right-hand pocket of his vest. He must have this letter. It would balk his vengeance, should it fall into his wife's hands. And this might happen at any moment. It was a miracle that his valet had not put it on the mantel, as he was accustomed to do with the things which he found in his master's pockets. He was reflecting on some means of getting it, of the possibility of going up to his bedroom, where his vest ought to be, when Bertha got up softly. She came to the bed and whispered gently, Clément? Clément? He did not open his eyes, and she, persuaded that he was sleeping, though very lightly, stole out of the room, holding her breath as she went. Oh, the wretch! muttered Sauvercy. She is going to him. At the same time the necessity of recovering the letter occurred to him more vividly than ever. I can get to my room, thought he, without being seen, by the garden and back stairs. She thinks I'm asleep. I shall get back and a bed before she returns. Then, without asking himself whether he were not too feeble, or what danger there might be in exposing himself to the cold, he got up, threw a gown around him, put on his slippers, and went toward the door. If any one sees me I will feign delirium, said he to himself. The vestibule lamp was out, and he found some difficulty in opening the door. Finally he descended into the garden. It was intensely cold, and snow had fallen. The wind shook the limbs of the trees crusted with ice. The front of the house was sombre. One window only was lighted, that of Tremorel's room. That was lighted brilliantly by a lamp and a great blazing fire. The shadow of a man, of Hector, rested on the muslin curtains. The shape was distinct. He was near the window, and his forehead was pressed against the panes. Sauvercy instinctively stopped to look at his friend, who was so at home in his house, and who, in exchange for the most brotherly hospitality, had brought dishonour, despair, and death. Hector made a sudden movement, and turned around as if he was surprised by an unwonted noise. What was it? Sauvercy only knew too well. Another shadow appeared on the curtain, that of Bertha. And he had forced himself to doubt till now. Now proofs had come without his seeking. What had brought her to that room, at that hour? She seemed to be talking excitedly. He thought he could hear the full, sonorous voice, now as clear as metal, now soft and caressing, which had made all the chords of passion vibrate in him. He once more saw those beautiful eyes which had reigned so despotically over his heart, and whose expressions he knew so well. But what was she doing? Doubtless she had gone to ask Hector something which he refused her, and she was pleading with him. Sauvercy saw that she was supplicating by her motions. He knew the gesture well. She lifted her clasped hands as high as her forehead, bent her head, half shut her eyes. What languor had been in her voice when she used to say, "Say, dear Clément, you will you not?" And now she was using the same blandishments on another. Sauvercy was obliged to support himself against a tree. Hector was evidently refusing what she wished. Then she shook her finger menacingly and tossed her head angrily as if she were saying, "You won't? You shall see, then." And then she returned to her supplications. "Ah," thought Sauvercy, "he can resist her prayers. I never had such courage. He can preserve his coolness, his will, when she looks at him. I never said no to her. Rather, I never waited for her to ask anything of me. I have passed my life in watching her lightest fantasies, to gratify them. Perhaps that is what ruined me." Hector was obstinate, and Bertha was roused little by little. She must be angry. She recoiled, holding out her arms, her head thrown back. She was threatening him. At last he was conquered, and nodded yes. Then she flung herself upon him, and the two shadows were confounded in a long embrace. Sauvercy could not repress an agonized cry which was lost amid the noises of the night. He had asked for certainty. Here it was. The truth, indisputable, evident, was clear to him. He had to seek for nothing more now, except for the means to punish surely and terribly. Bertha and Hector were talking amicably. Sauvercy saw that she was about to go downstairs, and that he could not now go for the letter. He went in hurriedly, forgetting, in his fear of being discovered, to lock the garden door. He did not perceive that he had been standing with naked feet in the snow, till he had returned to his bedroom again. He saw some flakes on his slippers, and they were damp. Quickly he threw them under the bed, and jumped in between the clothes, and pretended to be asleep. It was time, for Bertha soon came in. She went to the bed, and, thinking that he had not woke up, returned to her embroidery by the fire. Tremorel also soon reappeared. He had forgotten to take his paper, and had come back for it. He seemed uneasy. "Have you been out to night, madame?" asked he in a low voice. "No." "Have all the servants gone to bed?" "I suppose so. But why do you ask?" "Since I have been upstairs, some one has gone out into the garden, and come back again." Bertha looked at him with a troubled glance. "Are you sure of what you say?" "Certainly. Snow is falling, and whoever went out brought some back on his shoes. This has melted in the vestibule." Madame Sauvercy seized the lamp, and interrupting Hector, said, "Come." Tremorel was right. Here and there on the vestibule pavement were little puddles. "Perhaps this water has been here some time," suggested Bertha. "No, it was not there an hour ago, I could swear. Besides, see, here is a little snow that has not melted yet." "It must have been one of the servants." Hector went to the door and examined it. "I do not think so," said he. "A servant would have shut the bolts. Here they are, drawn back. Yet I myself shut the door to night, and distinctly recollect fastening the bolts." "It's very strange." "And all the more so, look you, because the traces of the water do not go much beyond the drawing room door." They remained silent, and exchanged anxious looks. The same terrible thought occurred to them both. If it were he! But why should he have gone into the garden? It could not have been to spy on them. They did not think of the window. "It couldn't have been Clement," said Bertha at last. "He was asleep when I went back, and he is in a calm and deep slumber now." Sauvercy, stretched upon his bed, heard what his enemies were saying. He cursed his imprudence. "Suppose," thought he, "they should think of looking at my gown and slippers." Happily this simple idea did not occur to them. After reassuring each other as well as they were able, they separated. But each heart carried an anxious doubt. Sauvercy on that night had a terrible crisis in his illness. Delirium, succeeding this ray of reason, renewed its possession of his brain. The next morning Dr. R pronounced him in more danger than ever. and sent a despatch to Paris saying that he would be detained at Valfeuillu 3 or 4 days. The distemper redoubled in violence. Very contradictory symptoms appeared. Each day brought some new phase of it, which confounded the foresight of the doctors. Every time that Sauvercy had a moment of reason, the scene at the window recurred to him, and drove him to madness again. On that terrible night when he had gone out into the snow, he had not been mistaken. Bertha was really begging something of Hector. This was it. Monsieur Courtois, the mayor, had invited Hector to accompany himself and his family on an excursion to Fontainebleau on the following day. Hector had cordially accepted the invitation. Bertha could not bear the idea of his spending the day in Laurence's company, and begged him not to go. She told him there were plenty of excuses to relieve him from his promise. For instance, he might urge that it would not be seemly for him to go when his friend lay dangerously ill. At first he positively refused to grant her prayer, but by her supplications and menaces she persuaded him, and she did not go downstairs until he had sworn that he would write to Monsieur Courtois that very evening declining the invitation. He kept his word, but he was disgusted by her tyrannical behaviour. He was tired of forever sacrificing his wishes and his liberty, so that he could plan nothing, say or promise nothing without consulting this jealous woman, who would scarcely let him wander out of her sight. The chain became heavier and heavier to bear, and he began to see that sooner or later it must be wrenched apart. He had never loved either Bertha or Jenny or anyone, probably; but he now loved the mayor's daughter. Her dowry of 1 million had at first dazzled him; but little by little he had been subdued by Laurence's charms of mind and person. He, the dissipated rake, was seduced by such grave and naïve innocence, such frankness and beauty. He would have married Laurence had she been poor, as Sauvercy married Bertha. But he feared Bertha too much to brave her suddenly, and so he waited. The next day after the quarrel about Fontainebleau, he declared that he was indisposed, attributed it to the want of exercise, and took to the saddle for several hours every day afterward. But he did not go far, only to the mayor's. Bertha at first did not perceive anything suspicious in Tremorel's rides. It reassured her to see him go off on his horse. After some days, however, she thought she saw in him a certain feeling of satisfaction concealed under the semblance of fatigue. She began to have doubts, and these increased every time he went out. All sorts of conjectures worried her while he was away. Where did he go? Probably to see Laurence, whom she feared and detested. The suspicion soon became a certainty with her. One evening Hector appeared, carrying in his buttonhole a flower which Laurence herself had put there, and which he had forgotten to take out. Bertha took it gently, examined it, smelt it, and, compelling herself to smile, "Why," said she, "what a pretty flower!" "So I thought," answered Hector carelessly, "though I don't know what it is called." "Would it be bold to ask who gave it to you?" "Not at all. It's a present from our good Planta." All Orcival knew that Monsieur Planta, a monomaniac on flowers, never gave them away to anyone except Madame Laurence. Hector's evasion was an unhappy one, and Bertha was not deceived. "You promised me, Hector," said she, "not to see Laurence any more, and to give up this marriage." He tried to reply. "Let me speak," she continued, "and explain yourself afterward. You have broken your word; you are deceiving my confidence. But I tell you, you shall not marry her." Then, without awaiting his reply, she overwhelmed him with reproaches. Why had he come here at all? She was happy in her home before she knew him. She did not love Sauvercy, it was true, but she esteemed him, and he was good to her. Ignorant of the happiness of true love, she did not desire it. But he had come, and she could not resist his fascination. And now, after having engaged her affection, he was going to desert her, to marry another. Tremorel listened to her, perfectly amazed at her audacity. What! She dared to pretend that it was he who had abused her innocence, when on the contrary he had sometimes been astonished at her persistency. Such was the depth of her corruption, as it seemed to him, that he wondered whether he were her first or her 20th lover. And she had so led him on, and had so forcibly made him feel the intensity of her will, that he had been fain still to submit to this despotism. But he had now determined to resist on the first opportunity, and he resisted. "Well, yes," said he frankly, "I did deceive you. I have no fortune. This marriage will give me one. I shall get married." He went on to say that he loved Laurence less than ever, but that he coveted her money more and more every day. "To prove this," he pursued, "if you will find me to morrow a girl who has 1,200,000 francs instead of 1,000,000, I will marry her in preference to Mademoiselle Courtois." She had never suspected he had so much courage. She had so long moulded him like soft wax, and this unexpected conduct disconcerted her. She was indignant, but at the same time she felt that unhealthy satisfaction that some women feel when they meet a master who subdues them. And she admired Tremorel more than ever before. This time he had taken a tone which conquered her. She despised him enough to think him quite capable of marrying for money. When he had done, she said: "It's really so, then? You only care for the 1,000,000 of dowry?" "I've sworn it to you 100 times." "Truly now, don't you love Laurence?" "I have never loved her, and never shall." He thought that he would thus secure his peace until the wedding day. Once married, he cared not what would happen. What cared he for Sauvercy? Life is only a succession of broken friendships. What is a friend, after all? One who can and ought to serve you. Ability consists in breaking with people when they cease to be useful to you. Bertha reflected. "Hear me, Hector," said she at last. "I cannot calmly resign myself to the sacrifice which you demand. Let me have but a few days to accustom myself to this dreadful blow. You owe me as much. Let Clément get well first." He did not expect to see her so gentle and subdued. Who would have looked for such concessions, so easily obtained? The idea of a snare did not occur to him. In his delight he betrayed how he rejoiced in his liberty, which ought to have undeceived Bertha. But she did not perceive it. He grasped her hand and cried: "Ah, you are very good. You really love me." CHAPter 19.